A spoken-for billionaire's fake fiancé. Sweet Billionaire Romance, Book 3. Written by Kristen Eiton. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Chapter 1. It's just not going to work. Jonas Wiseman pushed himself away from a sprawling desk littered with depressing financial reports. He stood and shook his blonde head with more gravity in his heart than any 32-year-old had the right to feel. I can't ask Lily to come. His sky-blue eyes darted from his old college buddy, Killian Stewart, to Lily's desk in the outer office. His gaze lingered on her empty chair. Thank goodness she hadn't gotten in yet. He needed time to sort this situation out, and it would be a whole lot easier to talk things through with Killian if his assistant weren't sitting 15 feet away, on the other side of a glass wall. Jonas may have had some of the nation's finest business advisors on speed dial, but there was no substitute for the advice of a trusted friend, even if there were still a few things Killian didn't understand. There was no way he could take Lily to Texas under these circumstances. It would be unprofessional to even ask. And you're sure this guy won't do business with you if you go to the meeting tomorrow alone? Killian asked. Jonas took a deep breath. Positive. If he's determined to meet your fiancée, but Sophie won't come with you, it sounds like you're stuck. You've got to ask Lily, Killian said. The whole thing sounds kind of, I don't know, odd. Why does he want to meet her so badly? Jonas agreed. It was certainly a unique way of doing business, but he had precious few options left to him. He had to jump through whatever hoops the buyer decided to throw his way or risk the whole deal falling through. He is pretty eccentric, I'll give you that, Jonas said. But he's a very good guy, very old school. He wants to know a person and their family before he does business with them. But he's the perfect buyer. He'll invest whatever it takes to save the factory and keep the town working. That's just the kind of guy he is. He says there are more important things in life than money. Yeah. When you're hemorrhaging money as bad as you are, tourniquets are more important. Killian interrupted with a laugh. You could definitely use a tourniquet right about now. Jonas couldn't help but laugh along with his friend. Killian had always known the right thing to say to lighten the tension in a room, even back in college. There had been plenty of pressure to go around in those days. He and his friends worked around the clock to finish school while building their tech company from the ground up, and Killian had been the one who'd kept all of them smiling. Once they sold their company and each walked away multi-billionaires, Jonas thought his money troubles were over for good. He was wrong. He turned his back on the numbers highlighted in red on his computer screen and scrubbed his hands over his face. It was going to take some kind of miracle to get him back in the black. But even so, that wasn't his main concern. Whatever happened, he'd bounce back eventually. But if he allowed the factory to close down, the people in Miller's Creek wouldn't recover. It would kill their small town. He had to find a way to fix this. He walked to one of the windows of his corner office and stared at the world beyond his four walls. Watching the snowflakes blow past his perch on the 72nd floor, his eyes took in the sights of downtown Chicago. A sea of high-rises backed by a steely gray December sky partially blocked his view of Lake Michigan and its white-capped waters. So many offices. He'd give anything to spend an hour in one of them, in any office but this one, where nothing seemed to have gone right for a very long time. Money was supposed to equal power, but all it seemed to give him lately was headaches. He needed a vacation, but that wouldn't be happening any time in the foreseeable future. Vacations were a luxury that even a billionaire couldn't indulge in whenever he wanted to. People were depending on him. Jonas, Killian said. Jonas met Killian's piercing green eyes. What? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Killian grinned and shook his head as he shifted the knot of his electric blue tie. He ran a hand lightly over his dark, spiked hair and rested his elbow on the arm of his chair. Same old Jonas, always taking on the weight of the world. You've got good intentions, but you know you can't fix every problem in the world, right? It's too much for one guy to handle. You can only do what you can do." Jonas shrugged and plopped back down into his chair, slouching deep into its plush leather surface. He interlaced his fingers and rested his hands on his stomach. "I don't want to solve all of the world's problems. I'd be happy with half. I just want to solve half of them." The two friends enjoyed a quiet chuckle, but only Jonas knew how much truth was packed into the simple words he'd just uttered. He'd been forced to sit on the sidelines before and watch as life beat and battered someone he cared deeply for. But he wasn't that guy anymore. Nobody was going to bench him ever again. He had the power to make a difference, and he was going to use that power. Even so, it felt good to laugh, even if only for a moment. Jonas had spent more time frowning than smiling lately, and that kind of negativity was foreign to him. Foreign and exhausting. Killian adjusted the sleeves of his custom-made silver suit. "Why don't you sell your place in Maui? You can always buy a new one next year after things turn around for you. It might be an easy way to put a few million in your pocket. Then you could take your time selling the factory and wouldn't have to appease this buyer." "It did put a few million in my pocket. 18 million to be exact." "You already sold it?" Killian asked, wide-eyed. "Yep, and every dollar has gone back into the business. I also sold my places in Milan, Tokyo, and Miami. Man, I hated to part with that one. It was only an hour away from some of the best snorkeling in the Keys. Not that I ever went, but it was nice to know that I could, you know? But you've got to do what you've got to do." The low price he was forced to take on his Miami penthouse still pained him when he thought about it. But he'd found himself between a rock and a hard place when one of his largest investments had gone belly up earlier that year. With all of his funds tied up in other long-term investments and philanthropic endeavors, he'd found himself cruising along with a net worth of over $1 billion and a nearly empty bank account. "Wow, you really are struggling. If it would help you out, I could buy the factory off you," Killian said. "I appreciate it, man, but you don't know anything about factories, and saving a failing one is tricky business. Besides, how are you going to afford to buy that castle you were telling me about if you spend all your money bailing out a factory in the Midwest? How many castles do you own now? 25? The corners of Jonas's mouth twitched as he struggled to suppress a teasing smile. Killian threw his head back and laughed. "Don't judge, man. Some people collect baseball cards. I collect castles. This new one in France is awesome. Built in the early 1400s and overlooks a winding river down in the valley." Killian kissed his fingertips with a grand yet comical flourish of his hand. "Très magnifique." "I know. You've told me about that place 15 times at least." A smile tugged at the corners of Jonas's lips. "I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'd be happy to help. And incidentally, it would only be castle number 9, if I buy it," Killian said. Jonas's expression sobered. "All joking aside, thanks for offering. But this is my mess, and I'll clean it up. I've got an interested buyer. I've just got to figure out a way to convince him to take the leap." "Have you told Sophie how important this deal is to you?" asked Killian with a pointed look. "Yeah, I told her 2,000 people are going to find themselves out of work in the new year if I can't make this deal happen." "What did she say?" "She said to take Lily and have her pretend to be my fiancée." Under normal circumstances, Jonas wouldn't hesitate to ask Lily to come on an overnight business trip. She was a hard worker and the best assistant he'd ever had. But asking her to pose as his fiancée was crossing the line. Killian got quiet, his lips set in a hard, thin line. Jonas knew that look. It was the same no-nonsense expression Killian wore whenever he was about to lay it all on the line. Jonas braced himself for what was coming. "Jonas, has Sophie ever done anything for somebody besides herself since you've known her?" Jonas didn't have a good answer to that question. He believed she had a good heart deep down, but he didn't have any tangible examples to point to. He was convinced all she needed was somebody to help bring out her better nature. That and time to recover from the recent upheaval in her family. It couldn't be easy to be the daughter of a multimillionaire who'd suddenly found himself bankrupt. He could help her become the best version of herself. Jonas believed in everyone he met, and Sophie was no different. Try not to be too hard on her. She has her flaws just like everyone else, but she also has good qualities. If you say so. I just can't help but feel that you're putting all of the effort into this relationship. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure it takes two people to make things work. She just needs someone to love her rough edges away, Jonas said. I hope she's not the next lost cause you're taking up. I bet you've bought more than 200 failing businesses over the past 10 years, and look where that's gotten you. Killian grabbed one of the abysmal reports in front of him and waved it in the air. Yes, but do you have any idea how many jobs I've saved? More than 90,000. Those aren't just numbers on a page, Killian. They're real people with real lives that weren't turned upside down because their company went bust. You have a big heart. I'd hate to think you're trying to rescue Sophie from herself. She's not a failing business that you can swoop in and save, you know. People are a lot more complicated, Killian said. Jonas blew a long breath from his pursed lips. Life is complicated. I feel you, man. The two friends sat in silence, gazing at the floor for several minutes before Killian continued. Are you positive he won't do business with you if you don't bring your fiancée? He was adamant about wanting to know what he called the whole man before entering into any agreement. Apparently, he doesn't consider me whole unless I bring my other half along. I don't think you have any other choice then. If Sophie won't go, you've got to bring Lily. That factory is bleeding you dry. You can't keep going at this rate, or everything you've worked so hard to build here is going to crumble. Think about how many people would lose their jobs then. Killian was right. He owed it to his employees to make every effort to save their jobs, no matter how uncomfortable it might be for him on a personal level. His stomach soured. All right, I'll ask her. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lily walked into the main office. Her strawberry blonde hair still damp from snowflakes that had melted during the long elevator ride. A knot the size of a tennis ball formed in Jonas's throat. Every ounce of moisture disappeared from his mouth, leaving behind a swollen and virtually useless tongue. He walked to a small table along the back wall of the office and picked up a pitcher of water with damp palms. After filling the tumbler to the brim, he guzzled the liquid down in a series of long gulps. Well, it looks like my work here is done, Killian said with a wink. Do me a favor, will you, Jonas? Anything. Take a minute while you're engaged to Lily to notice how a nice lady treats her fiancé. I think you might be surprised. Killian ducked out of the office before Jonas could come up with a response. Returning to his chair, he raked his fingers through his hair. The moment of truth had arrived. The buyer was expecting him and his fiancée to show up at the San Antonio airport the next afternoon. He didn't have any time to waste. He had to ask her now. But how? How do you ask an employee to pose as your fiancé without sounding like an absolute creeper? Chapter 2. Lily O'Connor threw her shoulders back and stood tall as she strode to her desk in the executive suite. She couldn't allow herself to back down. Not today. She was a woman on a mission to quit her job. Heat built in her rosy cheeks as she silently rehearsed the speech that was to accompany the resignation letter she held in her hand. She'd made a promise to her father, and it was time to make good on it. After hanging her coat and stowing her purse in her private closet, she made straight for the kitchen. The wind had cut right through her wool coat and chilled her to the bone. A steaming hot cup of coffee was just what the doctor ordered. Her hand trembled as she poured the searing liquid into a mug that read, "I'd rather be painting." It could have been the 4 cups of coffee she'd already had that morning that caused her tremors, but more than likely not, it was her nerves. She'd lost count of how many times she'd planned to quit over the past year. Quitting a good job and saying goodbye to a steady income to follow her passion was something that was easier said than done. But this was the day. There was no turning back now. She'd gotten up at 5 o'clock that morning to FaceTime an interview for a job in Paris, a job that was the perfect stepping stone on her way to realizing her dream of making a living off her art. Working as the personal assistant to one of the top artists in Paris would grant her all the connections she needed to enter the art scene with a bang when she was ready to make her debut. Lily stood in the kitchen and held her mug, allowing the heated liquid to warm her chilled fingers. She brought the brim to her lips and muttered into it, "You'll never learn to fly if you stay in the nest." Lost in thought, she sipped her drink. The hot coffee felt good the whole way down, thawing her from the inside out. What would it really be like to quit? Her interview had gone well that morning, but she hadn't actually been offered the job. Could she really afford to walk away from a good-paying job without any guarantee of another position waiting in the wings? Maybe this wasn't the best time to turn in her resignation after all. No, she was doing it again, second-guessing herself. She poured what was left of her coffee down the drain and marched to her desk to grab her things for her daily briefing with Mr. Wiseman. She couldn't back down again. It was now or never. With a milestone birthday looming on the horizon, she had to take bold steps and force herself to make the changes she wanted to see in her life. She couldn't quiet the niggling voice in the back of her mind that told her if she was still working a 9-to-5 office job when she turned 30, she could kiss her dreams goodbye. She'd never become the artist she was meant to be, the artist she'd promised her father she'd become. Her father's words echoed in her mind. "Don't waste your life working a job you don't love. I lived that life so you wouldn't have to." It was settled. She'd turn in her 2-week notice today and move to Paris after the holidays, job or no job. She was going to break into the Paris art scene one way or another. How she was going to pay for the tickets to get there remained to be seen, but that was another worry for another day. Lily stood at her desk and gathered her things for the meeting. She turned and looked at Jonas Wiseman through the glass partition that separated them, and mouthed the words, "Are you ready?" He sat on the edge of his seat with a rigid back, all color gone from his face. A sinking feeling came over her. He knows. Lily pushed the thought down. There was no way he could know she was about to quit. She hadn't told a soul about her plans. Her one and only confidant had passed away nearly 2 years ago, and she hadn't had the heart to replace him yet. Amazing fathers were like that, pretty much irreplaceable. Lily walked into Jonas's office and took her usual seat in front of his desk. She placed one ankle behind the other and clutched her envelope with a white-knuckled fist beneath the smooth leather planner she held. Offering a timid smile, she tucked a silky straight lock of hair behind her ear. Jonas took a deep breath and cleared his throat. He leaned forward on his elbows, his head sinking between his raised shoulders. He interlaced his fingers and clamped them down tight, stopping their fidgeting. Beads of sweat gathered on his brow. He looked positively unwell. She couldn't bring herself to give him the letter yet. The poor man looked like he couldn't take another hit at the moment. But that was all right. The conversation she planned to have was one better suited for the end of a meeting, rather than the beginning anyway. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Fine. How are you?" Jonas's left eye twitched as he cringed at his own words. "I'm okay, but you look like you should be at home in bed. Are you sure you're all right?" A tight-lipped smile stretched across his face. "I've just got a lot on my mind." He gestured toward the financial reports still strewn across his desk. Lily's heart broke a little as she gazed into Jonas's weary eyes. Those magnetic light blue eyes were another reason it had been so hard to walk away from her job. Not only were they drop-dead gorgeous, but she could see his kind heart every time she gazed into them. His heart was one of the things she admired the most about Jonas. He could have taken his billions and gone off to live the high life 10 years ago. But instead, he'd chosen to use his wealth to help others. She respected him for that. The way her heart raced whenever they were in the same room together proved that what she felt for him went a bit beyond simple respect. But she couldn't afford to dwell on that. He was her boss, and engaged to another woman. It didn't matter how much he made her heart go pitter-patter whenever he looked at her. He was 150% off limits. On the bright side, you've got that meeting with Mr. Rowland tomorrow afternoon. If all goes well, that'll take a lot of the pressure off, right? She said. Jonas leaned back in his chair and ran his fingers through his blonde hair. Funny you should mention Mr. Rowland. A nervous chuckle escaped his lips. I was kind of wondering if you'd be interested in coming along. Would there be enough room? I'm sure Sophie will be bringing a truckload of luggage. Lily laughed to cover up the fact that she had no desire to be cooped up in a cabin 35,000 feet in the air with Sophie Stiles. Sophie won't be coming tomorrow. But I thought Mr. Rowland wanted to meet both of you before working out the details of the deal. He did. He does. Jonas rubbed the back of his neck as the first hint of color seeped back into his cheeks. She suggested I bring you along instead. I don't mind coming, but I don't see how that's going to help anything. He seemed pretty set on meeting you and your fiancé. Yes, about that, Jonas said. How do you feel about bonuses? Lily couldn't help but laugh at the awkward expression on Jonas's face. What kind of a question was that? Who wouldn't love to get a bonus? The tension she'd carried ever since leaving her apartment that morning melted away. I suppose I like them as much as the next person. Why, are you handing out the Christmas bonuses today? Not exactly. I've got a somewhat non-typical request to make of you. I thought that if you agreed to take on a project I have in mind, I'd offer a bonus to compensate you for the extra work. Lily hesitated. The idea of earning a bonus was enticing, especially when she thought about the possibility of moving to the other side of the world without a job lined up. She had a pile of stubborn student loans left over from her college days, and passion alone wasn't enough to pay the bills. For that, she needed cold, hard cash. She glanced at the envelope she still held. This wasn't the right time to take on a new project. It was just another excuse to maintain the status quo. Thanks for thinking of me, Mr. Wiseman, but I don't think... $15,000. Jonas's ears turned beet red. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm desperate. Lily's jaw hung open for a moment. Jonas had always been generous when it came to handing out the annual bonuses, but never to the tune of $15,000. That kind of money could make a lot of problems go away. How big of a project is it? She asked. It's a 24-hour job. Lily's brows furrowed. Something was off. For the first time since she'd met him, Jonas seemed to have trouble holding her gaze. What could I possibly do to earn $15,000 over the course of 24 hours? Fly to San Antonio with me tomorrow afternoon, and we'll be back by the next day. I've gone on business trips with you before. What's different about this one? Jonas slumped in his chair and scrubbed his hands over his face. Here's the deal. Sophie won't come to Texas. If Mr. Rowland doesn't meet my fiancé, the sale won't go through. The factory will go bankrupt, and 2,000 hard-working people will be out of a job in the new year. I need someone to stand in for her. Lily swallowed hard. Are you saying that you want me to pretend to be Sophie? Only for one day, that's all. Jonas held his hands up and flashed an apologetic smile. I don't know. What would Sophie think? If I were her, there's no way I'd go for a plan like this. It was her idea. I would never have asked you, but I'm out of options. $15,000 for pretending to be your fiancé. That's the deal. Lily lowered her gaze to the envelope she held. Quitting her corporate job and moving to Paris was a huge step toward keeping her promise to her father and fulfilling her dreams. But it would all be pointless if she couldn't afford to live there. $15,000 would be a game changer. One day. Waiting one day to turn in her notice wasn't selling out, was it? She tucked her envelope into her back pocket. Throw in tickets to Paris and I'm in. Chapter 3. Jonas swiped his finger across the tablet he held, closing the proposal he'd just gone over for the 6th time that morning. He laid it in his briefcase and stowed it beneath his seat. The high-pitched whir of the jet engines outside still echoed in his ears as a skeleton crew finished the final preparations for their departure. He leaned his head back on the calfskin leather headrest and closed his eyes to wait for Lily to board. It didn't matter that the black leather he sat on was as creamy as butter, or the fact that the plush seat melded perfectly to the contours of his body. Jonas squirmed in place, crossing and uncrossing his legs. He folded his arms high across his chest, then laid them on the padded armrests of his seat, clutching them with white knuckles. His stomach was in knots. Multiple scenarios played over in his mind as he fidgeted in his seat. He strained his brain, searching for the right answer to any possible question Andrew Rowland might throw his way during their meeting later that afternoon. It didn't matter which way he looked at the situation. He wasn't in control of anything. He found himself at the mercy of the circumstances around him, and that was a position he'd promised he'd never allow himself to be in ever again. Somehow, life had managed to outmaneuver him, but he wasn't going to go down without a fight. He massaged his temples, wishing Lily had already arrived. She had a way of getting him out of his own head and brightening his day like no one else he'd ever worked with. He opened his eyes and gazed out the small, round window to his left. There was no sign of her. He instinctively glanced at his wrist to check the time, forgetting that he'd sold his watch late the night before to come up with Lily's bonus. It hadn't felt right to pay a bonus out of his business's general fund when so many jobs were in jeopardy. Money was tight, tighter than it had been in a long time. Everything depended on the success of this one meeting. He'd bought and sold more businesses than he could remember, but this time was different. His seemingly endless supply of money had just about dried up, and he had no way of knowing when or even if the situation would turn around. He didn't want to think about what his next steps might have to be if he didn't convince Mr. Rowland to buy the failing factory he'd committed to save. Jonas breathed a sigh of relief when the hangar door opened and Lily stepped out into the sunlight. She turned up the collar of her coat to shut out the cold December wind and strode toward the jet, clutching her flouncy red dress as she went. A spicy floral aroma filled the cabin when she stepped through the door. "Good morning," she said. Jonas envied the smile on her face. She showed no sign of the nerves he felt deep in the pit of his stomach. She slipped her coat off and laid it on the couch on the other side of the cabin. The fitted bodice of her sleeveless red dress was accentuated by a narrow black belt cinched at the waist. He'd never seen her so dressed up before. She certainly looked the part of a billionaire's fiancée, with her manicured nails and confident stride. For the first time in days, he breathed a sigh of relief. This hair-brained scheme might actually work after all. Jonas swallowed hard. "Good morning." "Well, what do you think?" Lily came and sat in the seat opposite him. "I don't think I've ever seen you look so—" Jonas shook his head while struggling to find the right words to say. Amazing was one word that came to mind, but he held his tongue. Even though they were pretending to be engaged, she was still his employee. He had to tread carefully. "You're wearing heels." "Well, I am posing as your fiancé. I didn't think it would be very convincing if I were to show up in my boring old business casual work clothes and black flats. I asked myself what I'd wear if I were engaged to a billionaire. When I realized I didn't have an evening gown spun from solid gold thread hanging in my closet, I figured this little red number would have to do the trick. Lily's bubbly laughter filled the cabin. You'd never know I picked it up off the clearance rack last year. Jonas couldn't resist joining in with her laughter, even though her words hit close to home. His fiancée's spending was out of control. They weren't even married yet, and Sophie had already spent more of his money than he cared to tally up. He didn't even know it was possible to max out a credit card that had no spending limit, but somehow Sophie had managed to do it not once, but twice in the past month. If there was a store somewhere in the world that actually sold evening gowns made of spun gold, he was certain that Sophie must have already purchased one. The captain called out over the sound system, asking the travelers to buckle their seatbelts as they taxied onto the runway. Lily clicked her belt into place and gave the tail a firm tug, securing herself in her seat. I guess we're on the clock now. We should probably get down to business. What do you mean? If I'm supposed to pose as your fiancé, I need the whole scoop. Tell me everything. She leaned back in her seat, apparently settling in for a good long story. Okay. Jonas took a deep breath as the jet turbines roared even louder than before. They were rolling down the runway, picking up speed by the moment. The jet would be airborne in a matter of seconds. His stomach jolted when the wheels left the ground. There was no turning back now. Enjoying the sensation of being pressed into his seat during their steep climb to the top of the sky, he puffed his cheeks and contemplated the best place to begin Lily's lesson in trivia about his life. Let's see. I like peanuts, but not peanut butter. My favorite color is... Not that kind of stuff. I guarantee you people are going to ask how you popped the question, and our stories need to line up. Give me all the juicy details. She shifted in her seat, resting her elbow on the armrest with a wide smile on her face. I guess you're right. Jonas's cheeks heated as he gazed out the window, gathering his thoughts. Telling the story of how he and Sophie had gotten engaged was not one of his favorite things to do. It always sounded all wrong whenever he tried to explain it to anyone. Killian had nearly ruptured the blood vessel in his forehead when he told him. He decided on the spot to tell the abridged version of their engagement story. There's not much to tell, really. What? No violin serenade or fireworks going off in the background? I thought grand gestures were pretty much par for the course when it came to billionaires and the women they pursue. Lily folded her arms across her chest and pinned him with an impish grin. That's the way it was for a couple of buddies of mine, but I guess Sophie and I are just different. She started talking about weddings, and by the end of the night we were engaged. It was as simple as that. Jonas tried to massage the tension in his neck away. I don't think either of us really saw it coming, but she's so happy now. They had reached cruising altitude. Jonas fixed his eyes out the window, gazing at the slight curvature of the Earth's surface at the horizon. He would have been happy to end this part of their conversation right then and there, but Lily had other plans. And you? She asked. What about me? Her round hazel eyes searched his. You're happy too, right? The tips of his ears burned as he hesitated to answer the question. Yes, of course I'm happy. I'm happy that she's happy. Lily pressed her lips together and stared at him for a long moment before speaking. You know, it's really none of my business, but I'm just going to put this out there. Being happy that someone else is happy isn't always the same thing as being happy yourself. I'm happy. The twitch in his left eye came back with a vengeance as he pasted a smile on. Okay, she said. Okay, that's all? Lily nodded. Yep, that's all I needed to know. Thanks. She folded her hands in her lap and turned away from the window. The wheels of Jonas's mind started turning as they sat together in silence. He was happy, wasn't he? Yes, he definitely was. Sophie had everything she needed. He'd saved tens of thousands of jobs over the course of his career. At this very moment, he was on his way to save even more. He fixed everything broken he came into contact with. It was the driving force behind everything he did. He had every reason to be happy. So why was it so difficult to smile lately? Jonas got tired of the sound of his own voice in his head as he tried to sort out what was going on inside him. After a few minutes of flying along in silence, he got up and wandered to the next compartment to get some refreshments. He needed a distraction, and chocolate was on the menu. He returned to where they were sitting, carrying 2 small bottles of water and a tray filled with personal-sized packets of chocolate-covered peanut candies. He presented it to Lily as if it were filled with fine, exotic delicacies. "For you, madam." Lily played along and picked up a packet of candy. "Why, thank you, garçon." She tore the top off and poured a few of the multicolored candies into her hand. "I hear the red ones taste decidedly better than the blue ones," he said with a bow. Lily laughed. "Oh, yes, I've heard the same thing, though I personally prefer the flavor of the orange dye myself," she said, popping a candy into her mouth. "Not to poo-poo the favorite snack foods of the rich and famous, but these are miles better than caviar and lobster cakes. I'll take a bag of chocolate over that stuff any day of the week." "I'm glad to hear it. There won't be any caviar or lobster cakes around here for a long time." Jonas sat down and tore his own bag open. "Try not to let it get you down. I'm sure the deal is going to go through today and you'll be munching those tiny fish eggs in no time," she said. "It'll be a start, but it's going to take a lot more than one good deal to get things back on track." Jonas dumped several candies into his mouth, savoring the rich flavor of the milk chocolate. Lily's brows drew together. "Are things really that bad?" "Afraid so. Several major investments went south this year. I've got no fluid cash. Even the fuel to fly to Texas today was a gift from a friend to help me keep up appearances." "I had no idea." Lily laid her candy on the console table beside her chair. "Mr. Wiseman." Jonas held up his hand. "Please, call me Jonas." "All right, Jonas. Can you afford my bonus? Be honest." Jonas was struck by the look of concern in Lily's eyes. It wasn't concern for herself and whether or not her bonus check might bounce. She was concerned for him. He could sense it. She was a good woman. He nonchalantly tugged his sleeve down to cover his bare wrist. "Don't worry about it. You're earning every penny. Besides, your bonus only costs about the same as a nice watch. Not a big deal." Lily laughed. "Well, I guess your idea of money trouble is a little different than mine. You had me concerned there for a minute." Jonas clutched at his wrist and put on a smile he hoped looked more natural than it felt. If only she knew just how lean times actually were. Eventually, he would run out of things to sell. If his finances didn't turn around before then, he might have to make an appearance in bankruptcy court in the new year. But somehow the thought didn't feel as scary with Lily's smiling face staring back at him. Chapter 4. Averting her eyes from the white, billowy clouds below, Lily took a deep breath to soothe her nerves as she thought of the day ahead. Working closely with Jonas was her job description. But she was about to take it to a completely new level, and she hoped she had what it took to pull it off. This was no ordinary day at the office. She wasn't going to be scheduling meetings or taking notes. Today she'd be holding Jonas's hand and gazing into his eyes, pretending she was the luckiest woman alive. With $15,000 and her tickets to Paris on the line, it was time to swallow those nerves and dive in with both feet. Honestly, it wouldn't be all that difficult to play the part of a doting fiancée. She'd nursed a little crush on Jonas ever since she'd started working for him a year ago. Always smart when it came to the opposite sex, she never allowed herself to get carried away with romantic ideas. But with Jonas, a good portion of her level-headedness had abandoned her. All it had taken was one good look at the real him, his heart, and she was a goner. But she couldn't allow herself to enjoy the fantasy too much. It was all pretend. Everything they said and did today would all be part of the show. And somewhere in Chicago, a very real fiancé awaited Jonas's return. He was officially off the market, and that was the end of it. Lily remembered well the morning she'd found out about the engagement. Jonas had looked just as surprised as Lily felt when Sophie waltzed into the office to show him the engagement ring she'd just purchased. What kind of woman went shopping for her own engagement ring without her fiancé? And with his credit card, no less. Lily's brows furrowed at the memory. She smelled a gold digger. But as much as she hated the whole arrangement, it wasn't her place to comment on who her boss chose to marry, no matter how much of a scam it seemed like to her. A new boss in the new year. That was what she needed. She would definitely be handing in her notice tomorrow afternoon when they got back to Chicago. She blew a long breath from pursed lips as she gazed at her folded hands in her lap. A moment later, the window shade beside her went down, obstructing her view of the ever-changing field of white below. She glanced in Jonas's direction. He stood at the other end of the cabin, fiddling with a pair of remote controls, trying to work the television. A smile tugged on the corners of her lips. You'd think a guy who graduated at the top of his class at MIT would be able to figure out which remote control worked the television and which one adjusted the window blinds. "Sorry about that," Jonas said, raising the blind with the touch of a button. Lily smiled and walked over to where Jonas stood, shaking her head. "It's no problem, really. I actually prefer the shade down. Here, give those to me." Jonas handed her the remotes, his fingertips brushing the palm of her hand in the process. A small flutter tickled her stomach. Lily stiffened against the sensation, unwilling to allow herself to get caught up in the moment. If it weren't for Andrew Rowland insisting to meet Sophie, Lily wouldn't even be on this trip. None of this was real. She had to remember that. "How long have you had this jet?" she asked. "And you still don't know which remote does what?" She flashed a teasing grin. Jonas raised his hands in defense. "Hey, I was a software guy back in my glory days at MIT, not a hardware guy." Lily had the television up and running in a matter of moments. Jonas pumped his fist in celebration. "It's the little victories that make life worth living," he said, a playful twinkle dancing in his eyes. Lily laughed. "What would you do without me?" "I'd be lost." Lily's heart skipped a beat when their eyes met. She squeaked out a nervous laugh. "You'd be fine. You'd hire a new assistant the next day and forget all about me in a week." "Impossible. You're the best assistant I've ever had. I could never replace you." She sucked in a sharp breath and froze in place. Her mouth went dry as her heart rate sped up. They weren't supposed to have this conversation until after they got back from Texas the next day. This wasn't part of the plan. "Don't be silly. You could post my job tomorrow and have 100 qualified applicants by the end of the day, even with Christmas less than a week away." "None of them would be as good as you. I'm not kidding," Jonas said. "That's the whole reason I sprung this trip on you at the last minute. I spent more than a week trying to find another way. I didn't want to risk making things weird at the office, you know? But as long as we're clear that this arrangement is strictly a professional necessity, we should be okay, right?" "Right. Strictly a professional necessity." Those were exactly the words Lily needed to hear. There was no room for emotion in business. She just had to get through the next 24 hours, turn in her 2-week notice, and mentally divorce herself from the job. That's all this was. A job. He had his life to live, and she had hers. The skidding sound of the aircraft's tires hitting the Texas runway sent a jolt through Jonas's body. They were one step closer to coming face to face with Andrew Rowland, one of the wealthiest oilmen in the state of Texas. Jonas's palms broke out in a sweat. This was a bad idea. A wave of nausea washed over him, lingering in his stomach. He unbuckled his seatbelt and ran his fingers through his hair as he stood. "I guess it's a little late to ask this, but do you have any acting experience?" His ears throbbed with every beat of his heart. Lily thought hard for a moment before answering. "I did get a lot of stage time in several plays back when I was in school." Jonas's jaw dropped as he stretched his arms wide. "You're an actress? That's perfect." He enjoyed a huge sigh, scrubbing his hands over his face as the tension he'd carried in his shoulders for a week fell off of him. "I wish I would have known that earlier. I wouldn't have stayed awake all night worrying." Lily's bubbly laughter filled the cabin. "Don't get too excited. I didn't win any Tony Awards. I was usually cast as a farm animal. I think my biggest role was when I got to play an enchanted tree. I didn't have any lines, but I pulled on every heartstring in the gym that night. I was a weeping willow, doomed to weep for all eternity." Lily threw her wrist against her forehead in a melodramatic show of despair. "I even managed to squirt out a real tear for that one." Doomed. Yep, that pretty much summed up the way Jonas felt. "Would you have a look at that car?" Lily said, gazing out the window. "I've never seen anything like it." Jonas peered out the window next to her. A large man wearing a white 10-gallon cowboy hat had driven a classic Cadillac convertible with the top up onto the tarmac. There wasn't a speck of dirt to be seen on the immaculate white vehicle. Jonas immediately recognized the driver from the many times he'd graced the covers of various financial magazines over the past decade. Andrew Rowland had arrived. He stepped out of the car and stretched his long limbs. Tossing his hat onto the baby pink leather bench seat behind him, he closed the door. His well-groomed hair may have been a subdued shade of gray, but his blue eyes were electric. He hooked his thumbs in the belt loops of his pressed jeans and leaned up against the vehicle. The pearl snaps near the bottom of his royal blue dress shirt were swallowed up by a silver belt buckle the size of an oblong dessert plate. Lily pointed to the pair of horns fixed to the front of the Cadillac. "It looks like that car ate a cow." Jonas snorted out a laugh. "Let's hope Mr. Rowland doesn't eat us alive, too. It looks like he came to pick us up himself." "A hands-on billionaire," said Lily. "I like that. He looks really down to earth. You two should get along really well. Check out those boots." "They're kind of hard to miss with his pants tucked inside," Jonas said. "If I had boots like that, I wouldn't hide them under pant legs either. He looks Texas-y enough to have stepped right out of a movie with those silver toe caps. Let's go meet him." Judging from the excitement in Lily's voice, she was looking forward to this meeting a lot more than he was. "Hold up," Jonas said. "Aren't you forgetting something, dear?" Lily turned bright red and scrunched her nose. She didn't meet his gaze as she spoke. "We're not 60 years old. I don't think you should call me dear. It sounds all wrong." "What should I call you?" "What do you call Sophie?" He thought for a few seconds. "I guess I just call her Sophie." Was it strange that he and Sophie hadn't ever used pet names for each other? Lily finally looked him in the eyes. "That works. Just call me by my name and we'll be fine. So what was I forgetting?" Jonas dug into his pocket and produced a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a rented princess-cut diamond engagement ring set in platinum. He took her slender hand in his and slid the band onto her left ring finger. Lily held her hand out at arm's length and gasped. "It's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen." The breathless wonder of Lily's words caused a twinge of sadness to prick his heart. He'd have liked to have had this experience with the woman he was going to marry. Never the type of man to run from commitment, he'd always looked forward to the moment it would be his turn to slip an engagement ring on his true love's finger. But things hadn't worked out that way. When he'd given Sophie his credit card to purchase a few things they needed for a spur-of-the-moment engagement party, he'd never imagined she'd come back with a $200,000 engagement ring on her finger. "Well, you don't expect me to show up at my own engagement party without a ring to show off, do you?" He remembered her voice, loud and clear. Her indignance at his shock had quickly turned to tears. Apologetic tears that had convinced him to go against his better judgment and keep a ring that was more than 4 times as expensive as what he'd intended to spend. He hadn't planned on getting engaged the night that he did. He hadn't planned on throwing a big party the next day to celebrate. And he certainly hadn't planned on nearly emptying his bank account on an engagement ring. He'd find a way to fix that mess, too. His mental to-do list seemed to grow by the day. "It looks like he's waiting for us to come down," Lily said, peeking out the window again. "We'd better not keep him waiting any longer." Jonas grabbed his briefcase and offered Lily his arm as they headed for the exit, but stood rooted in place when they reached the top of the stairs. He'd wanted to get this moment over with since yesterday afternoon, but now that the time had finally arrived, he wished he could put it off for a little longer. Lily gave him a gentle tug. "Come on, we've got this. You're the best at what you do. Let's go save some jobs." Lily's words breathed new life into him. She was right. It was time to sell a factory and save the jobs it provided. He put a smile on his face and followed her down the stairs. "Howdy, kids," Andrew Rowland called out with a wide grin. "I'm Andy." He spoke with genuine humility, as if it were possible that they might not recognize the 6'4" mogul. Jonas stretched his hand out in greeting. "Mr. Rowland, it's so great to finally meet you in person." "Please call me Andy." He never broke eye contact as he gave Jonas a firm handshake. Andy's kind smile and twinkling eyes set Jonas completely at ease. Why on earth had he been so uptight about their meeting? This was going to be easier than he'd thought. "All right, Andy it is then." Andy's eyes shifted to Lily, standing beside Jonas, clinging to his left arm. "And who might this lovely lady be?" "This is my fiancée, Lily." Lily clamped down on Jonas's arm as a curious expression flashed across Andy's face. Jonas's stomach lurched when he realized what he'd just said. He'd done it now. He wasn't even 30 seconds into making one of the most important business connections of the year, possibly his life, and he'd already blown it. "I thought your fiancée's name was Sophie," Andy said, maintaining his grip on Jonas's hand. All of the wind was knocked out of him. Jonas couldn't find his voice. Chapter 5. All of the color had drained from Jonas's face. Lily still clung to his arm, sensing the tension building in him. There was no way he was climbing out of the hole he dug without her help. It was time to go to work and earn that bonus. "Sophie is my given name," she said, reaching out to shake Andy's hand. Then, turning her attention to Jonas, she gazed up at her boss with the doe eyes of a woman hopelessly in love. "Lily is the nickname this sweet guy gave me the day we met." She reached up and tapped the end of Jonas's nose with her finger. "He's such a romantic." A dreamy sigh escaped her lips, her gaze still fixed on him. "That's a day I'll never forget," she said. "I was standing all alone next to a pond at the park. Everything was so peaceful until I heard a massive splash." Lily rested her head on Jonas's shoulder. "I rushed over to one of the hedges near the water's edge to see what had fallen in, and came face to face with this guy right here. He was dripping wet from head to toe and holding one of the most beautiful water lilies I'd ever seen." Jonas slipped his arm out of her grasp and snaked it around Lily's waist, pulling her close. Lily took in a sharp breath, her cheeks flushing at their closeness. It was one thing to hold onto his arm. It was another thing completely to be held by him. "I knew that lily had to be hers as soon as I laid my eyes on it." Jonas said, coming back to life and finishing off her story. Without missing a beat, he placed a soft kiss on her temple. He was good. If Lily could quiet her racing heart, they just might have a chance at convincing Andy that they were actually a couple. "He's called me his water lily ever since," Lily said. She was relieved that Jonas was back in the game, and more than a little surprised at how well he was playing it. "Well, I'll be dogged if that ain't the best story I've heard all day long. Ain't nothing better than young love. So, do I call you Lily, or is that name reserved for this lucky fella?" Andy nodded toward Jonas. "You can call me Lily. All of our friends do." "Yeah," said Jonas. "I have a feeling we're all going to be good friends. No need to be formal, right, sweetie?" "Sweetie?" He was laying it on thick. "Of course, honey," Lily said, matching the ooey-gooey tone of his voice. "Well, let's pile in if your men are done putting your luggage in the trunk. We've got a long ride ahead of us." Andy opened the car door, inviting them into the back seat. Jonas placed a large, warm hand on the small of Lily's back, guiding her to the door. "How far is it to the office?" he asked. "Office? We ain't going to the office. It'd be a sin to go indoors on a day like today." Andy was right. The sky was clear blue with a handful of white billowy clouds sailing high above them. The 60-degree temperatures almost felt toasty compared to the weather they'd left behind only a few hours before. "Where are we going?" Jonas asked as Andy slid into the driver's seat in front of him. "We're heading out to the ranch. The family is there now putting the final touches on the barbecue. We usually put on a big barbecue and fireworks show on New Year's Day, but we'll be out of town this year. What with Christmas happening next week, today was the only day left that fit everyone's schedules. I'm glad it all worked out this way. It's the perfect chance to get to know you kids a little better." Andy caught Lily's eye in the mirror. "I hope you brought your appetite with you. The brisket has been in the smoker since 4 this morning. That's some good eating right there." "I'm looking forward to it," Lily said. "I've never had brisket before." Andy's jaw dropped. "Well, you're in for a real treat then. The missus makes her own rub from scratch. Her recipe is so top secret, she don't even tell me what's in it." Andy's hearty laugh filled the vehicle. "Whatever her secret ingredients is, once she rubs down that meat with it, well, you ain't gonna taste nothing like it anywhere else south of heaven." "It sounds like you take your barbecuing seriously," Jonas said. "There's 3 things we're serious about at my house: religion, football, and barbecue." Lily relaxed on the soft pink leather and listened while Andy chatted away about the finer points of what it took to put on a real Texas barbecue, as they sped down what felt like an endless highway. She didn't know how on earth anyone could have so much to say about meat, but she liked it. She liked him. His friendly manner was comforting. Something about him reminded her of her own father. Her mind drifted to memories of their last days together. What would her father think of her still working a 9-to-5 job 2 years after he'd passed away? Her shoulders slumped as she wrestled with the thoughts of having let him down. Why had she taken so long to keep her promise to him? No, she couldn't allow herself to go down that rabbit hole right now. She had a job to do. She needed to stay sharp. Besides, she was in the process of keeping her word to share her gift with the world. She thought of her resignation letter tucked safely away in one of her travel bags. It was just waiting to be handed to Jonas the next day when they got back to Chicago. That fact alone would have been enough to put a smile on her father's face, and that made it easier to shrug off the heaviness trying to settle in on her heart. "I sure am glad you kids decided to come down. Some people aren't willing to even take a day out of their busy lives to actually live. Life is all about FaceTime, not that phony stuff they call FaceTime on phones. I'm talking about the real deal. I ain't interested in talking to a 6-inch screen. There's no real connection there." Jonas's ears reddened, and Lily couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking of Sophie's refusal to come. "Real connection," Andy repeated. "That's what life is all about. I realize that more than ever after my heart attack last year." Jonas leaned forward with a look of genuine concern on his face. "I heard about that in the news. It sounded serious. I hope you're doing better these days?" A quiet smile curved the corners of Lily's mouth. That was her boss, always caring for the people around him, even the total strangers. "I thought I was on my way to the pearly gates that day for sure, but the good Lord had other plans for me. I'm doing fine now, but Doc says I gotta stay away from red meat. I'll tell you one thing, I ain't never been so happy to be colorblind in all my life." The same robust laughter from before filled the car. This time Jonas and Lily couldn't help but join in. "I can honestly tell the doctor I got no earthly idea what color my meat is." A sober expression finally settled onto Andy's face. "It changes a man when he looks his own mortality in the face. You see things so much more clearly. I realized then and there that I'd spent a lifetime building an empire, but hadn't built much in the way of relationships. Meaningful ones, I mean. I knew I needed to make a change." Andy offered a warm smile. "People first, business later. That's my new motto." A sudden pang of guilt hit Lily like a punch in the gut when she caught the reflection of Andy's kind eyes in the rearview mirror again. She couldn't bring herself to hold his gaze. Here she was, a mercenary in sheep's clothing, lying to one of the sweetest men she'd ever met. She peered down at the sparkling ring on her left hand and fidgeted with it. Her cheeks burned as she thought of what an idiot she'd been. Up until now, this whole situation had just seemed like performing a part in a play. It had never crossed her mind that what she'd actually be doing was deceiving not only Andy, but apparently his whole family as well. Her father wouldn't have approved of that at all. She didn't approve of it either, but it was too late to back out now. She was already in too deep. Glancing at Jonas out of the corner of her eyes, she saw him fiddling with the platinum engagement ring he wore on his left hand as well. She recognized the look on his flushed face. Guilt. Andrew Rowland wasn't some crazy old eccentric billionaire. He was a good man who'd had a wake-up call a year ago. There was a lot of truth to the things he'd said, yet here they were trying to pull the wool over his eyes to convince him to make a business deal. It was a good thing the charade was only going to last a day. She wouldn't be able to stomach much more than that, and from the looks of it, neither would Jonas. Chapter 6. After chatting with Andy during the hour-and-a-half drive to his family ranch, Jonas was more convinced than ever that he'd chosen the right man to do business with. 10 minutes into their conversation, Andy had made it clear that his bottom line was not about maximizing profit. It was about people. He shared Jonas's passion for making the world a better place, one working-class family at a time. He was a pretty rare find in the world of the mega-rich. Jonas liked him. Regret pinched his heart, making it difficult to focus. He'd never be able to build a lasting relationship with Andy, no matter how much he respected him. He glanced at Lily sitting on the bench seat beside him. How would he explain his marriage to Sophie later on? He couldn't very well come down to visit with a different woman on his arm, and he wasn't about to entertain the idea of explaining things away with more lies. That was out of the question. He hadn't realized just how difficult it would be to put on this act with Lily. She was doing an amazing job, but his heart still pricked him every time he looked in Andy's eyes, knowing he wasn't being truthful with him. His mother had taught him better than that. She'd modeled a life of integrity in front of him until the day she died. His stomach soured, knowing he'd compromised his morals. He told himself that the ends justified the means, that nothing was more important than keeping the factory employees working. Losing a stable job could have devastating consequences on a family, as he'd witnessed firsthand back in college when his mother had lost her job right before being diagnosed with cancer. Long before he'd made his first billion, he made a pledge to himself to fix the system. He'd determined to do everything in his power to combat the corporate greed that indiscriminately chewed innocent people up and spit them out. but he'd focused so much of his attention on trying to fix yet another lost cause, as investors had dubbed his latest acquisition, that he'd turned a blind eye to the fact that he'd sacrificed his own integrity in the process. He'd lost himself somewhere over the last few weeks. Get in and get out. That was the only strategy that made sense anymore. The quicker this was over with, the better. He needed time to reevaluate his life and take stock of the choices he'd made lately. The Cadillac finally slowed after driving several miles on old county roads. Andy turned onto a wide dirt path that would never have passed for a road in Chicago. They drove beneath a steel star hanging from a beam, supported by vertical posts on either side of the road. The giant star was set inside a steel ring that glinted in the afternoon sun, with the letter R welded to either side. "Welcome to Rollin' Ranch," Andy said, sitting a little taller in his seat. "The double R, as they call it in town." Jonas scanned the scenery around them. There was nothing but open pastures and rolling hills as far as he could see. Large junipers dotted a landscape dominated by tall brown grasses, bending in the light breeze. Lily grabbed Jonas's arm and gasped, pointing out the window. He laid his hand on hers without thinking, but slipped it away in a hurry and tucked it beneath his thigh. No unnecessary physical contact. Ever since he'd given her that bogus little kiss at the airport, the air between them had seemed charged. Jonas didn't know if it was a good or bad thing, and he wasn't eager to find out. Had he crossed a line? No, token displays of affection were all a part of the deal when it came to faking a relationship, right? "Look at all those little cows," Lily said. Her eyes danced with excitement at the sight of a herd of cattle grazing in the distance. Andy chuckled and rolled his window down, the distant calls of the cattle hanging in the air. "Oh my goodness, I've got goosebumps," Lily said, running her hands up and down her arms. "I've never been this close to a cow before." Andy glanced in the rearview mirror at her. "You wouldn't call them little cows if you were up close to one." His eyes twinkled. "City kids," he muttered to himself, a soft chuckle turning the corners of his mouth upward. "This end of the ranch is where we graze the cattle. We raise the horses closer to home." "You raise horses too?" Lily squeaked. "You've really got yourself a little slice of heaven here." "Yes, ma'am." A satisfied grin rested on Andy's lips. Lily was fantastic. She'd already won Andy over, and the best part about it was that she wasn't even trying. Her natural charm had been enough to get the job done. They were only a quick lunch away from solving his most pressing financial dilemma. Maybe they wouldn't even end up having to stay overnight. A pair of horses greeted them as they rounded a bend in the dusty road. They ran along a pristine fence line, its white posts and rails rising and falling with the lay of the land, taming the rugged natural beauty around them. "It's like something out of a storybook," Lily said, melting into the soft leather seat beside Jonas. "They ain't lying when they call this God's country. The only thing on God's green earth I love more than this ranch is that right there." Andy turned onto a long gravel driveway and pointed to a small gathering of people milling about on the wraparound porch of a sprawling ranch-style home. "Looks like everybody's here but Trent. We thought we'd get to spend the holidays with him this year, but he was deployed earlier than we expected." "Is Trent your son?" Jonas asked. "Yep. He's a tough-as-nails soldier, and I couldn't be more proud of him." Earlier that morning, the idea of having to attend a family barbecue, relying on whatever acting skills his fake fiancée had developed in a school gymnasium, had scared Jonas spitless. But watching Lily in action since then had set his mind at ease. They'd be just fine. A short woman with graying hair hurried to the side of the car before Andy even put it in park. "You're just in time," she said. The apples of her cheeks touched the bottom of her dark-rimmed glasses as she offered a smile that made Jonas feel like he'd just come home. The spark of life in her soft green eyes matched that of Andy's. Jonas stepped out of the car holding his briefcase and offered Lily his hand. Their eyes met when she accepted his help, but she didn't hold his gaze. There it was again, the unexplained tension he'd felt earlier. It was probably nothing, just his nerves making him sense something that wasn't there. "Alice, this is Jonas and Lily," Andy said, stepping out of the vehicle.
"It's so nice to finally meet the two of you. Aren't you just the cutest couple? Love is in full bloom this winter. Our youngest is getting married in just a few weeks."
Alice's eyes teared up at her last words. Andy stepped up beside her and draped his arm around her shoulder. "Kids, this is Alice, my beautiful wife of 32 years.
"We got married when I was 5.
Alice winked. "This woman has been with me through thick and thin, and there ain't a better one in the world for me." He bent down and placed a soft kiss on the top of her head.
"You old softy,"
Alice said, dabbing her eyes.
"You kids don't want to stand around listening to us flap our jaws in the wind. You must be starving."
She turned her attention to Jonas.
"Why don't you hand me your briefcase? I'll put it in your room for you while you make your way to the table out back."
"You know, I probably should keep a hold of it," Jonas said. "It's got all of the information on the factory as well as my proposal inside. I assumed this was a working lunch?" Jonas said, a hint of a question in his tone. Alice threw her head back and laughed.
"You big city kids really never do slow down, do you?"
"Nobody's working through lunch around here," Andy said, his brows drawing together. "If a man can work through a Texas barbecue, there's either something bad wrong with the meat or something bad wrong with the eater." He hooked his thumbs in his belt and puffed his chest. "And I know there ain't nothing wrong with the meat raised on this land." Jonas froze as Andy sized him up through narrowed eyes. "I didn't mean any disrespect," Jonas said to Andy, offering Alice his briefcase. The same massive nerves from before surfaced with a vengeance as the twitch in his left eye made itself known to the world. "Working lunches are common in Chicago, I thought." Alice slapped Andy's arm.
"Stop your playing around. It's plain as day you're scaring the boy."
Andy pinned Jonas with a serious look for a few more seconds before his hard exterior cracked and he burst out laughing. "I was only pulling your leg, son. I'm not mad. You're too serious. You need more fun in your life." A prickly shiver raced down Jonas's back, releasing the tension of the last several moments.
"Don't we all?"
Alice said, taking the briefcase. Andy stepped up to Jonas and planted a broad hand on his shoulder. "I tell you what, let's go fill our bellies. We'll talk afterward. I've got an idea, and I think you're gonna like it." So much for making a quick exit today. Chapter 7. Lily took a deep breath of the fresh country air, relieved to be free from the confines of Andy's Cadillac. It was time to get this show on the road. That phony kiss on the runway had unsettled her for a bit, but it was all part of the act. Of course, they were going to have to get a little up close and personal if they were going to convince people they were a couple, madly in love. There was no denying that she'd felt the zing of that kiss all the way down to her toes. But there wasn't anything real about it. Fake, that's what it was, and not even on the lips. She brushed a few stray hairs out of her face, her fingers lingering on the place Jonas's lips had brushed her temple. Lily rolled her eyes at her own foolishness. She had moved on a long time ago. Why was she thinking about it again? Who even cared about a fake kiss? Not Lily O'Connor, that's who.
"Come on with me,"
Alice said, waving Lily over.
"We can get acquainted while the boys talk."
She winked and guided Lily toward the house. Once they were a few paces away, Alice glanced over her shoulder at Jonas, who stood talking to Andy.
"He seems like a good catch, and I don't mean because of his fat bank account. All it takes is one look at that boy to see he's got a good heart."
Lily couldn't argue with Alice. Jonas was a good catch. Somebody else's catch.
"He really does. That's what convinced me to stick with him from the very beginning."
There was a lot of truth in what Lily had just said. Seeing the wonderful things Jonas did with his company had made it easier to put off her leap into the unknown. Ever since she'd come to work for Jonas, she'd felt that she was a part of a force for good in the world. Besides that, as long as she worked a 9 to 5, she didn't have to face the possibility of not being able to hack it as an artist. That was something she just couldn't handle. But she'd enjoyed the luxury of procrastination for far too long. The years were piling up behind her. As much as she enjoyed working for Jonas, that chapter of her life was about to come to an end.
"Here we are,"
Alice said with a wave of her hand as they made their way around the corner. Lily followed Alice to a chunky pergola attached to the back of the house, her heels clicking on the flagstone patio beneath her feet. A long wooden table stood in the pergola's shadow. She couldn't resist running her hand along its smooth surface as she admired the rustic place settings on top. Each cream-colored dish with its gold-plated rim sat on a burlap placemat. A deep red goblet etched with pine cones and sprigs of pine needles stood out from the evergreen garland running the length of the table. On each plate sat a handmade place card made of burlap and lace fixed to tiny slates.
"This is the most beautiful table setting I've ever seen," Lily said. "Thank you. I'm awfully crafty. I used to be a designer before Andy made it big. I still get a kick out of decorating."
"You did all of this yourself? Even the chalk calligraphy on the slates?" Alice beamed.
"I sure did."
"Mama!" A slim, red-headed young woman rushed through the French doors and onto the patio.
"The timer for the pie is going off and there isn't a square inch of counter space that isn't already filled with food. Where should I put it?"
Alice threw her arms around the young woman and gave her a squeeze before pulling back and kissing her on the cheek.
"I'll get it, baby girl."
She released her daughter and stepped back.
"Lily, this copper-haired beauty is Gentry, my youngest of 3.
Lily waved.
"Nice to meet you. Gentry, this is Lily. She's going to be joining us for lunch today."
Gentry's face lit up.
"That's fantastic. The girls are always outnumbered in this house."
A playful grin sprang onto Lily's lips.
"I'm afraid I won't be much help balancing the power around here today. I brought a man with me."
She pointed her thumb over her shoulder to where Jonas and Andy were walking up. Gentry's eyes immediately went to Lily's ring finger.
"Is he your fiancé?"
Lily nodded, holding up her left hand. Gentry squealed and held up her own left hand in response.
"Me too. Tom's around here somewhere." "He'll turn up when your daddy takes the meat out of the smoker," Alice laughed. "He may be a Yankee, but he's got the nose of a bloodhound."
The high-pitched squeak of metal hinges caught Lily's attention. She looked over to see Jonas and Andy standing in the cloud of smoke, billowing out of a barrel-shaped smoker. Andy had raised the lid, and Jonas stood by his side holding the biggest platter she'd ever seen.
"Andy's getting ready to take the meat out, and I'd better get that pie before it sets off the smoke detectors. Come on, girls, help me bring out the rest of the food,"
Alice said. Lily followed the two women into the kitchen and was immediately flooded with the heavenly scent of home-cooked food. An island the size of her entire kitchen back home was loaded down with more food than most families could eat in a week.
"Ever had cheddar jalapeno cornbread before?"
Gentry asked. She lifted a cast-iron skillet off a cooling pad and sniffed what she clearly believed was a delicacy.
"I can't say that I have," Lily said.
"Girl, you're in for a treat." Gentry disappeared through the French doors with the skillet still in hand. Alice held a large ceramic bowl out to Lily.
"Here you go. Why don't you take the beans? Put them by Andy's seat. Next to brisket, spicy ranch beans are his favorite food. Heaven help me later on tonight."
Her robust laughter filled the room. Lily laughed right along with her, relieved by how comfortable she felt in the company of billionaires. She could totally be herself. Well, not really herself, but something very close to it. After several trips between the kitchen and the outdoor dining area, the table was fully laid. Beans, pickles, white bread, potato salad, coleslaw, homemade barbecue sauce, and casserole dishes laden with creamy macaroni concoctions. Once Andy and Jonas brought the last of the meat to the table, they all took their seats. After brief introductions to the rest of the Rowland clan, Andy said a prayer over the meal, and everyone filled their plates. With elbows on the table and barbecue sauce smudges on chins, the people around her didn't resemble any preconceived notion she'd ever had about what it would be like to hobnob with the top 1%. They were just like any other family in America, gathering for a big dinner. Lily stole a glance at Jonas seated next to her. He was just like them. Take away his $10,000 power suit and private jet, and he was just a regular guy. A spectacular regular guy. If only he weren't a billionaire. Lily was convinced that Sophie wouldn't have touched him with a 10-foot pole if he was just an average Joe with an average bank account. Lily, on the other hand, she would have snatched Jonas up long ago if he hadn't been from such a different world. Paris in the new year, that's what she needed to focus on, not an impossible and completely irrational attraction to a man who was gearing up to marry another woman. It was time to crush this schoolgirl crush that kept trying to rear its head and bury it deep inside where it would never see the light of day again. After an hour spent around the dinner table, Lily turned her eyes to the horizon. The sun was sinking low and had kissed the thin layer of high clouds with a hint of pink and orange. One by one, the feasters pushed their plates away, leaning back to rub protruding bellies. The oldest of Andy's twin sons was the first to stand from the table. "Oh, no, you don't," said Gentry. "You're not getting away that easy. It's time to play charades. Everybody head on down to the fire pit." Her brother groaned in reply. "I'll never be able to win at charades without Trent." "Finally, the playing field will be even. You two won't be able to use your twin telepathy to cheat," Gentry teased. Travis sighed before obliging his energetic sister, who didn't even seem to notice his lack of enthusiasm as she herded everyone down the hill. Once they'd all taken a seat around the fire, Gentry stood next to it with a stack of colored index cards in her hands. "It's no secret that I've been just a little bit obsessed with weddings lately." She blew a kiss to her fiancé, whose green eyes were glued to her every move. "So I wrote out a bunch of fun wedding-themed scenes for us to act out as couples. Travis, you're going to have to team up with Tilly." She pointed at the lazy hound resting her head on Travis's lap. "No fair. That's a double handicap for me. Mom!" "Sorry, baby. Gentry's game, Gentry's rules." Alice blew a kiss at her oldest child with an impish grin lighting up her face. "Who wants to go first?" Gentry asked. Lily's stomach sank. The day had gone so great up until 30 seconds ago. Now she'd have to stand in front of a group of people she'd only just met, pretending to marry the man she was pretending to be engaged to. Not her idea of fun. "Guests always have the place of honor around here," Andy said, slapping Jonas on the back. "I say the Wiseman should go first." He leaned close and spoke in a low tone, only intended for Jonas and Lily's ears. "Sorry to throw you kids under the bus, but a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I ain't going first." He winked and wagged his eyebrows at them. Jonas stood and offered Lily his hand. "You ready?" $15,000 and a trip to Paris. Lily pasted a smile on her face, reminding herself why she was there. She wasn't about to be defeated by a children's game. "Fair warning, everyone. I was quite the little actress in the 5th grade. Prepare yourselves for a beatdown." She took Jonas's hand, its warmth radiating up her arm. If she'd have known her skin was going to tingle every time their hands touched, she might have had second thoughts about coming along. At the very least, she'd have brought a pair of gloves. But she was here, looking up into Jonas's gentle eyes. Deep breath. All she had to do was read a card, play her part, and sit back down. But before she could do that, she had to figure out how to wrangle the 500 butterflies raging in the pit of her stomach. Chapter 8. After playing 2 rounds of charades, Jonas was feeling pretty confident. So far, they'd managed to draw fairly benign cards. They'd acted out a cake-cutting scene, where Lily smeared imaginary cake across his face, and the traditional bouquet toss. Jonas was the clown of the show as he played the role of an excited wedding attendee, making a dive to catch the flowers. If he had doubted Andy's words before, he didn't now. He did need more fun in his life. He hadn't smiled this much in ages, as his aching cheeks reminded him. It was definitely high time that he made room in his busy schedule to enjoy living. He'd never turn his back on his mission in life, but he wouldn't be able to get the job done if he burnt out before his 35th birthday. Gentry and her tall, blonde fiancé plopped into their seats next to Jonas and Lily, still wiping tears of laughter from their eyes at their latest turn. "You're up," Gentry said. Walking up to the stack of index cards, Jonas looked at Lily and said, "Would you like to do the honors?" An easy smile rested on her lips. "Sure, why not?" She reached out her hand and drew a card. The moment her eyes scanned it, the smile disappeared from her face. It was hard to be certain in the twilight, but it looked as if the color had drained from her cheeks. "Uh-oh," Gentry called out from her seat. "It looks like somebody got a tough one." Lily turned the card toward him, revealing 6 little words. "You may now kiss the bride." That short phrase not only sucked the wind out of Jonas's lungs, it sucked the fun out of the game and left his knees wobbling. Of all the cards to draw. He swallowed hard, nearly choking on his own Adam's apple. With her back to the other players, Lily gazed up into Jonas's eyes. The look on her face said it all. This was going to be painfully awkward. Jonas completely agreed. All he could do was shrug, offering an apologetic smile. Lily nodded in reply and filled her lungs with a long breath, ready to dive in. They may not have uttered a single word, but Jonas had never had such a complete conversation with anyone before. It was like they were in each other's heads. Before he had a chance to second-guess himself, he took hold of the imaginary veil covering Lily's face and lifted it. He'd never wished Sophie had come along on this trip more so than in that moment. A good man didn't go around kissing other women on the lips while engaged to be married, not even for pretend. He closed his eyes, trying to envision the face of his true bride-to-be. As long as his heart and mind were in the right place, he could still get through the night with both his nerves and his conscience unscathed. Leaning in for the kiss, he conjured an image of Sophie in his mind's eye. There she stood, long platinum blonde hair hanging in loose waves down her back. Her bright red lips puckered, waiting to greet his. He imagined her big brown eyes right down to the flecks of gold surrounding her pupils. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't picture her with the same excitement he saw in Gentry's eyes when she gazed at Tom, her fiancé. Jonas paused for a long moment, straining to force the image to materialize in his mind, but it refused to come. He'd honestly never seen that look in Sophie's eyes. Ever. She just wasn't that kind of woman. His shoulders sagged. "Well, are you gonna kiss her or not?" Andy called out with a laugh. He took Lily's upper arms in his hands and grazed her lips with his. His eyes shot open when heat rose up from the pit of his stomach. He didn't know what was going on, but whatever it was, Lily seemed to feel it too. He turned her arms loose and pulled back. He remembered his mother's words from when he was a boy. "If you play with fire, you're going to get burned." He gazed at her, struggling to catch his breath. "The wedding kiss," Alice called out. "I knew it from the start, but I didn't want to interrupt you kids' fun." A gust of wind blew smoke from the fire pit toward Jonas. Lily lapsed into a bout of uncontrolled coughing. "Excuse me,"
she wheezed between coughs. "I think I need to get some fresh air." She slipped her heels off and hurried across a grassy space to the horse fence. The quiver in her voice and strained expression on her face told him she wanted to get away from more than the choking smoke of the fire pit. Part of him wanted to follow after her and see if she was okay, but the other part of him needed time to process what had just happened. Besides, this wasn't exactly the best time or place to hash things out. Not with the Rowlands only a few paces away. Jonas returned to his seat, grateful that his heart rate was returning to normal. "Is she all right?" Alice asked, her brows drawn together. I should go and see." Jonas ran his hand over his hair and scratched the back of his head. Gentry jumped up from her seat. "I'll go talk to her. I know exactly what's going on here." "You do?" Jonas's voice cracked, his stomach lurching from Gentry's words. "Pre-wedding jitters. I totally get it. She just needs some girl talk. Bride to bride." Jonas breathed a sigh of relief as Gentry headed toward Lily and the horses. Lying was exhausting business. One minute he'd struggle to find his next words, and the next he'd have a near panic attack, thinking he'd been found out. The old adage was definitely true. Honesty really was the best policy, and it would be his policy for the rest of his life, assuming he survived this ordeal. "That's the kind of gal you want right there," Andy said, a kind smile on his lips. "Even with her big old diamond ring and fancy dress, she ain't afraid to take her shoes off and walk barefoot in the grass." Andy's words resonated deep in Jonas's heart. He watched Lily run her hand down the long forehead of the Palomino, nuzzling her arm. Gentry stood beside her, chatting in the low evening light. They were too far away for Jonas to make out the words of their conversation, but their occasional laughter made its way to his ears. It brought a smile to his face. If he'd have met Lily under different circumstances, no. He forced himself to tear his eyes away. The fact of the matter was, life hadn't taken a different course. Lily was his employee, and Sophie was his fiancée. Any loving gazes he cast in Lily's direction had to be strictly for show. "Too many young stallions go after the flashy fillies, but old workhorses like me know a better way. You stick by that one. She won't lead you wrong," Andy said. Andy's words felt like a bucket of cold water, waking him up from a deep sleep. Flashy filly. Is that what Sophie was? He hadn't been looking for arm candy when he started dating her. Getting into a relationship hadn't even been on his radar. Their first date was only supposed to be one friend cheering another up. He'd recently purchased one of Sophie's father's failing businesses, and she was taking her family's financial situation hard, very hard. She was convinced that none of her friends would have anything to do with her once word of her father's bankruptcy got out. In the beginning, all Jonas had set out to do was prove that there were people in the world who didn't care about status and money. But one meal had led to another, which led to another. Before he knew it, they were attending all of the events on Sophie's social calendar together and being mistaken for a couple at every turn. At one point, they'd stopped denying it and realized that they'd come to care for one another. A sinking feeling settled on his stomach. Maybe Killian had a point after all. Was his relationship with Sophie really based on him trying to fix her problems? "Are you gonna ask him?" Alice clasped her hands in front of her, a wide grin on her face. "I was just getting to that," Andy said, placing his large hand over Alice's. He focused long and hard on Jonas. "I like you, son, but you have one fatal flaw. I heard it in our telephone conversations. When I say it's fatal, I mean that in a literal sense. You're a good young man, and you're driven. I don't know what it is that drives you, but I'm concerned that you're about to let it drive you into the ground." No one besides Killian had ever been so direct with Jonas before. The way his heart pounded against his ribs proved that he knew deep down inside that Andy was right.
He'd been burning the candle at both ends for a long time and had landed himself in the most stressful situation he'd experienced since the death of his mother. "I want to do business with you, but not if it's going to put you 6 feet under," Andy said. "Believe me, selling this factory will only improve my situation." "I don't want to buy it." Andy leaned back and pinned Jonas with a serious look. Jonas's body felt as if it were made of lead. He couldn't have moved a muscle to save his life. That was it. He was finished, and so was the factory. "I want to partner with you to save it," Andy said. Jonas's jaw dropped. "I would love that, but I have no money to invest. I'm all tapped out." "I understood that from our phone conversations. I don't want you to invest your money. I'll be the money man. You'll be the brains of the operation. With your track record of saving failing businesses and my money, we can't lose. Saving companies like this one is your heartbeat, and that factory needs that heartbeat of yours." Jonas's head spun. "You're saying that you want to invest the money while I do the groundwork?" With Jonas based in Chicago and Andy all the way down in Texas, an arrangement like that could work. He was thrilled at the prospect of having the chance to work his magic and finish what he started at the factory. "Yes, on one condition." "Name it." Jonas sat on the edge of his seat, prepared to agree to anything short of murder. "You've got to learn to loosen up and live a little." "Consider it done." Jonas stretched his hand out to seal the deal with a handshake, but Andy only shook his head and chuckled. "I'll consider it done when I see it," Andy said. "Remember, I was once where you are right now, so caught up in work, I didn't even see what I was doing to myself." He cast a regret-filled glance toward Alice. "I didn't see what I was doing to my family." Alice lifted his hand to her lips and placed a tender kiss on his bear-like paw, offering Andy a reassuring smile. "What can I do to show you I mean business, or relaxation, I suppose I should say?" Jonas asked. "Join us on our family trip to Fiji next week. We always take a good long vacation in the new year, but had to move it up a couple of weeks because of Gentry's wedding. Don't worry about the money. We've already rented out the bungalows. The twins can't make it this year. Travis will be off visiting his girlfriend's folks, and I already told you about Trent being deployed. You two can have their bungalows." "How can I turn down an offer like that? When do we leave?" Jonas said. Every ounce of pressure that had weighed him down for so long lifted from his shoulders. He held onto his chair with a vice-like grip, certain that if he let go, without his heavy burden to hold him down, he just might float away.
"The bungalows are absolutely stunning," Alice said. "The whole island is one big luxury resort. You and Lily will be next-door neighbors."
The happy dance Jonas was performing inside came to a screeching halt when Alice mentioned Lily's name. Lily? You want her to come too?"
"We wouldn't dream of leaving her out," Alice said. "It wouldn't be a family vacation without your fiancé."
Of course, they'd want him to bring his fiancée. Unfortunately, this particular fiancé was set to expire on the following day. What had he been thinking, celebrating so soon? "I'll send a team to inspect the factory while we're all enjoying the surf and sun. If everything checks out, we'll sign a deal before we come home." Andy grinned. Jonas forced words from his mouth. "Sounds great. Really great. I'll have to talk it over with Lily before I can give you a definite answer."
"I knew I liked this boy,"
Alice said. "It's a smart man who takes the time to consult his lady," Andy nodded, wagging his index finger at Jonas before standing to his feet. "Come on." Jonas stood, his head still swimming from the turn of events. "Where to?" "To talk to Lily." Andy squeezed Jonas's shoulder, pulling him along toward the fence line. No, not yet. They needed time and privacy to come up with a good excuse for Lily to bow out. What in the world was he supposed to say? The horses tossed their manes and whinnied at their approach. Lily turned to face them with a much more relaxed expression on her face than before. Whatever Gentry had said to her had helped. He could use one of those relaxing pep talks himself right about now. He stood speechless, every muscle in his body screaming for relief from the tension he carried. "Go on, son. Ask her." Andy clapped Jonas on the back, causing him to take a stumbling step forward. "We've, been invited to join the Rowlands on vacation." Gentry squealed. "That'll be so much fun." Lily's eyes widened a little, but she otherwise managed to keep her composure. "That will definitely be something to look forward to this summer." "Not this summer, this coming week." There was that twitch in his left eye again. His lips trembled as he forced a smile. Had every muscle in his face decided to rebel? "You mean during Christmas?" Lily asked, clutching a handful of her skirt in her fist. "No, dear. We'll be leaving the Saturday after Christmas and celebrating the New Year on Island time," Alice said. Lily stood in stunned silence for a few beats too many. "No regrets." Gentry tugged on Lily's arm. "Remember what we talked about? You've got to live life with no regrets. You can't tell me you wouldn't regret turning down a week in Fiji. It's going to be a blast." Jonas took another step forward and cleared his throat. "Andy says we'll finalize the deal once the vacation is over, but you don't have to come if you don't want to." He uttered the last sentence as quickly as possible. "Of course she wants to come," Alice said. "It's one of the most beautiful places on earth. I can't bear the thought of those 2 bungalows sitting empty. We rented them out a long time before we realized the boys wouldn't be able to join us. Those places were made to be enjoyed. Y'all just gotta come." Lily chewed her bottom lip. "I guess it's time to pack my swimsuit," she said. A strange mixture of relief and nausea washed over Jonas. How could Lily play it so cool? As much as he wanted to save the factory, he almost wished she'd have turned down the offer. It would have been nice to cut his losses and get off this ride. How was he going to survive an entire week of lies? Chapter 9. Well rested from a full night of sleep on the Rowlands Ranch, Lily relaxed in her seat as Jonas's jet brought them home. The wheels screeched when they came in contact with the runway, jostling her where she sat. "Welcome home," Jonas said. Wisps of snow blew across the ground, driven by relentless December winds. "It looks like Antarctica out there," Lily shivered, anticipating the frigid walk from the jet to the hangar. "Fiji is looking better by the minute," Jonas said with a laugh. He wrapped a scarf around his neck as the pilot maneuvered the plane off the main runway. The flight back to Chicago that morning had been a little awkward, with neither of them seeming to know exactly what to say. One day, that was all it had taken to erase every carefully drawn boundary she'd put in place to protect her heart. All of her efforts had been for nothing. The lines had blurred so much last night it was impossible to see where they began or ended anymore. A simple game of charades had proven to be too much for her to handle. The bolt of electricity that shot through her body when Jonas's lips brushed against hers was not only undeniable, it was unforgettable. A nervous shiver ran the length of her body at the thought of the job that awaited her in Fiji. How many more moments like last night were to come? She didn't even want to venture a guess. Her heart rate climbed as she snuck a sideways glance at Jonas. He cleared his throat and shifted in his seat, looking her in the eye for the first time in more than an hour. "I really appreciate you going the extra mile on this one." Jonas's voice, though deep, was soft and gentle. "It's no problem." Lily drew circles on the soft leather armrest with her fingertip, forcing a grin while a stab of guilt poked her in the ribs. Had she grown so accustomed to lying over the last 24 hours that she was incapable of telling the truth anymore? Going to Fiji was actually a big problem. What had she gotten herself into? She shouldn't be going to Fiji next week. She should have been home packing for Paris, not globetrotting with her future ex-employer. I'm glad it's not an inconvenience. I was worried you might have already made plans with family or something," Jonas said.
"No, it's just me these days." She turned to look out the window, trying to signal the end of their brief conversation. Jonas seemed to get the message and became just as quiet as before. Good. She needed quiet to think. They were home, and she didn't have a lot of time to decide what her next move should be. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing a deep breath into her constricted chest. Should she stick to her guns and turn in her notice today, or wait until after Fiji? It was uncomfortable enough pretending to be her boss's fiancé when he didn't know she was about to quit. Things could become more than a little uncomfortable in Fiji if Jonas didn't take her resignation well. She unzipped her purse and slid her hand inside. Her fingers found their way to the resignation letter tucked safely inside an interior compartment. She pulled it halfway out and studied it, tempted to open it and read the letter one last time, but there was no need for that. She already knew its contents by heart. It was filled with every business platitude that was expected in a letter of its kind. Words like transition, phasing out, and different trajectory were just fancy ways to say she was hitting the road and wouldn't be looking back. An icy sensation built up deep in the pit of her stomach. Unemployed. That's what she'd be the moment the letter passed from her hands and into Jonas's. The rush of excitement she'd felt after finishing her interview with the famous Parisian artist, Émilie Beaumont, was nowhere to be found. The thrill had worn off pretty fast, leaving behind a numbing sense of dread at what she was about to do. She didn't even know if she could hack it as an artist, and here she was, ready to walk away from the best job she'd ever had. In that moment, the idea of getting her start in the Paris art scene by working as a well-known artist's personal assistant seemed absurd. What had she been thinking? If only her father were still alive, she'd be able to talk to him, to convince him what a bad idea all of this was. He'd always had more faith in her skill than she had, and now that he was gone, the only thing driving her forward on this fool's errand was the promise she'd made to him. There was a time when her father's optimism had rubbed off on her. Back then, she actually believed that her art was just as worthy of attention as anybody else's. But in the years since her biggest supporter had gone silent, her confidence had quietly slipped away. Before she knew it, she found herself regretting her promise to leave the corporate world behind in pursuit of a dream that was bigger than her. Her father's face came to mind. Not the image of the invincible superhero she remembered from her childhood. No, the memory her mind chose to show her was of his last days on Earth. With sunken cheeks and cloudy eyes, overtaken by dark circles, he didn't even look like a shadow of the man he'd once been. She rested her fingertips on her lips, fighting back tears at the memory of the last time she'd placed a kiss on his smooth scalp. The chemo had stolen his hair. The cancer had stolen his life. It was to that man that she'd made her promise. Whether it was a good idea to leave a secure job or not wasn't important anymore. She owed it to him not only to try to follow her passion, but to succeed. No matter how scary taking a leap of this magnitude was, she'd made an oath she had to keep, and the sooner the better. Decision made. It was time to set things in motion. She'd hand in that notice today. No need to put it off until after Fiji. Jonas was a professional. They wouldn't have any trouble working together to seal the deal with Andy, just because she turned in her 2 weeks' notice. A gust of wind rushed into the cabin when the pilot opened the door and lowered the stairs. Lily had bundled up, but no amount of winter clothing ever seemed to protect against the biting cold of wintertime in Chicago. She pulled the letter from her purse and clutched it in her fist. Next December was going to be different. Paris at Christmas time. A flicker of excitement ignited inside her. That was an idea she could get behind on a day like today. She stuffed her hands into her coat pockets, nestled her face into the chunky knit scarf she wore, and followed Jonas down the stairs. He shuffled to the hangar door and opened it,
allowing Lily to hurry inside ahead of him. She stood tall, brushed the snow off her coat, and filled her lungs with a deep breath of air. The dog-eared letter still rested in her coat pocket. The moment of truth had arrived. She pulled it out and smoothed the edges. An ear-piercing squeal from somewhere behind them startled Lily. The envelope slipped from her grasp and landed on the ground between her and Jonas. A pair of bare legs and glossy red stilettos rushed by as Lily stooped to pick it up.
"You're back!"
Sophie leapt onto Jonas, throwing her arms around his neck. She smothered him in kisses, leaving ridiculous traces of red lipstick across his face. Jonas put his hands on her shoulders and pulled back from her assault. "I missed you too. You remember Lily, right?" Sophie released his neck and slid her arms around Jonas's waist. She snuggled into his chest before glancing over at Lily.
"I'm sorry I didn't notice you."
She ran a hand across his chest.
"I hope we didn't make you uncomfortable. It's just that I missed my man so much."
Lily couldn't help but notice the special emphasis on the words, "my man." Jonas took Sophie's hand that still traced patterns across the plane of his abs and put it at her side. "I was just about to get us some hot drinks. Who's up for a coffee?" Sophie's pouty bottom lip jutted out as Jonas walked toward the hangar's kitchenette at the other end of the seating area.
"None for me, thanks," Lily said. "I should probably get going, but I have to give you something first." Yeah."
Sophie crossed her arms across her chest and shifted her weight to one foot.
"You're not leaving with that rock on your finger."
"Yes, of course, but I wasn't talking." "No, just keep it until next week," Jonas called from the tiny kitchen. He stepped back into the common area, struggling to separate a single coffee filter from the thick stack he held. Sophie's eyes narrowed.
"What are you talking about? You know how much a diamond like that is worth. It's not something to send home with the help."
The help? More like the woman who helped save the companies Sophie was too self-centered to be bothered with. Lily chewed on the inside of her cheek to keep from responding. Jonas's brows furrowed. "She helped us out of a very difficult situation yesterday, and she's going to need that ring again in about a week."
"What's happening in a week?"
Though Sophie's tone softened, a single brow raised high on her forehead as she waltzed over to help Jonas with the filters. "Things sort of snowballed yesterday. The Rowlands invited me and my fiancée to join them in Fiji for a week after Christmas." Sophie threw the coffee filters to the ground and squealed again. Lily rolled her eyes at a repeat of the same scene from a few moments before as Sophie threw her arms around Jonas's neck again and kissed him relentlessly. Hold on." Jonas tried to free himself from Sophie's bouncing form as she jumped up and down, jerking him around in the process. "Hold on, Sophie." He took a firm grasp of her arms and removed them from around his neck. "I don't think you understand."
"What's not to understand? I've been after you forever to take me away somewhere romantic. Fiji is my kind of place."
She stepped back and ran her hands down the smooth, curvaceous sides of her body.
"Imagine all of this in a hot little bikini."
Jonas raked his fingers through his hair. "You can't come." Sophie froze. Lily could have sworn the temperature in the room dropped by at least 10 degrees as she watched Sophie's hackles rise. "They think Lily is my fiancée." Jonas reached for Sophie's hand, but she snatched it away.
"I'm your fiancée."
"I know that, but they don't," Jonas said.
"If I'd known there was going to be a trip to Fiji involved in this whole thing, I'd have gone to Texas with you."
Sophie put on a sickeningly sweet smile.
"I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I was wrong not to come on that business trip with you, but I'm ready to do my duty as your fiancée now."
"It doesn't work like that. You can't just decide you're ready to jump back into the game. These people believe I'm going to marry Lily in just a few months."
"Well, do something about it. Fix this. That is what you do, isn't it? Fix problems?
She moved in for another kiss, but Jonas stopped her before she could smother his lips with hers. I'm sorry, Sophie. There isn't anything I can do about it. They expect to see Lily next week. How would I explain it to them if I brought you along instead?
Tell them you were wrong. Tell them you lied. I don't care what you tell them.
The icy change that came over Sophie chilled Lily to the bone. Sophie jabbed her index finger into Jonas's chest, punctuating the first several words she said.
Don't think you can leave me behind like a piece of old luggage while you take some office girl to an island paradise. I won't sit home alone and take it.
She glanced over her shoulder at Lily.
I'm sorry. Why are you still here? I'm trying to have a private conversation with my fiancé.
I just needed to talk to Jonas for a minute and give him something, Lily said, taking a step nearer. You really should keep the ring. It's no big deal. I'm not worried about it, Jonas said.
Can we please focus here? Sophie demanded. I don't even care about the ring anymore. All I want to know is who you're taking with you to Fiji next week. Me or her? You've got to choose.
She threw her fist to her hips, nostrils flaring. A line had been drawn in the sand. Jonas's shoulders sagged beneath the weight of Sophie's stare. It has to be Lily. Fire flashed wildly in Sophie's eyes as she turned to storm out of the hangar's sitting area, too furious to offer a parting jab in Lily's direction. Sophie, wait. Sophie. Jonas trotted after her, but stopped before stepping through the door into the main hangar. He gazed at Lily with apologetic eyes. I'm really sorry about all of this. She isn't acting like herself. This whole situation must be hard for her to take. I know she's going to feel terrible about the way she acted when she calms down. His gaze fell to the ground as his cheeks reddened. I know I do.
There's no need to apologize.
He raised his gaze and looked into her eyes. The kindness in his sky-blue eyes took Lily's breath away. Even after everything that had just happened, he was still the same steady, caring man he'd always shown himself to be. The poor guy had enough on his plate, dealing with the raging lunatic he called his fiancée. There was no way Lily was about to add to his stress by quitting on him today. This wasn't the right time. Why don't you take the rest of the week off? We can meet back here the Saturday morning after Christmas. I'll text you the time as soon as Andy lets me know when he's sending the plane to pick us up.
That sounds terrific. Thank you.
Was there something else you needed to talk to me about? Jonas cringed as the sound of Sophie's raised voice came through the thin partition walls.
We can talk on Saturday. You better go.
I think you're right. I should be going. It sounds like she's laying into the pilot. Jonas shot her a grateful smile and waved before ducking out of the room. Lily stood alone in a suddenly quiet room. She gazed at the resignation letter still in her hand. For the first time that day, her own problems didn't seem so bad. Chapter 10. Heat from the fireplace warmed the side of Jonas's leg as he gazed out the window of his penthouse apartment. The glittering lights of the Chicago skyline did their part to brighten the inky black expanse above, making the snowy night appear cheerful and inviting. The reflection of his Christmas tree in the window caught his attention. He turned to look at 16 feet of greenery, decorated with all the colors of the season. Its glowing white lights twinkled, illuminating the oversized ornaments shimmering in the low light. The building staff had outdone themselves this year. The table was laid with a traditional Christmas feast, complete with pumpkin pie for dessert. He inhaled, taking in the scent of honeyed ham and steaming hot dinner rolls. He might as well eat now while the food was still hot. There wasn't anyone to wait for on this quiet Christmas night. His gaze fell on the empty chair across the table from his. He took a moment to try and sort out the confusing mixture of emotions swirling in his gut. It was strange for an engaged man to spend Christmas alone. It was stranger still that it didn't seem to bother him very much. Taking his seat, he picked up the serving fork and plopped a thick slab of ham on the plate in front of him. A sticky white strand of melted marshmallows trailed from the sweet potato bowl to his plate as he gave himself a healthy portion of the cinnamon-spiced side dish. It had taken some convincing to get the resident chef to agree to topping the sweet potatoes with something as common as marshmallows, but Jonas had insisted. That's how his mother had always made them at Christmas time, and he couldn't imagine eating them any other way. Jonas stared at his fully loaded plate and pondered what it meant for him to feel relief at the thought of his fiancée spending Christmas several hundred miles away. He jabbed a green bean with his fork. He really should be more upset about the state of their relationship, but he just couldn't muster the emotion. If he were honest with himself, he'd have to admit that Sophie had never been easy to get along with, even during the best of times. Was it bad that he was enjoying a little bit of space? Jonas's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, half hoping it was Sophie on the other end, and half hoping it wasn't. The tension on his brow eased when he saw Killian's name. He swiped his finger across the screen to answer the call. "Killian, Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas. Will you please tell your new security gorilla that I'm allowed to come up and see you?" "You're here?" "I wanted to surprise you. So, surprise. I'm here. You're on speaker. Tell this guy to let me come up." A deep voice came over the phone. "Mr. Wiseman, this gentleman isn't on the list." "What, now there's a list?" Killian said. "How exclusive of you, Mr. Wiseman." The mocking tone in Killian's voice brought a smile to Jonas's lips. The list was Sophie's idea. Why am I not surprised? Jonas could practically hear the eye roll in Killian's last statement. "You can add Mr. Killian Stewart to the list, Paul. He's an old friend and always welcome." "Thank goodness. I was beginning to worry there for a little bit," Killian said. "I'm on my way up now." With that, he ended the call. A few minutes later, he popped his head in through the front door. "All that hassle with security downstairs, and you don't even keep your front door locked?" "With all that security, do you really think I need to?" "Point taken," Killian laughed. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I just wanted to stop by and give you this." He held out a box wrapped in silver foil paper with a red satin ribbon on top. "You're not interrupting anything," Jonas said. Killian's gaze fell on the table set for one, and he raised a brow. "What, Sophie isn't on the list?" "Very funny." Jonas stood and took the gift Killian offered. "Should I open it now?" "Go for it. It is Christmas after all." Jonas tore into the package and lifted the lid, revealing a pair of navy blue swimming trunks. "I had a sneaking suspicion that you hadn't bought a pair since your snorkeling days back in college," Killian said. "Those were the good old days. I guess I'm just not the vacationing type anymore." Jonas dropped the box and held the trunks up to his waist for size. "Forget vacations. You're not even the take the weekend off type. You shouldn't have to go all the way to Fiji to spend a day in the water, you know. Don't you remember how much you used to love it?" Killian rested a hand on Jonas's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Killian was right. Jonas had been pushing too hard for too long in business. He needed to pull back and do some of the things he loved again. But how could he do that when there was so much work to be done? So much he still had to make up for. "I'll go pack these now." Killian followed Jonas into his bedroom, where a suitcase lay open on his California king bed, and let out a laugh. "This has got to be the most pitiful attempt at packing for a trip to the South Pacific I've ever seen. Are you really that out of touch with how to have a good time that you would pack this?" He held up a shiny pair of Italian leather loafers. "I don't have any beach shoes. I have to bring something." "And all of this?" He gestured toward the neat stacks of clothes sitting in the suitcase. "You were planning to catch some rays wearing dress pants and button-down shirts?" Killian strode over to an open chest of drawers and surveyed its contents. "Okay, that does it. You're officially banned from packing any of this stuff. Appearances are everything, And you, my friend, are going to appear to be the stuffiest killjoy of all time if you bring any of this along." "I wasn't planning to wear a tie," Jonas said. Killian marched back to the bed and dumped the suitcase out. "What are you doing? That took me all day to pack." Jonas scrubbed his hands over his face. Sure, he'd mostly packed business clothes, but what was so wrong with that? He wore those clothes every day. They were like a second skin. "What am I supposed to wear?" "I've got you covered. I'll have some things, the right kind of things, delivered to your hangar on Saturday. You're leaving that evening, right?" "Yeah, it's an overnight flight, but Killian, I'm not taking no for an answer. You need help." He threw a wadded-up undershirt at Jonas. Jonas took a deep breath. Killian may have been a tad preoccupied with appearances, but he had one thing right. Jonas would look like an idiot standing on the beach dressed for work. He could see that now. "I guess the only thing left to say is thank you." "Well, not the only thing. What's the deal with you and Sophie? Why aren't the two of you spending a romantic Christmas beneath the mistletoe?" "She's still mad that I can't take her to Fiji." "What did she expect? I hope you reminded her that this whole thing was her idea in the first place." "She was too busy yelling and then crying for me to get a word in. She said we needed to take a break and went home to spend Christmas with her folks in Miami." Killian clapped and let out a whoop before taking off toward Jonas's ensuite. "And this night just keeps on getting better," he called out over his shoulder. He disappeared through the door and reappeared a few moments later, arms loaded with every bottle of cologne, body spray, and mouthwash he could carry. "Do you have any breath mints? You should definitely pack some breath mints." He dropped his load into the suitcase. "Oh, wait, I've got something right here for you." Killian pulled a small vial of mouth spray from his pocket. "It's guaranteed to get rid of the worst breath, but I'd still steer clear of onions, garlic, and fish if I were you." He tossed the spray into the luggage. "You should definitely go out and get some mints, though. You can never have too many of those." "What are you talking about?" Jonas asked. "Seriously, man, what were you thinking? You can't woo a woman on a white sandy beach wearing a suit. And how exactly were you planning to whisper sweet nothings into her ear with dragon breath? Mints! Buy some." "I don't think you were listening. Sophie isn't coming." "I heard you loud and clear. You and Sophie are broken up, and I say good riddance. The woman is a life suck." "We're not broken up. We're taking a break." "Break up, on a break. It all sounds the same to me. Why are you fighting for your right to be miserable? Now is your chance to go after something really great. Lily, man, she's amazing. You and I both know it." "She's the best personal assistant I've ever had." "Come on, Jonas. You're killing me, man." "She's an employee, Killian. I can't go after her. You know that. I won't do that to her." "So fire her, then date her." Jonas laughed. "You think I'm joking? But I'm not. Lily is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of woman." Killian's piercing green eyes grew intense. "I'm going to say something I should have said a long time ago. No matter how much of this life you try to control, there are always going to be things that don't go the way you want. Stop punishing yourself for something in the past that was totally out of your control to begin with. Do you think your mother would have wanted her death to be the end of your life?" Killian's words pierced his heart like an arrow. His mother would want him to be happy. Whether he deserved it or not, that's what she'd want. But that didn't change the fact that Lily was still his employee and completely off limits. Jonas's shoulder sagged. "I can't date an employee. I can't date anyone until Sophie and I figure out what's going on between us." "All it would take is one word from you and you'd know exactly what's going on. You know what that word is, my friend? Goodbye." Killian walked past Jonas on his way out of the bedroom and slapped him on the arm. "You chew on that while I go chew on your dinner. I'm famished." Jonas was about to protest that he was happy with Sophie, but the words died on his lips. A single day in Texas with Andy's wholesome family had made him realize just how long it had been since he'd felt real happiness. The days since Christmas had flown by. He could hardly believe it was Saturday evening already. Runway lights shone through the tinted windows of the limousine that brought Jonas to the airport. The daylight of the short winter day had vanished some time ago, making the hour appear much later than supper time. An icy blast of wind hit Jonas in the face as he stepped out of the vehicle and jogged toward his hangar. Andy's jet and crew stood at the ready to whisk Jonas and Lily to the other side of the world, where they'd join the Rolands who were getting a head start on their fun in the sun. Once inside the hangar's seating area, he spied 6 large pieces of luggage. On top of one of them sat a grass skirt with a handwritten note from Killian. "I hope it fits." Jonas tossed the note in a nearby trash can and held the skirt up, doing his best impression of the hula. A soft snort from behind him made him jump. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you," said Lily. Jonas dropped the skirt and kicked it to the side. "Don't let me stop you. It looked good on you." Lily's twitching lips did a lousy job of hiding her delight. "That was a man skirt, by the way. They make those, you know." Jonas picked up the skirt and tossed it out of sight behind the luggage. "Oh, yes, I recognized it as a man skirt right away. It was the color that gave it away, actually." "Really?" Jonas said. "Yeah, I hear they make the ladies' skirts out of pink grass. That one was totally a manly shade of green." The sound of Lily's bubbly laughter made his insides tingle in a way he'd never felt before. Her laughter was cut short when the door opened, slamming into her. Jonas stepped forward, reaching out to her. "Are you all right?" 3 burly men walked through the door, loaded down with luggage. After stacking it next to the baggage already on the floor, they turned and left without a word. "Yeah, I'm fine," Lily said, rubbing her shoulder. "How many pairs of shorts does Killian think I need?" Jonas ran his hand along the fresh new mound of luggage. The door was flung open again, just as suddenly as before. In strode a tall blonde, wearing a wide-brimmed beach hat and a full-length faux fur coat that grazed the tiled floor. Despite the thick darkness outside, she chewed on the earpiece of a pair of designer sunglasses, working her pouty lips like a pro. "Sophie?" Jonas barely choked out her name, hardly able to believe his eyes. She was still supposed to be in Florida. She let the coat fall off her shoulders and drop to the ground. Placing her hands on her smooth, round hips, she smirked. "Miss me?" "What are you doing here? I thought you were still in Miami." With heels clicking across the floor, she crossed the room to where Jonas stood, her hips swaying with a hypnotic rhythm until her face was mere inches from his. He tensed at that warmth of her arms as she snaked them around his neck. She wove her fingers into the hair at the back of his head. Before he even saw it coming, she planted a kiss on his lips. He felt nothing. Jonas pulled back and untangled her hands from his hair. His jaw muscles flexed involuntarily when his gaze fell on the luggage and then her beach hat. "Are you here to see me off?" His voice was low and strained as he spoke through his teeth. Sophie barked out a single peal of laughter, tossing her platinum locks over her shoulder with a flip of her wrist. "What are you talking about? I'm ready to go." She cast a dismissive glance in Lily's direction. "You can go home now, office girl. I've got it covered." For the first time since Sophie walked through the door, Jonas felt something. Absolute disgust at her superior attitude. How had he never seen this side of her before? Maybe he really had been as blind as Killian said. "No, you don't have it covered. We've been over this, Sophie. You can't come." Heat rose into his cheeks as his pulse boomed in his ears. Sophie's jaw dropped. "I gave you a week to come to your senses, and you're still going back to that old tired line? I've never been one to demand my own way. You know that, Jonas. But I have to say it. You're being stubborn. I thought you loved me." "And we've already been down this road, too. It's not about love. I have to do what's right for the company, for the employees." His gaze flicked over to Lily, who still stood beside the door. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away, a soft pink blooming in her cheeks. He could kick himself for putting Lily in this situation. As unpleasant as the whole thing was for him, it had to be doubly awkward for her.
That's all you care about.
Crocodile tears pooled in Sophie's eyes.
You love your employees more than you love me.
That's not fair, Sophie. Flushed cheeks and a sharp tone replaced Sophie's fake sobs as the raving fiancé from a week ago made an encore appearance.
It's all about them and their precious little jobs. What about me? What am I supposed to do? You don't even care. I thought you were a better man than this, Jonas. I don't even know you anymore. If you don't want me in your life, just say so and I'll go. Alex asked me to spend New Year's with him on his yacht in the Caribbean. If my ex-boyfriend wants me more than my own fiancé, what does that say about us?
If she was willing to walk away from him and spend a week with her ex, it said a lot. Jonas was silent as he peered into her eyes, searching for the good he'd always been convinced lay just beneath the surface. It was nowhere to be found. He dropped his gaze, wondering if it had ever been there to begin with. Sophie stomped to her coat and snatched it off the floor. She spun on her heels and took one last look at Jonas.
We're done. What do you have to say about that?
Only one word came to mind. Goodbye. Chapter 11. Lily sunk into her seat aboard the luxury jet Andy sent to pick her and Jonas up. The memory of icy wind cutting through her clothes while boarding was fresh in her mind, but it still didn't make her shiver as much as the thought of Sophie's tirade in the hangar 20 minutes ago. She snuck a look at Jonas out of the corner of her eye. He was quiet, but didn't seem as upset as one would expect a man to be after just losing his fiancée. Honestly, he didn't look upset at all. Maybe he'd seen it coming. Maybe he was glad to see her go. Maybe he was really good at hiding his true feelings. Lily crossed her arms and sighed. All she had was a mind full of maybes, when what she wanted was answers. Jonas may have only been her fake fiancé, but she still cared about him, in a purely professional way, of course. "Are you hungry?" Jonas asked. "They've got some dinner waiting for us." "Yes, I'm starving," Lily said, hoping that he hadn't caught her staring. "I haven't eaten all day." "You haven't eaten? Let's get you some grub then." Lily couldn't help but laugh. "What's so funny?" Jonas asked, a curious grin curving one side of his mouth. "I don't know. I guess I wouldn't expect to hear the word grub while surrounded by hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury." "I guess I'm not all that impressed by luxury," Jonas said. Lily was struck by the conviction in his voice. "I know. That's what makes you such a great guy." Her cheeks heated as she found herself searching his blue eyes. If she'd been standing, she was sure she'd have become weak in the knees beneath his gaze. Jonas finally looked away. "I guess I'd better call for the food. We can't have you passing out from hunger on the way." He flashed a teasing smile and pressed a button to speak to the crew in the forward compartment. A few minutes later, an attendant brought a steaming tray of piping hot Tex-Mex and placed it in front of Lily. She settled into a seat well away from the window and shut her eyes, inhaling the spicy scent as she lifted the plate cover. "Don't wait on me," Jonas said. "Dig in." "Don't mind if I do." Lily scooped a spoonful of spicy beans and rice, pushing them onto her spoon with a warm tortilla, and took a bite. Heaven. She dipped her tortilla into the white queso on the side of her plate and groaned with delight when her teeth sunk into the soft, warm bread. "This is seriously the best Mexican I've ever eaten. This is so not the kind of food I'd expect a billionaire to eat." "Well, we are talking about Andy. He's not your typical billionaire." "It was awfully nice of him to send their jet for us," Lily said. "More than nice. We couldn't have made the trip otherwise. I couldn't borrow money from Killian for fuel again." Under normal circumstances, Lily wouldn't feel too sorry for a wealthy man. who couldn't afford the cost of jet fuel to take him to the other side of the world for a vacation. But this was Jonas. He was different, and she did feel bad about his predicament. The only reason he was cash-strapped was because of his big heart. He'd spent too many years looking after everyone but himself. He'd pushed his finances to the limit while helping complete strangers. All it had taken was one financial hiccup to cause his empire to teeter on the verge of collapse. The world needed more men like Jonas Wiseman. That's why she was willing to go to the extra trouble to see to it that this last deal went through before she quit. It was about time he caught a break. Jonas received his tray and waved the smell toward him. Oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. He scooped beans, rice, and spiced chicken into a tortilla and took a cheek-filling bite. I could eat this every day for the rest of my life and die happy. Why didn't you eat today? His words came out muffled by the beans and rice. I was busy, Lily shrugged. She had been busy creating some of the best art she'd produced in her life. Too busy to eat? I'm a pretty busy guy, but even I don't take it that far. Jonas took a swig of his drink, keeping his eyes on Lily. The butterflies in her stomach stirred. When inspiration hits, nothing else matters, she said, not even food. Inspiration? Lily blushed. She wasn't used to talking about her art with anyone. How silly was that? In a matter of weeks, she was moving across the Atlantic Ocean to pursue a career as an artist. But somehow her art felt too personal to talk to Jonas about. Who ever heard of a successful artist that was too shy to talk about their work? No one, that's who. It was time to own who she was meant to be. I'm an artist. What? I had no idea. You're a woman of many hidden talents. First, I find out that you're an amazing actress, and now this? Do you have any other secrets I should know about? Lily stuffed an enormous bite into her mouth to avoid the question, offering nothing more than a smile in answer as her thoughts turned to the resignation letter tucked away in her carry-on bag. There was no need to talk about quitting on an empty stomach. So, what kind of art? Mostly painting, but I also sketch with charcoal. It's my happy place. She leaned back and sighed, folding her hands over her stomach. I'd love to see it sometime. I've always thought creative people are so fascinating. The fact that you can take nothing and turn it into something so beautiful is just astounding. I'm in awe. It's really not all that different from what you do, Lily said. Jonas laughed, shaking his head. Not even close. If you put a paintbrush in my hand, I guarantee I wouldn't even be able to draw a recognizable stick figure. Lily shook her head and laughed. That's not what I mean. She slid her tray to the side and scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward as her passion rose to the surface. An artist doesn't make something out of nothing. It exists here first. She pointed to her head. I see my work with my mind's eye. I'm not creating something out of thin air. I'm just reproducing the fully formed piece of art that's already in my head. I can see it from beginning to end and all stages in between. That's what you do every day. I don't know about that, Jonas said. Think about it. You buy these failing businesses that no one else wants to touch. Other people see nothing of value when they look at them. But you see what they can become. You know every step that needs to be taken to make your vision a reality. You've got a special talent that has helped a lot of people. My medium is paint. Yours is business. Lily couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so energized. She'd worked for Jonas for a little over a year and had never known how easy he was to talk to. Lily relaxed into her seat and noticed that neither she nor Jonas had been eating. Again, her gaze rested on him. He returned her stare, his gentle eyes making her feel at home, 35,000 feet in the air. I don't think anyone has ever described what I do so beautifully. Thank you. He dropped his gaze to the ground and ran his hand over his smooth jawline. About earlier at the hangar, there's no need to go into all that. I'm so sorry. I'm not. Well, I am, but I'm not. Jonas raked his fingers through his hair. I'm sorry you had to watch that ugly scene, but I'm not sorry that things are over between me and Sophie. I never wanted to put you in such an awkward position.
Don't worry about me. I was more concerned about you. Breaking up with a fiancé is no small thing. I can't even imagine.
Jonas dabbed the corners of his mouth with a linen napkin and released a short breath. It's a funny thing. I should be sad, but I'm not. I should be crushed, but I'm not. I should be devastated, but I'm not.
Maybe reality hasn't sunk in yet?
I really think it has. Maybe that's why I feel so relieved.
He was relieved? All this time, Lily had thought Jonas was oblivious to how bad his fiancée was for him. This was a good sign. Hopefully, he'd learned his lesson with Sophie and would be free to find someone who would love him the way he deserved to be loved.
Remember that day when Sophie came to the office, announcing our engagement to everyone who would listen? Jonas asked.
Yeah, the atmosphere was electric.
I didn't feel any of it. Jonas tapped his chest with a clenched fist. I felt nothing in here. I was happy that Sophie was happy, and thought that meant I was happy too. I had no idea how wrong I was. A strange, weak laugh fell from his lips as he leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. You know, I never even proposed to her. Lily's spoon clanged as it fell from her shocked fingertips.
What? How do you get engaged without proposing?
It just happened. Jonas took another bite of his tortilla.
Okay, you've opened this can of worms and you can't leave me hanging. Getting engaged doesn't just happen. You gotta give me more than that.
Any reservations Lily had had about spending so much time cooped up with Jonas during the flight were long gone. Engrossed in the story, she waved her hand in the air as if trying to tug more details out of him. It's actually pretty funny when you think about it. The whole thing was a misunderstanding. Lily's brows shot up on her forehead.
A misunderstanding?
We went to dinner that night. Nothing special, just dinner. I'd recently bought her father's company and was neck deep in trying to save all of the employees' jobs.
I remember. That company was a mess, Lily said.
I know, right? Sophie was pretty down about the fact that her father had just declared bankruptcy. She started talking about the wedding she'd always dreamed of, but was sure to never have now that her dad was broke. I was only half paying attention. My eyes glazed over about a minute into the description of her dream wedding gown. Lily had to smile as she imagined what his face must have looked like that night. Jonas was a super sweet guy, but still, all guy. I was more interested in my buttered potatoes than her dream wedding, but I didn't want to be rude. When she finally took a breath, I told her that it all sounded really nice.
Okay, still not a proposal, Lily said. How did you make the leap from talking about an imaginary wedding to planning a real one?
Jonas slapped the arm of his chair, his robust laughter filling the cabin. Sophie did all the leaping, literally. All I saw was a blonde blur flying across the table at me. She hugged my neck so tight I could hardly breathe and cried like a baby. Lily cocked her head to the side, a smile tugging the corner of her mouth upward in a cynical grin.
Let me guess, she started telling everyone you'd just gotten engaged.
Jonas's eyes widened. That's exactly how it happened. I hadn't meant to propose, but how was a guy supposed to come back from something like that? I didn't want to embarrass her in front of everyone. All I wanted to do was fade into the background and slip out the door without anybody noticing. But the quieter I got, the bigger of a scene she made. She was a bit over the top, but that's Sophie for you. Jonas shrugged and chuckled.
Mr. Wiseman, Jonas, you're probably the sweetest man who has ever walked the face of the earth. You were willing to give up your entire future because your girlfriend misunderstood a comment you made?
Not exactly. I'm not that much of a saint. I couldn't embarrass her in front of everyone, but I also didn't want to crush her later on that night in private either. I decided it would be best to drop her off at her place after dinner and set her straight the next day once the excitement had worn off a bit.
Have you been waiting all this time to break things off with her?
No, I stayed up all that night thinking things over. The more I thought about how thrilled Sophie was to be engaged, the more the idea grew on me. We'd had brunch with her parents a few times, and they seemed like really great people. They may not have been all lovey-dovey with each other, but they were comfortable and not alone. Those words resonated with Lily. She'd known the pain of being alone all too well since her father's death. She couldn't fault him for trying to escape that lonely pit, even if it meant having Sophie in his life. I was sure that once she came to peace with her family's new normal, we'd be able to settle into the same sort of comfortable relationship her parents had. So I decided to let the engagement stand.
Lily followed Jonas's gaze into the black void outside his window, where the only thing visible was the red flashing light on the wingtip.
The whole thing sounds ludicrous when I say it out loud, but I didn't see it like that at the time. I thought I could make her happy. I thought I was happy too.
When did you realize you weren't?
Lily's breath was soft and shallow. Why was her soon-to-be ex-boss's happiness so important to her? It took a trip to Texas to show me just how empty our relationship was. How empty it had always been. Jonas interlaced his fingers on top of his head and sighed. I want to find what Andy and Alice have together. They're real. You know what I mean?
Lily nodded slowly and answered in a soft tone. I know exactly what you mean. She'd found herself thinking the exact same thing in the past week since their visit to Texas.
Even as difficult as Sophie can be, I think we could have found some semblance of a comfortable relationship. But I can't settle for comfortable anymore. Not after seeing what's possible when you're with the right person.
It makes me so happy to hear you talk like that, Jonas. You deserve to go after the right person.
Lily's heart leapt into her throat when their eyes met. Something unsaid passed between them, causing her cheeks to warm and her spine to tingle. Jonas tore his gaze away and wrung the back of his neck. Wow, talk about oversharing. I'm sorry about that. I promised you a strictly professional trip, except for the fake relationship thing. I guess I needed to get a few things off my chest.
She stood and stretched her limbs. It's okay to get a little personal every now and then.
She shot him a playful grin and winked.
We are engaged to be married, after all.
Jonas's jaw dropped. A wide smile spread across his face as unspoken words danced in his eyes. Lily excused herself to go lie down for the night before their conversation turned any more personal than it had already become. Her heart pounded against her ribs as she lay in her small sleeping quarters. Had she just flirted with her boss? That wasn't part of the plan at all. Chapter 12. The helicopter pilot's voice buzzed in Jonas's headphones, calling attention to the turquoise waters breaking on the pristine beach of their final island destination. The jet had landed on the main island earlier that morning, and a Fijian guide was delivering them to the resort where Andy and his family awaited them. Jonas gazed into the clear water and caught a glimpse of the vast coral reef beneath the surface. It caused a rare spark of excitement to ignite in the pit of his stomach. He'd always loved the way the ocean drowned out the rest of the world whenever he was beneath its waves. Years ago, he'd been an avid snorkeler, but that was before his mother had passed away. Everything changed the day she died. His fun side had been laid to rest with her, leaving behind nothing but the relentless sense of duty that drove him in business. They flew toward the mountain peak at the center of the island. The terrain rose skyward with dark, weather-worn volcanic rock spires reaching toward the clouds. Lush jungle covered most of the ground, but gave way to a wide rim of yellow sand that stretched into the ocean a good distance before dropping off into depths unknown. He hadn't set foot in the ocean since his college days, but the waves called to him today. Jonas lurched in his seat when they hit a choppy patch of air. Lily grabbed his wrist, cutting off the blood flow to his hand. Even though her grip was like a vice, the touch of her skin against his sent a honey-like warmth flowing up his arm. Instinct took over, and he laid a comforting hand on top of hers. "You all right?" He over-enunciated his words to be sure Lily could understand him, through the garbled headphone speakers. She squeezed her eyes shut and nodded, looking anything but all right. "I'm sure we're almost there." He leaned toward Lily's window, trying to catch sight of the helipad, but instead caught the subtle aroma of her spicy floral perfume. He inhaled deeply, his gaze falling on her scrunched nose and still tightly shut eyes, permitting himself the time to appreciate her natural beauty. After all this time, how had he failed to notice the light spattering of freckles on the apples of her porcelain cheeks? A need grew within him to run his fingertips across them, to study their perfection. He couldn't get the picture of her teasing grin from the night before out of his mind. Had it been wrong to be so open with her, so unprofessional? He hadn't planned to have that conversation. It just happened. The words had poured out of him as if he'd known her his whole life. He lifted his hand from hers and reached out to tuck a few wind-blown strands of hair behind her ear. "Get a grip, man." He pulled back a moment before he touched her. Lily was still very much his employee, and as such, very much undateable. He'd spent most of the night trying to imagine any possible scenario that would make it okay for him to explore the possibility of a future with her, but had come up empty-handed. That realization stung more than any of Sophie's biting words in the hangar. If only he'd met Lily before she'd become his employee. The passion that came alive in her eyes when she spoke about her art was infectious, infusing him with more energy than he'd felt in some time. The way she'd spoken about his own passion had breathed new life into him. No one had ever seemed to fully understand the path he'd chosen for himself in business, but she did. She'd summed it up more eloquently than he ever could have. She got it. She got him. Lily peeked through squinted eyes and caught Jonas staring at her. A soft shade of pink rose in her cheeks. "I'm such a baby. Sorry, I'm just not a fan of heights." The nervous smile she flashed him sent a wave of goosebumps chasing up and down his arms. He forced the warm sensation in his gut deep down and boxed it up. There would be no plane on this slippery slope. He shrugged off the goosebumps and cleared his throat. "But you've been on so many corporate trips, and we just spent the night 35,000 feet in the air." Jonas forced a laugh. "How can you be scared of heights?" "You've never seen me staring at the ground while we're in the air, have you?" Lily looked him in the eye and shot him a sideways grin. There was that beautiful spunk. It was undeniable. "Those big jets fly crazy high in the sky, but they don't rub your nose in it like this thing does. I'd quit looking out the window if I could, but this whole contraption is nothing but one giant window." They both laughed, releasing their nervous energy. Jonas's phone vibrated in his pocket, announcing the arrival of a text message. He pulled it out and swiped his thumb across the screen. His brow furrowed when he saw who it was from. "Gentry just texted me. How did she even get my number?" "She is a billionaire's daughter. I assume her resources are pretty much limitless," Lily teased. "What does it say?" Jonas read the text aloud. "Big plans as soon as you arrive. Hope you're not dressed too fancy." Jonas sighed. "I really was hoping for some peace and quiet once we landed. I need some time alone to recharge my batteries." "Whatever her plans are, I'm sure we can get you out of them," Lily said. The small tremor in her voice was yet another reminder that her stress level was still through the roof. "I'll leave that up to you. I've never been good at saying no," Jonas said. "For now, though, just close your eyes and keep squeezing my wrist. We'll be on the ground in a minute. In one piece. I promise." Although his fingers were beginning to go numb from Lily's grasp, a part of him didn't want her to let go. Once she did, it would be the last genuine moment of closeness they'd ever share. Everything from here on out would be fake. not real, pretend, and any other word he could use to distance his heart from the physical closeness he'd have to endure over the course of this vacation. Chapter 13. Lily released Jonas's wrist the moment the helicopter touched the pavement. She melted back into her seat, relieved to be on solid ground once again. Jonas rubbed his wrist with an absent look in his eye. "Sorry, I acted like a spaz and nearly squeezed your hand off." Jonas offered half a smile. "Don't worry about it. It wasn't bad, just memorable." Her cheeks heated. Great. Now he thought she was a nut. Oh well, at least that would make it easier to keep her distance a little. Emotionally, at least. No more accidental flirting. She had to have been suffering from altitude sickness the night before. Oxygen deprivation was the only explanation for the way she acted just before slipping away to her tiny private sleeping quarters. Gentry's head popped in through the door the moment it opened. "Hey, y'all. I've been waiting forever. What kept you? Never mind. Hurry up and come on. We're late." Lily exchanged a look of solidarity with Jonas before climbing out of the helicopter to follow Gentry. From their brief time spent together in Texas, Lily was fairly certain there wasn't a single wild adventure that was off the table when Gentry was involved. As long as it didn't involve another game of charades and pretend kissing, she could go along with pretty much anything. "Sorry we're late," Jonas said. "The pilots said something about a headwind overnight." "Don't worry about it." Gentry slowed and took a few paces backward as she continued to speak. "It technically doesn't even start until we get there, but if we want to be done before lunchtime, we got to get over there now." "If we want to be done with what?" Lily's curiosity was piqued now. Gentry squealed and grabbed Lily by the arm. "Daddy hired one of the premier art teachers from some fancy art school in New York City to come down and give us engaged couples a private painting lesson. It's an early wedding present. Isn't that fantastic?" "That does sound fun," Lily said. "And it's not one of those run-of-the-mill type things where everybody goes and eats cheese while they make their own version of some boring painting. Honestly, my first one of those things was my last. I was supposed to come away with a picture of a regal moose standing in a field lit by the full moon." She spoke with a dreamy quality in her voice, as if she were envisioning a grand piece of art. But she couldn't keep up the front for long. She shook her head as she broke into laughter. "My moose looked more like a sad dog with deformed ears, standing in a dark room with a giant light bulb on the ceiling." Her laughter was infectious, drawing Lily and Jonas right along with it. "This guy's going to help us each paint something meaningful to ourselves. No two paintings alike. I can't wait." Just the thought of having a paintbrush in her hand was enough to erase every ounce of tension that had built up in Lily during the flight in from the Big Island. "I can't think of anything else I'd rather do right now," Lily said. After her mild panic attack in the air, it would have been nice to show Jonas what she was capable of when she was in her element. But he'd made it clear he needed some time away, and if a couple of hours of peace and quiet were what he needed, she'd happily help him make his escape. That's what personal assistants did, after all. They made sure their boss had what they needed. Lily had never let him down before, and she didn't intend to start now. Gentry led them down a wide path flanked by well-tended beds of tropical flowers. It sloped toward the ocean where their bungalows sat nestled at the border of jungle and sand. The trail ended where another path crossed theirs. "I don't think we have time to get the two of you settled in before we paint, but this trail links all of the bungalows. The jungle is so thick you can't see your neighbor, but we're all pretty close to each other. Y'all and Tom are down that way." Gentry pointed to the trail leading to the left. "Mine and Mom and Dad's are this way. That's where we're heading." "I'm pretty tired," Jonas said. "If you don't mind, I think I'll head on to my place and meet you all later for lunch." "Oh, no, you don't." Gentry wagged her finger in the air with a challenging grin on her face. "I know what's going on here. There's no way you're tired. I've slept in Daddy's jet overnight before.
That bed literally feels like a cloud. You're just trying to get out of... Gentry, where are we having this class? Lily linked her arm to Gentry's and headed down the path once again, determined to distract the chatty young woman. We're all set up at Mom and Dad's. They have the biggest bungalow of all of us with a huge sunroom, perfect for painting. The view of the jungle from inside it is unreal. It looks all natural, but it's so clean and perfect, you just know they have to work hard to keep it like that. Lily glanced back over her shoulder to where Jonas still stood at the crossroads. She tossed her head in the direction of the other path and mouthed the words, "Go on," while Gentry continued talking a million miles a minute. Lily and Gentry arrived at the Rowlands' vacation home a few minutes later. "Fabian, we're here," Gentry called as she and Lily walked in. "Where are your parents?" Lily asked. "They're spending the morning at the mud baths. Dad would never be caught dead at a spa back home, but he'll do anything to make Mom happy when they're on vacation." "That's so sweet." Lily's throat tensed as she wondered if she'd ever find a love like the Rowlands had. Going through life alone had been so much easier before meeting this sweet family. They'd opened her eyes to so much in the short time she'd known them. She was grateful for it, but at the same time, part of her wished she could have stayed oblivious to the beautiful possibilities of a truly deep and selfless love. That was the kind of love she'd always imagined her father had shared with her mother, from the way he talked about the good old days before she'd passed away. But she had no memory of ever having witnessed it. The only memories she had of her mother were from a few blurry photographs taken on cheap disposable cameras from back in the day. Years later, when her father was taken from her, she'd resigned herself to living her life alone, certain that the love she longed for didn't exist in the real world anymore. A tall, slim man came and stood in the doorway of the sunroom. Most of his shoulder-length dreadlocks stood straight in the air on top of his head, bound by a neon yellow hair tie. The speckles of paint on his dark, sinewy forearms gave him away as their instructor. "Girl, you're late." The man pursed his full lips, feigning annoyance as he threw his hands on his hips and tapped his foot on the hardwood floors. He didn't hold his disapproving expression for long. After a minute, he cocked his head to the side with a friendly smirk on his wide mouth. "Don't even worry about it. I'll just bill your daddy by the hour. Let's get you two started. Tom's already going strong." "What? He was supposed to wait for me."
Gentry marched into the sunroom to hassle her fiancé for being impatient. Lily followed close behind and found a painting station near the back wall. "Do either of you have any experience painting?" the instructor asked.
"I love to paint, but I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing," Gentry said, selecting a large canvas.
"How about you?" He reached out to shake Lily's hand. "I'm Fabian."
"I'm Lily, and yes, I'm pretty experienced."
"This should be a fun morning then. We've got Tom the beginner, Gentry the hobbyist, and Lily the pro. Let's see what we can do, people." He gave his hands a single clap and rubbed them together so vigorously, Lily thought they might spontaneously combust. "I've got a special assignment for you. Take this." Fabian handed Lily a graphite 2H pencil. She rolled the familiar tool between her fingertips. "Put the tip on the canvas. Now close your eyes." Lily followed his instructions. "Keep those eyes closed and let your hand flow freely over the canvas. Make it pretty. Make it a mess. Don't overthink it. Just make it." The pencil scraped across the tightly stretched fabric at a feverish pace until it finally stilled. When she opened her eyes, Fabian was standing next to her with his thick black brows raised high on his forehead, studying her tangled mass of sketched lines. "Nice." He snatched the pencil from her grasp and exchanged it for a paintbrush. "Now take those sketched lines and turn them into something fierce." Lily filled her lungs with a deep breath and nodded. Oh, yeah, she was definitely in her happy place. Her eyes scanned the line of brushes laid out on the tray beside her easel. "Do you have any fan brushes?" she asked. My girl knows her brushes. A wide smile broke out on Fabian's face as he handed her a brush from his personal stash. I'll leave you to it then. Check back with you in a bit. Lily barely registered that Fabian had spoken. She was in the zone, gazing at the sketch in front of her. It was a beautiful mess. Relaxing her eyes, she allowed her sight to blur just a bit to fade out the less significant portions of the sketch. And that's when she saw them. A pair of eyes staring back at her, spanning the entire width of the canvas. She grabbed a palette and began squirting small piles of her usual colors in their proper place around the edge. Picking up the paint knife, she scraped a bit of cobalt blue and mixed it with a touch of black. Putting knife to canvas, she cut in the bold lines that screamed at her for attention, using the deep navy colors she just created. With the 2-inch brush, she blocked in the irises with yet another shade of dark blue. Using each of the brushes at her disposal in turn, she layered color after color on top of each other, building up the eyes until they came to life in front of her, with all the rich texture she adored. She chewed her bottom lip, oblivious to everything else going on around her, paintbrush dancing wildly over the canvas until it was filled from edge to edge. When the inspiration lifted, a pair of electric sky blue eyes filled the canvas, their brows barely visible near the top. There was no feeling quite like the moment after she'd poured every ounce of her passion out onto a canvas. Utter peace and satisfaction washed over her as she took a step back and released a deep breath. She'd worked fast and furious, and now it was time to bask in the afterglow. A long whistle sounded from somewhere over her shoulder. She turned to see Fabian standing behind her with his arms folded high across his chest. I like it. Your angles are good, and I love the extreme close-up. It really allows your technique to shine. Whose eyes are these? I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular when I was painting. One thing just led to another. That's it, Fabian said. You're teaching the next session. Lily blushed and smoothed her hair away from her face with the back of her wrist as she studied the painting she'd just created. Gentry squealed. You are amazing, Lily. I'd know those eyes anywhere. It looks just like him. Do me next. Lily's jaw dropped when she recognized the compassionate eyes that seemed to be peering into her soul. She swallowed hard. There was only one person in the world she decided to distance herself from emotionally. One person, and that person just so happened to be staring back at her from the canvas she'd just painted. Jonas. You really are in love, Gentry said. Even when you're not thinking about him, you're thinking about him. She placed hands soiled with paint over her heart and looked at Lily with a love-struck expression on her face. That's so sweet. In love? No, there was no way. It was true Jonas had proven to be the kindest man alive since coming to work for him last year, and there was no question he was the most handsome man she'd ever laid eyes on. And yes, he was totally her type. But love? No. She'd decided a long time ago that she wasn't going to fall for her boss. That decision went all the way back to her very first interview with him. Being in love with him wasn't an option. So why did staring at those intense eyes on the canvas cause her temperature to rise? Chapter 14. A few hours alone had done the trick. All Jonas had needed was a little breathing room to get his head in the game and the scent of Lily's perfume out of his mind. Too many hours spent in close quarters, that's all it had been. Anything he'd thought he'd felt between them during the flight over was nothing more than his mind playing tricks on him. They were here for one reason, and one reason only, to finalize a deal with Andy. Now it was time to go meet everyone for lunch on the water. Andy had sent a text earlier telling him to prepare for some fun in the sun. Jonas walked out into the fresh air with a spring in his step, wearing the swimming trunks Killian had given him, a white t-shirt and a pair of flip-flops, also from Killian. He chuckled softly to himself. His friend would have thought he was dressed too plainly, but it was a big improvement from the slacks and loafers he'd planned to bring. A cove lay just out of sight behind a large stand of swaying palm trees, where a 40-foot yacht and the rest of their party awaited him at the dock. Alice waved him over the moment he rounded the corner, as if he might miss the brilliant white ship tethered to the end of the massive dock.
"You're just in time," Alice said as he approached. "Everyone's here, and the crew just laid out the lunch buffet. You better hurry before Andy eats everything in sight."
Jonas walked across the gangplank and stepped onto the deck. "I heard that," Andy said with his cheek full. He pointed what was left of his crab cake at Alice with a smirk on his lips. "I'll have you know I skipped breakfast to get you over to the mud baths first thing this morning. I think that should count for something." He stuffed the rest of his food in his mouth, cheeks bulging as he enjoyed the savory treat with a wide grin on his face.
"It certainly does,"
Alice said, walking to his side and wrapping her arms around his waist.
"You're an angel of a man."
"With baby soft skin now." Andy rubbed his cheeks with a teasing seriousness on his face. "Tell me again why we have to fly halfway around the world to smear mud on ourselves." Alice gave him a playful slap on the stomach and laughed. Jonas's heart warmed. He'd find love like that if it was the last thing he did. Sophie had done him the biggest favor of his life when she broke off their engagement. "It's good to see you again, sir." Jonas stepped forward to shake Andy's hand. "Good to see you too, son. No more of that sir business. It's Andy." Jonas was about to reply when his eyes fell on a sight that stole the air from his lungs. Lily stood at the other end of the deck, leaning back on the railing as she talked with Gentry. Her metallic bronze one-piece shimmered in the sunlight, glinting with every subtle move she made. The light breeze caught the edge of her cream-colored wrap skirt, revealing a shapely leg from the knee, all the way down to the delicate bracelet she wore around her ankle. His heart skipped a beat when her gaze fell on him. The world around him melted away when she ran her fingers through her hair and flashed a welcoming smile. Keenly aware that he wore a stupid grin on his face, he froze in place, unable to form a single word.
"Andy, get him a glass of water before the sight of his beautiful fiancée makes the poor boy fall over in a faint."
Alice nudged Andy toward the buffet. "That's all right. I'm fine, really." Jonas's cheeks flushed as his entire body heated from the core.
"Well, at least sit down in the shade a few minutes,"
she said, guiding Jonas to a nearby deck chair. Lily came and sat on the end of his chair while everyone else lined up to get their food. "Are you all right? You look flushed. Don't tell me you've already had too much sun." She rested her hand on his shoulders, giving him a thorough looking over. Her closeness sent a new wave of heated blood surging through his veins and rising into his cheeks. "I'm fine." He wanted to say more, but his tongue wouldn't cooperate. Defaulting back to the same goofy grin he'd worn a few minutes before, all he could do was stare. "Are you excited about going snorkeling?" A jolt of excitement set his tongue free. "Snorkeling? When?" "Once we're done eating, the captain is going to take us on a cruise around the island while our food digests. Then we're heading out to the reef. They say Fiji has some of the best reefs in the world. But you probably already knew that since you're an expert." "An expert? What do you mean?" Lily leaned in close to speak into his ear. Her hot breath on his neck sent a shock wave through his body. "A girl's got to do her due diligence before starting a new job. I Googled you every way but Sunday before I took the position you offered." Jonas strained to focus on her words and not the intoxicating scent of her perfume. And snorkeling came up?" "Yep. According to my sources, you were the president of the first and only snorkeling club at MIT. Who knew there even was a snorkeling club at MIT?" Lily's soft laughter sent ripples of delight coursing through his chest as his heart raced to a brand new rhythm. She'd remembered a fact about his life that many would have considered trivial and forgotten long ago. She did things like that a lot. Up until now, he'd always thought she was just being a good assistant. Sure, maybe that was part of it, but there was more to it than that. She was something special. He wanted to know her better. No, he needed to know her better. The same warm sensation he'd pushed down that morning rose up in him, only this time he did nothing to suppress it. He cleared his throat, trying to think of something to say. "I'm the one who started it. The snorkeling club, I mean." Jonas cringed and sighed. Here he was, sitting mere inches from the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and he decided to keep the conversation going by talking about a dorky college club he'd formed? Smooth. Real smooth. Lily's soft smile lit up her face. "I figured that's what you were talking about. It's a good thing you know what you're doing, 'cause you're going to be getting your feet wet in just a little while." "You are too, right?" Jonas said. The hesitation that flashed in her eyes made his heart sink. Alice walked over and handed Jonas a plate. "Here you go, hon. I didn't know what you liked, so I got you a little sample of everything." The simple act of kindness reminded him so much of his mother. It drowned out the part of him that felt silly being waited on hand and foot. "Thank you, Mrs. Rowland. You didn't have to do this." "With my own boys on another continent, I need somebody to take care of." She patted his shoulder and went off to fix a plate of her own. Lily stood and adjusted her skirt. "I guess I better go and get something to eat, too." Jonas was about to protest the fact that she hadn't answered his question when Gentry bounded over, carrying her lunch with her. "There you are," Gentry said, catching Jonas's eye. "We missed you during the painting class this morning. Or maybe I should say, someone missed you." She raised her brows several times and nodded in Lily's direction as she slipped away toward the buffet. Stretching out on a deck chair next to her lanky fiancé, Gentry laid both hands across her heart. "You should have seen her work on her painting. It was so romantic." Was it? Jonas had managed to calm his racing heart enough to venture a glance in Lily's direction. His gut told him he'd missed something special by going to his bungalow. "I guess you'd have to ask Lily about that," Gentry called out to Lily, suppressing a knowing smile. "No, it was nothing," Lily said, returning with a plate of fresh pineapple, mango, and passion fruit. "Just a painting." Gentry shot upright. "Just a painting? Are you kidding me? It was amazing." Color rose in Lily's cheeks as she took a bite of pineapple. "Maybe you can show me later. I'd love to see it." Lily broke out into a fit of coughing, seeming to choke on her food. She shook her head. "No, you probably wouldn't like it very much. It's just a painting." Jonas laid a hand on her back. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, it just went down the wrong pipe." Andy was the last of their party to take a seat. He crossed the deck with a few long strides, a plate in each hand. "Don't overstuff yourself before getting in the water," Alice warned. "Yes, ma'am," Andy said with a wink. "How about you, Jonas? Have you ever spent much time in the ocean?" "I've practically lived underwater in my younger days." Time flew by as conversation ebbed and flowed from one topic to the next. Before long, the ship had gone out a ways from shore, and the captain dropped anchor. The crew opened a crate and began passing out the snorkel gear. Jonas's heart sank when he saw Lily turn down the flippers offered to her. "Aren't you coming?" "No, I figured I'd leave the snorkeling to the more experienced swimmers. I'll be more than happy waiting for you here on deck. The view is spectacular." Jonas took her hand in his before he had a chance to second-guess himself. "But you have to come. There's nothing in the world like snorkeling. It's like visiting another world." Lily seemed to shrink into herself. "I don't know." Her eyes darted toward the beach. "I've never been in the water this far from shore before." Apprehension clouded her eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of Lily missing out on the wonders that awaited them at the reef. If she only knew how magical it was down there. She'd never turn down a chance to experience it. Giving her hand a gentle squeeze, he captured her gaze. I'll hold your hand the whole time. I'm a strong enough swimmer for the both of us. I may not have been snorkeling in years, but I hit the gym every day. He struck a comical muscle pose that brought a smile to Lily's face. Snorkeling is just like riding a bike. Once you know how, it never leaves you. Jonas stood and offered Lily his hand. Do you trust me? Even though she seemed to have softened to the idea of joining him, she couldn't hold his gaze. Of course, I trust you. Just one quick dive. If you hate it, I'll swim with you back to the boat. But at least you'll be able to tell your grandkids one day that you tried. He smiled at her with all of the warmth he felt in his heart when she looked up into his eyes. All right, one dive. A hint of a smile curved Lily's lips. But you better keep your promise and not let go of me. Jonas's fingers tingled when she took his hand. Whatever conclusions he'd come to earlier that morning about the nature of their relationship flew out the window. He had no intention of letting her go. Not now. Maybe not ever. Chapter 15. The trees back on shore looked achingly small, swaying in the light ocean breeze when Lily gazed at them over her shoulder. A big part of her wished more than anything that she could lounge beneath one of them with a sketch pad in her hand. But the other part, her adventurous side, was ready to follow Jonas. Adrenaline surged through her veins, waking up all of her senses. She was really doing it. The exhilaration of seizing the moment flooded her body with a giddy energy she couldn't wait to release when she entered the water. Lily hadn't even stepped into a swimming pool for years, and now she was preparing to dive into the ocean. Although her adventurous side had won out at Jonas's encouragement, she couldn't deny the hint of apprehension still lurking in the back of her mind. Holding Jonas's hand, she descended the few steps leading to the aft dive deck. One reassuring squeeze from his strong hand banished the fears whispering in her ear. It was true she was no diver, but she'd put her faith in Jonas. Something inside told her that she'd be safe with him. Lily glanced around the deck and was surprised to see that everyone else had already gotten into the water. I guess we're going to be the last ones in. Jonas rummaged around in a bin at the side of the deck and came up with a neon yellow vest. I knew they'd have some of these around. Here, put this on. He tossed it to her with an easy smile resting on his lips. What is it? An inflatable snorkel vest. It'll keep you topside until you're ready to dive. You just let the air out when you're ready to go under. I like the sound of that. Happy for any added layer of protection, she put it on and zipped it up, buckling its plastic clasp around her waist. She picked up a pair of flippers and took a seat to put on the rest of her gear. I've never actually seen a pair of these in real life. They're huge. Jonas knelt in front of her, excitement etched on every feature of his face as he took her flippers. Let me help you with those. He looked up and met her gaze with flushed cheeks and a broad smile on his face. It was good to see him so happy. This place had done something to him. He looked more alive than ever before, and that made the blood race through her own veins. If going snorkeling with him could make him glow that much, she figured she could handle a dive. Just one. These things can be a little awkward sometimes, but you'll do great, he said, inspecting one of her flippers. Tingles raced up her leg when he cupped the back of her ankle with his hand and slipped the first one on her foot. She hoped he didn't see the goosebumps he'd left in the wake of his touch. I feel like Cinderella. Lily bit her bottom lip, doing her best to keep her smitten schoolgirl grin at bay. She couldn't let all of his attention go to her head. He was only playing his role, after all. Jonas lifted his chin to look up at her as he adjusted the strap on the back of her flipper. The day-old scruff he wore on his face was a brand new look for him, and it was a good one, too. I guess that would make me Prince Charming. Lily's insides turned to jello when he tossed his blonde locks out of his face and captured her gaze with a playful look. There, all done, he said. Jonas stood while Lily flexed her ankles, testing the fit of her flippers. Without warning, he slipped his shirt off over his head and tossed it to the side in a heap, preparing to get into the water himself. He sat across from her and bent over, shoulders and biceps flexing as he worked to put his own gear on. Heat shot into Lily's cheeks at the side of his bare chest. Every inch of him reminded her of the ancient Greek statues she'd studied back in college. Each one was an exquisite example of the human form, from their thick pectoral muscles to their chiseled abs. Jonas could easily have modeled for one of the master sculptors of the past had he been born in another time. She clenched her jaw to keep it from hitting the deck next to his discarded shirt. "Are you ready?" Jonas's eyes twinkled as he held a hand out to her once again. Lily swallowed hard, her self-control working overtime to keep her eyes from gobbling him up. He may have been a free man now, but she still had her heart to protect. She wouldn't be doing herself any favors by imagining there was something more than a fake relationship going on between her and the man extending his hand. She swept her hair back and put on a pair of goggles that covered half her face. It was time to stop acting like a teenager with a crush and get a hold of herself. This was Jonas, not a Greek statue come to life. Latching onto his hand, she said, "Let's do this before I chicken out." "Don't be nervous. You've got me and this." Jonas gave her vest a few pumps of air. "You're going to love it out there." Leaving her cover-up behind, she walked in step with Jonas to the edge of the dive platform. The thundering beat of her heart drowned out most of the sound of the water lapping against the hull. Jonas adjusted his goggles and gave her a quick wink before releasing her hand and stepping off the edge of the boat. She couldn't stifle the smile tugging on her lips. Without Sophie in his life, Jonas was like a man reborn. A spark of excitement danced in the pit of her stomach as she peered over the edge of the deck and into the clear water. Jonas was right. This would be an experience to tell her grandchildren about one day. Jonas's head broke the surface and he blew water out of his snorkel. Popping it out of his mouth, he said, "The water's perfect." The look in his eyes was invitation enough. Those hypnotic baby blues could convince her to follow him anywhere. Despite the goggles she wore, she scrunched her eyes closed and hopped into the water. Only when she felt a large hand envelop her forearm did she open them again. She looked over to see Jonas right next to her, just as he'd promised, and it solidified what she'd already known in her heart. She'd made the right decision. He would be there for her if she needed him. It was time to explore. After only a few kicks of her flippers, they were back at the surface, Jonas still holding on to her. "I glanced around real quick while I was under," Jonas said. "I think there's a really good spot 40 feet in that direction. The coral is really close to the surface there. It's the perfect place for a first dive." Lily was relieved to see that the direction he pointed was closer to the shoreline, instead of farther out to sea. "You want to just do a quick surface swim over?" Jonas asked. "You're the expert. I'll follow your lead." She glanced down at the arm Jonas still held. "I guess I'll need my arm back to swim over, but you're not off the hook. I want to stay close when we go under." "A promise is a promise." Jonas held on for a few extra seconds with an intense look in his eyes before he released her. Lily's heart pounded. Under any other circumstances, she'd have thought a man with that look in his eyes had more on his mind than snorkeling. Why was he putting on such a show when everyone else was too busy exploring the reef to notice them? They swam side by side to shallower waters. Once they arrived, they stayed on the surface for several minutes, watching the corals teeming with life as they peered into the secret world beneath the waves through their goggles. Jonas swam up beside her and took hold of her hand beneath the water with a confident yet gentle grip. "Are you ready for a closer look?" His touch gave Lily the confidence she needed to leave her comfort zone. She nodded. "Deep breath," he said. "Now let's go." A whole new world opened up to her the moment they ducked their heads beneath the surface of the water. With her sense of hearing muffled, Lily became more in tune with the inner workings of her own body as she entered this magical place. The living structures around her provided as much of a feeling of security for her as they did for the tiny fish that called the reef their home. Her heart rate slowed and the tension in the pit of her stomach released. The thought of the vast ocean beyond felt less threatening in this protected place. She hazarded a glance at Jonas. The surface world, with all of its stresses, hadn't followed him here. That may have been the best part about going under. The ocean shut out the rest of the world and its troubles. Here, the only thing that existed was life in all of its innocence and purity. There were no worries or cares, just turquoise water and a sprawling reef that vanished into the wide blue expanse in the distance. She'd be forever grateful to Jonas for convincing her to come along. Lily reached out to touch a bright blue fish swimming around little corals that looked like stunted, leafless trees. It zipped out of reach only a moment before her fingertips grazed its scales. With colorful fish darting all around, corals of every shape, anemones swaying in the current, there was so much to take in that she didn't know where to look. Jonas tapped her on the shoulder and pointed to a crevice in the rocky bed. Using its tentacles like the crawler tracks of heavy machinery, an octopus approached its underwater hideaway. Lily grabbed Jonas's bicep with her free hand, squealing inside at the amazing sight. As soon as it had squeezed its malleable body into the tiny gap, Jonas motioned for them to head toward the rippling, sunlit water above. The moment their heads broke the surface of the water, Lily popped her snorkel out of her mouth and gasped for air. Turning to face him, she said, "That was amazing. Let's go again." Now Lily understood the excitement that had danced in Jonas's eyes. She felt it too, and it was amazing. Everything was different in the water. Something deep inside her had woken up. Down there, she was truly free. Free to feel, free to love life. Jonas smiled from ear to ear and slapped the surface of the water, sending spray flying in all directions. "I knew you'd love it." An unexpected wave shoved Lily to within inches of Jonas's chest. He lifted his goggles and looked into her eyes. Even through the droplets of water on her own goggles, she could read the unspoken message in his gaze, and it took her breath away. She looked from side to side, curious who was close enough to cause Jonas to ramp up his performance to this level. With their audience spread out all over the reef, faces planted in the water, she wasn't so sure he was pretending anymore. She slipped her hand out of his and lifted her goggles, treading water as the world around them faded away. Jonas took hold of her other hand and interlaced his fingers with hers. "A promise is a promise. I'm not letting you go." The whispered tone of his voice sent a shiver racing down her spine. Was this really happening? Surely she was only seeing what she wanted to see. Jonas had never shown any interest in her before. Why would he start now? She slipped her hand away. I think I can do it on my own this time, but stay close, okay?" The smile on his face never faded. "I'm not letting you out of my sight." With one sweeping motion of his arms, Jonas put a little space between them. He put his goggles back in place, keeping his eyes glued on Lily the whole time. Heat rose in her cheeks beneath his gaze. She hurried up and put her goggles on as well, trying to distract herself from his gorgeous eyes. "I saw a few good places to check for eels. If we get lucky, we might get to see one or two today. Ready for round 2? Jonas asked. "I'm so ready." The sooner, the better. Maybe the ocean water could cool her heated blood. Lily took a deep breath, ducked under the water, and swam in unison with Jonas. 7 feet below, he led the way to a rocky section of the reef. A familiar flutter grew in her stomach at the way he kept looking in her direction. They may not have been holding hands this time, but he was keeping a protective eye on her, and she liked it. While she was busy scanning each nook and cranny for the nose of an eel at rest, she felt a sharp pain in her right leg. Assuming that she must have scraped against some of the hard coral, she pulled it to her chest to check for blood. All she found was a collection of curious purple lines on her calf. No scrape at all. Jonas swam to her side with wide eyes and focused on something behind her. Lily's leg began to tingle as a burning sensation crept upward toward the knee. Jonas wrapped a strong arm around her waist and swam hard for the surface. Only a moment later, they were back in the fresh air and sunlight. He ripped his goggles off and threw them aside. "Are you all right?" Pain was spreading up Lily's leg, making it difficult to kick to tread water. "I scraped my leg on something down there. It hurts so bad, but it didn't even break the skin." Jonas pumped her vest up to its full capacity. "That was no scrape. You were stung by a jellyfish. I saw it." Lily moaned and reached for her leg. Her skin was on fire. The throbbing ache was growing stronger by the minute. "I'm getting you back to the boat." He wrapped his arm around her and swam hard for the yacht. "Don't worry, I've got you," he said between powerful strokes. Lily had never moved through the water so quickly before. He hadn't been kidding when he said he was a strong swimmer. Once they reached the dive deck, Jonas hauled himself onto the boat and lifted her out of the water. He scooped her up into his arms and carried her to the upper deck, where he laid her on a lounge chair in the shade. "How are you feeling?" "My leg is on fire and it's aching like crazy, but that's really the only thing that hurts. I'm just tingly everywhere else." "Your leg is already really swollen." Jonas knelt beside her, examining her limb with furrowed brows and lips drawn down at the corners. "That's it. I'm calling it." He stood and shouted for the captain. "Captain, you've got to signal everyone to come in. She's been stung by a jellyfish and needs to get to shore for treatment." Lily reached up and laid her hand on his thick forearm. "No, don't spoil everyone's fun. I'll be fine." She shifted her weight, but winced as a flash of intense pain shot up her leg all the way to her hip. "You're not fine. You're having a reaction to that sting, and we have no way to know how bad it's going to get. We need to get you out of here." The captain sounded the horn, signaling the end of the dive just as a strong wave of nausea washed over her. Her head swam as dizziness forced her to lie back. She held tight to Jonas and whispered, "Tell them to hurry." Chapter 16. Lily's voice sounded weak. The rosy glow had left her cheeks. Jonas's chest constricted when a soft groan escaped her lips. "We'll get back to shore soon. Just hold on a little while longer." Jonas brushed a clump of wet hair away from Lily's face and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "I'll be okay." Her faint smile tugged at his heart. This whole mess was his fault. She'd been perfectly content to stay on board today, but no, that wasn't good enough for him. He'd had to badger the woman until she agreed to come along with him. He'd promised to protect Lily, and look where that had gotten her. A large hand clasped Jonas's shoulder. "I've called the doctor," said Andy. "He's on his way to the chopper now. He says to remove the stingers with tweezers and pour vinegar on the sting." "I was just about to ask you if there was any vinegar on board. What did he say about her reaction?" Jonas looked up at the tall figure next to him, brows furrowed. "There isn't much we can do about it. That's the doctor's department." Jonas took a deep breath. "All right, we're still a few minutes from the dock. Let's get moving on treating the sting. I have no idea where we're going to find tweezers on a yacht, though." Gentry piped up. "I've got some." She rummaged around in her bag until she found a small makeup case. "I never leave home without them." Pulling them from the small zipper bag, she hurried to Jonas's side. "And I'll go check the galley for vinegar," Alice said, rushing below deck. Jonas knelt beside Lily's elevated leg. It had swollen to nearly double its normal size. "Brace yourself. I have no idea what this is going to feel like, but the doctor says these barbs have to come out, and there are a lot of them." Lily shut her eyes and clutched the edges of her chair. "I'm ready." Jonas worked at a feverish pace, plucking the tiny stingers out of her skin one by one. He'd never harbored any ill will against a creature of the sea before, but at that moment, his opinion of jellyfish was not a pleasant one. "Almost there," he said, working on the final purple welt a long tentacle had left behind.
"I found the vinegar."
Alice jogged up to the chair, holding a glass bottle filled with clear liquid. "You're just in time. Thanks, Mrs. Rowland." Jonas emptied the entire contents of the bottle on Lily's leg, making sure to cover every inch of the striped welts on her leg. "There. Does that feel better?"
"I'm not sure. It's still throbbing pretty bad. Maybe the burning isn't as intense. I don't know."
Lily shivered and wrapped her arms around herself for warmth. Jonas grabbed a stack of dry towels from the rack and used them as makeshift blankets. "That should warm you up a little." He forced a smile past the misgivings he felt inside. It was 88 degrees and sunny. There was no way Lily should be cold. This had to be another side effect of the venom. He looked over at Andy. "How much longer until we reach the dock?" "We'll be there in about 5 minutes. Can you call and have the doctor come directly to Lily's bungalow? I don't want to keep her on this boat. She needs to get somewhere more comfortable." "Absolutely. Anything else we can do to help?" Lily lifted her head from the pillow Jonas had positioned beneath it.
"No, I've already caused you enough trouble. There's no need to spoil the rest of your day looking after me. I want you all to go back out there and have fun." "We can't do that," Gentry said. "What kind of friends do you think we are?" "I mean it. I don't want all of you fussing over me. You're on vacation. Go enjoy yourselves. I'll be fine."
Gentry opened her mouth to protest, but Alice laid a hand on her arm.
"Lily will probably be better off without the whole pack of us hovering over her. We'll give her some peace and stop by later on to see how she's doing."
Her gaze fell on Jonas.
"Besides, there's no one else on God's green earth who will take better care of her than that man right there."
Jonas's heart leapt when the cove came into view, with its dock reaching out into the water. "We're here." He took Lily's hand. "I'll have you comfortable at your place in no time. I'm sure you'll feel a lot better waiting for the doctor there." A look of uncertainty flashed across Lily's face.
"I don't know if I can walk on this leg. It hurts to move it at all."
"There's no way I'm letting you walk on it."
"Well, how?"
"I'm going to carry you." Lily may not have known it, but Jonas's mind was already made up. He was the orchestrator of this mess, and he was going to fix it. There was no way he was going to allow her to suffer any more than she had to, not when there was something he could do to help. The first hint of color crept back into Lily's cheeks.
"It's too far away. I can't let you do that."
It was good to see some of Lily's strength returning. He knelt beside her lounge chair, urgency churning in his gut. "We're gonna have to work this out quick. We're almost at the dock. You can't let me carry you, and I can't let you walk. What are we gonna do?" He gazed into her hazel eyes and was lost in their depths. The quiet strength he found there released a tingling warmth deep in the pit of his stomach. The captain called for the gangplank to be lowered to the dock. "We're here. What's it gonna be?" Jonas asked.
"Let me see what I can do. It might not be as bad as I think."
But the moment she tried to lift her legs, she recoiled, her face twisted with pain. She fell back onto her pillow, biting savagely on her lower lip. "That settles that." Jonas slid one arm behind Lily's back and eased the other beneath her knees. Fire shot through his veins when she draped an arm around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. Her warm breath hitting his skin did more for him than the adrenaline that had surged in his veins when he'd realized she'd been stung. "I've got you," he said as he stood.
"Let us know what the doctor says," Alice said. "We'll keep Andy's phone handy."
"Will do. Thanks, everyone," Jonas said, stepping onto the dock.
"Thank you."
Lily's whispered words propelled him down the dock at lightning speed, where another chill racked her body. Once he left the wooden planks of the dock behind, his body went into overdrive. He was a man on a mission, and nothing was going to slow him down. Jonas paced the hardwood floors of the dining area in Lily's bungalow as the doctor finished the examination. Acid rose into his throat, forced upward by the immense knot forming in his stomach. All he could do was stand by and watch, powerless to do anything to ease her pain. This was a position he'd sworn he'd never allow himself to get into ever again. He'd had to sit on the sidelines and watch as cancer slowly claimed his mother's life. Even though the doctor assured him that Lily would make a full recovery, all of the familiar emotions that had tormented him during the dark days of his mother's illness haunted his mind once again. Helpless, that's how he felt, and he hated it. Unshed tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. They were tears of sorrow for the loss of his mother, tears of empathy for what Lily was going through, but mostly they were tears of frustration. He'd devoted himself to a life of controlling every variable, of fixing all the problems, of making sure good people didn't suffer. That had been his world for the last 10 years, and only now did he realize it was all an illusion. He could have all the money in the world and still have no real control. "She's as comfortable as can be for now, Mr. Wiseman." A short man with snow-white hair approached Jonas, carrying a small black bag. "I examined her thoroughly and gave her a healthy dose of antihistamine. It should help reduce any lingering allergic reactions she may have, but I've left an EpiPen should she experience any sudden latent episodes. They're rare, but not entirely unheard of. As long as she doesn't worsen, there will be no need for me to come back. She should heal up nicely on her own. Might even feel good enough to enjoy the island in a day or two. She seems to be a hardy young woman." "Thank you, doctor. Is there anything I can do for her?" "Just keep an eye on her for the next several hours. I don't expect any more trouble, but it's always best to err on the side of caution in matters such as these. I gave her some mild pain reliever, but she'll probably be in quite a bit of pain for a while. Try to keep her comfortable." "Absolutely." Jonas's eyes darted to the small figure sprawled on the couch beneath a colorful woven throw, one leg elevated beneath a pillow. He'd have given his entire fortune on the spot if it meant he could make her pain go away, if he'd had a fortune to give. But if watching over her was all he could do, he'd do it with everything he had. A team of wild horses wouldn't be able to keep him from her side. The old doctor patted him on the arm with a kind smile. "I'll see myself out, young man. Go tend to your love." The doctor's last words caught Jonas's attention, and he turned back to him, unsure what to say. During all of the excitement, he'd forgotten all about their charade. Lily hadn't been his fake fiancée for the last hour. She'd simply been the woman he wanted desperately to protect and care for. "I wish there was more I could do for her," Jonas said. The old man paused with his hand on the doorknob. He turned away from the door and leaned in close enough for Jonas to smell the wintergreen mint on his breath. "Would you like a piece of advice from an old man?" "Yes, sir." Jonas was eager for any words of wisdom the old gentleman might share. The doctor took hold of Jonas's upper arm and spoke in a low voice. "You've got the right heart, young man. You've found a wonderful woman. Never lose that desire to do more for her. Take it from an old man who knows. Good women are a rare treasure. Don't forget that." The doctor released Jonas's arm and slipped out the front door with a wink. Jonas stood at the threshold for a moment, allowing the doctor's last words to soak in. Rare. That was the perfect word to describe Lily. He'd spent the last 10 years of his life surrounded by all the Sophies of the world. The packaging may have been different from one woman to the next, but on the inside, they were all pretty much the same woman. Self-centered prima donnas. For so many years, he'd thought that was the best he could do. But now that he'd gotten a glimpse of who Lily was outside the office, his eyes had been opened. The office. His shoulders slumped as he was reminded of the nature of their relationship. There was still the sticky business of him being her boss. There had to be a way around that obstacle. If he couldn't find a way, he'd make a way. Chapter 17. Lily leaned back on the plush mound of pillows behind her back and did her best to relax her aching muscles. The medication the doctor had given her was starting to take the edge off the pain radiating up her throbbing calf, but it had its work cut out if it was supposed to block it all. With her eyes closed, she blew a long, slow breath from pursed lips as she worked to focus her mind on something besides the way her body felt. "It's only pain, and pain will pass." She repeated that mantra several more times. It didn't help. Her leg was still on fire. Though the swelling had already begun to go down in her leg, her skin was still stretched uncomfortably tight. Her exhausted sigh brought Jonas to her side. "Is there anything I can get you?" "Thanks, but I don't think so." Lily put her brave face on. "I'm actually doing a lot better than I was back on the boat. The dizziness is gone, and the nausea went away quite a while ago." "That's good to hear." Jonas sat, still shirtless, in a padded wicker chair facing her. He reclined on its cushioned back, revealing a full set of washboard abs set beneath a well-defined chest. Lily's mind drifted for a moment as she remembered what it had felt like to rest her cheek against those solid muscles. Warm, powerful, intoxicating, even in her state of distress. Her lashes fluttered as she forced herself to look somewhere besides his bare chest. Between the way he'd looked at her in the water and the tender care he'd shown her, Lily's head was getting all mixed up. She couldn't allow her heart to follow suit. "I hate for you to waste a beautiful day sitting around indoors with me when you could be out there enjoying the surf and sand." A grin curled the side of Jonas's mouth. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" Lily didn't know how to answer. She couldn't say yes, even though it was the truth, but she also couldn't say no. She'd had more than her fill of lying lately. "Well, you can forget it. You're stuck with me for the rest of the day, maybe even longer. Doctor's orders." He interlaced his fingers and clasped them behind his head, flexing his biceps in the process. The man seemed to be oblivious to the effect he had on her, which only served to make him that much more attractive. She cleared her throat while giving herself a moment to sift through the thoughts swirling in her mind. "I really don't think I'm going to have any more trouble." She held up the EpiPen the doctor had given her. "And if I do, I have this." Jonas stretched his long, lean frame forward and reached across the broad coffee table between them. He took the EpiPen and rolled it between his thumb and index finger. "This is a fantastic tool, but it's no substitute for a pair of human eyes. What if you doze off without having someone to look after you, or you drop it and it rolls out of reach? What if you end up needing it but don't use it quick enough?" He spoke with a surprising passion in his voice. "Jonas." "Some people can exhibit symptoms hours after a sting." "But don't you think those examples are a bit extreme?" Jonas rounded the coffee table and sat next to Lily. His penetrating gaze blazed with an intensity she'd rarely seen before. The longer she looked into his blue eyes, the easier it was to see the man behind the mask. Yes, he was still billionaire investor Jonas Wiseman, but there was another man lurking there as well, one that seemed to carry the weight of the world. That man was somber, mournful almost. She couldn't look away. "This whole thing is my fault. If you hadn't trusted me and gotten in the water, none of this would have ever happened." Lily rested her hand on his forearm, suddenly overcome by an overwhelming desire to ease his burdens and take away the heartache she saw written on his face. "You can't blame yourself for any of this. I'm glad I went into the water. I'd do it again if given the chance. This whole thing was only a fluke." "I let you down. I was supposed to keep you safe, and I didn't." "Nobody could have seen this coming. How can you possibly think you let me down? You know what I remember? I remember you pulling me to the surface before I even knew anything was wrong. You swam me back to the boat, carried me to safety, and treated my wound. Let me down?" Lily scoffed. "You were nothing short of a hero today, Jonas." "I don't know about that," he said, his eyes dropping to the polished wood beneath his feet. "You don't owe me anything.
You should go out and enjoy yourself." Lily tilted her head, trying to catch a glimpse of his eyes. Without warning, he looked up and met her gaze. Her heart broke at the sight of his face racked with guilt. The muscles of his jaw flexed as he blinked his eyes against the tears threatening to spill onto his cheeks.
"A long time ago, I let somebody down that was very dear to me." He heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head. "There really wasn't anything I could have done, but that doesn't change the way it feels. Please, Lily, give me this one. Let me look after you while you're healing up. Maybe you don't need it, but I—" He tore his gaze away and stared out the window. "I do." The tears in his eyes tugged on her heartstrings, clouding her vision with unshed tears of her own.
"Okay."
They sat together in silence for a few minutes before Lily gathered the courage to ask the questions filling her mind.
"What happened?"
The words, spoken in a whispered tone, shouted in the quiet.
"Who did you let down?"
Jonas continued looking out the window, his Adam's apple bobbing as he worked to swallow his emotions. "My mom." No words passed between them for what felt like an eternity, as Lily waited to hear the rest of a story that she feared Jonas might never share. "It was cancer," he said.
"I'm so sorry."
Grief weighted his features down. "I failed her." A lump filled Lily's throat. She was certain she knew exactly what he was going through. She'd been desperately clawing her way through life, trying to keep from failing her own father. The thought of what it would be like to fail him was one she couldn't bear. She choked back the emotions building in her chest.
"You had no control over the cancer?"
"Maybe not, but I should have been able to take control of the situation. Mom always made sure things were taken care of for me. Then the first time she needed me, I dropped the ball." Lily was at a loss for words. It was plain to see that Jonas had been bottling these feelings up for a long time. He needed a listening ear more than he needed a pep talk, and she was going to be that ear. "It had always been just me and Mom. She worked her tail off for me and landed a good job working on a factory assembly line when I was in middle school. Long hours, tedious work, but she did it for me."
"It sounds like she was an amazing woman."
Lily's heart went out to him. This man, whom the world assumed was nothing more than a wildly successful billionaire, untouched by the realities of the hardships of living life on planet Earth, had to deal with many of the same struggles she had. "She was the best." Jonas looked at her for the first time since he'd started talking. Admiration for his mother shone in his eyes. "When I got into MIT, I didn't have the money to cover everything. My scholarships didn't stretch nearly far enough. While I was at home stressing about how I was going to come up with enough money to stay in school, Mom went to the bank and emptied her savings account. She paid for everything, her life savings plus the money she'd inherited from Grandma. All gone. It was supposed to be her nest egg, and she spent it on me."
That sounded like something her father would have done. "She must have loved you very much."
The sadness on Jonas's face was replaced by a look of self-loathing. "Yeah, and it ended up killing her."
"What do you mean?"
"During my first semester, the big wigs at corporate figured they could turn a bigger profit by moving Mom's plant south. They fired everyone and closed up shop, and there was Mom, unemployed and without any savings to fall back on, because she'd spent all of her money on me." Lily couldn't hold her tongue any longer. There was no way she could let him go on believing these horrible things about himself. It was clearly tearing him up from the inside out.
"I can imagine how tough that must have been, but you weren't responsible for her losing her job. I never knew your mother, but from what you've said about her, it sounds like she was a wonderful woman. She wouldn't want you to shoulder the weight of responsibility for something you couldn't control. How can you think everything was your fault?"
"My head knows corporate greed was responsible, but that doesn't change the way it feels sometimes. Only 2 months after emptying her savings account on me, Mom started feeling pretty sick, but she wouldn't go to the doctor. She'd lost her insurance when she lost her job and couldn't afford to go. So she kept putting it off. Eventually, she got so sick she couldn't wait any longer." Jonas paused and took a deep breath. She was diagnosed with inoperable stage 4 colon cancer. Jonas shook his head as the bitterness of the memory marred his kind face. It's always about the money in this world, isn't it? I needed money for school. Mom needed money for treatments early on. The hotshots at corporate wanted more money, so they dumped people who had given years of their lives to the company. He stopped and chewed the inside of his cheek. Now it all made sense. That's why you do what you do. You're trying to keep history from repeating itself. That's why it's so important to you to save failing businesses and keep people working. Exactly. Me and my partners at school had just sold our company and walked away with billions a month before Mom passed. By then it was too late. There was no amount of money that could save her. Instead, I stood beside her casket and promised her I'd spend the rest of my life fighting the kind of corporate greed that had taken her life. What an amazing tribute to your mother's life. They sat together in silence for a few moments as Lily considered her next words carefully. It's an awfully big job for one man. Do you think you may have taken on more than your fair share of responsibility? I mean, there's only so much one man can do to change the world. I've been given a lot, Lily. I don't know why. I've never been anything special. All I know is that as long as I have the ability to help, I have the responsibility to help. Maybe I've overextended myself. My accountants would definitely say I have. A dry smile curved his lips. But I'm willing to deal with the pressure if it means that innocent families don't have to. So I might lose my mansion. Big deal. The average working-class family stands to lose a whole lot more. Lily nodded silently, understanding how entrenched he was in his beliefs. They had guided the course of his life for the last decade. As much as she wanted him to put a little extra effort into taking care of himself, she could see there was nothing she could say that would change his mind. Jonas stood and smoothed a hand over his hair. I'm sorry. There I go again, dumping on you. First it was about Sophie, now my mom. He paused, his cheeks reddening. You're just so easy to talk to. It's not dumping at all. Lily's own cheeks heated as a rare wave of shyness washed over her. I guess I said all of that to say it's really important to me that you're okay. There wasn't anything I could do to help my mom. I'd be grateful if you'd let me help you. Are you sure there isn't anything I can get you? How could she resist him now? He was right. He needed this. There is one thing. This is going to be a long afternoon. It might be nice to have my sketch pad and pencils within reach. He perked up like a desert flower in a rainstorm. Great. Where are they? In my room, on the bedside table. Jonas jogged across the living area, making a beeline for Lily's room. 2 minutes later, he reappeared with her sketch pad and pencils in hand. He shoved the coffee table closer to Lily and laid her supplies well within reach. Did you paint that picture standing on the dresser in there? It's amazing. There was something familiar about it, but I couldn't place it. Lily froze. She'd forgotten that she'd put her painting from that morning in the bedroom to dry. Her heart raced, silently pleading with him not to ask any questions. I also found this. Jonas held up a wrinkled envelope with his name scrawled on the front. Lily bit her bottom lip. The resignation letter. Her heart pounded against her ribs. It felt like she'd been preparing to give it to him for a long time, but she was definitely not ready to give it to him now. How could she have been so careless? Just before leaving to meet everyone for lunch on the yacht, she'd gotten the brilliant idea to lay her resignation letter out on the dresser, just beneath the painting, as a subtle reminder to herself, especially the part of herself that had chosen to paint a portrait of Jonas without consulting her first. Should I open it now? He asked. Her stomach clenched. I meant to give it to you a long time ago, but never could seem to find the right time. I guess now is as good of a time as any. Lily watched with bated breath, trying to read the expression on Jonas's face as he finally read her resignation letter. He looked up from the creased paper he held with wide eyes. You're quitting?
I'm so sorry. I should have given you my resignation much sooner. I intended to, but
Jonas dropped the letter on the floor and rushed back to her side. He took his former seat on the coffee table as a broad smile broke out on his face. So you're moving on? You won't be working for me anymore? This was not the reaction she'd anticipated.
Yes?
His smile only deepened as his eyes shone. Okay.
Okay? That was it? So much for being his irreplaceable assistant.
Chapter 18. Jonas floated on his back in the crystal clear water of the pool outside Lily's bungalow. Large slabs of native stone paved the patio, surrounding a pool whose curved edges were designed to look like a tropical island oasis. With palms swaying overhead and thick flowering vines reaching to the water's edge, it was easy to imagine he was floating in some long-forgotten lagoon. He moved his arms through the water, turning his body away from the long rays of the late afternoon sun. In front of him, Lily's chaise lounge sat on a wide landing, submerged in about 8 inches of water. Her slender arm hung from the side, allowing her hand to reach the water. Watching her draw figure eights on the water's surface with her index finger had an almost hypnotic effect on him. Like the day they'd gone snorkeling, he couldn't tear his eyes away. An ethereal underwater image of her was stuck in his head. Not that he'd really tried all that hard to dislodge it. Her hair had swayed with the ocean current as a halo of filtered light and sunbeams shone down through the rippling ocean's surface. It was as if time had slowed down for the sole purpose of allowing him to brand the image onto his mind without missing a single exquisite detail. He'd never seen an angel before, but he was sure they couldn't be more beautiful than Lily had been that day. Now that Lily would no longer be his employee, he'd spent the last 2 days working on a new puzzle. He had to figure out how to make the leap from the comfortable, friendly relationship they'd developed in recent times to something deeper. Hitting on her while she was recovering from a jellyfish sting would have just been wrong. Besides, Lily was something special. She didn't deserve to be hit on. A woman like her deserved to be romanced and wooed. Lily glanced in his direction and caught him staring. "How are you feeling?" he asked.
I'm actually feeling great. I've still got the marks, but almost all of the pain is gone.
She sat up and swung her shapely bare legs over the side of the lounge, holding her skirt out of the water as she dipped her feet in.
I'm so tired of lying around. I want to get up and do something.
Are you sure? Jonas was happy about her quick recovery, but he was going to miss the quiet times they'd shared together over the last couple of days.
Definitely. I'm usually a homebody, but this?
She spread her arms wide.
This is Fiji. How many chances am I going to get to explore Fiji? I want to get out there and see what this place is all about before it's time to go home.
She'd have plenty more chances to explore Fiji in the future if Jonas had anything to say about it. This deal with Andy was only the beginning. Great things were just around the corner for him. He could feel it in his bones. When things turned around, taking a special someone to Fiji wouldn't be any more difficult for him than going to the neighborhood market. Is there anything you'd like to do that doesn't involve a lot of walking? It would probably be a good idea to take it slow your first time back on your feet.
I don't know. I just have that antsy feeling deep inside. I want to go somewhere and do something, but I don't know what. Is that crazy?
Not crazy at all. Gazing into her bright hazel eyes drove every coherent thought from his mind. All he wanted to do was stare into them in hopes of catching a glimpse of the deepest reaches of her soul. "Hey, you two!" Andy's jovial voice broke the spell between them. Jonas swam to the other end of the pool to greet the Rowlands, who sat bareback on 2 snow-white horses. "How are you kids getting along today?" "Lily's doing a lot better, but she's getting restless."
I would be too, Alice said. These homes are beautiful, but a gilded cage is still a cage. Am I right, Lily? The bungalow couldn't possibly be more perfect, but I am itching to get out and see this island,"
Lily said, a wide smile on her lips.
"You should probably take it easy on that leg until you know how walking will affect it,"
Alice cautioned. Clasping her hand over her mouth, she gasped as if the world's best idea had just popped into her head. She leaned over to Andy and whispered in his ear. His only response was an enthusiastic nod. They both hopped off their horses and led them to the edge of the patio. "How would y'all like to take a ride on the beach? These horses are as mild as kittens and shouldn't even give city kids like you any trouble," Andy said. Lily's eyes lit up like a little girl at the fairground pony rides.
"I haven't been on horseback since I was 8.
She turned her shining eyes on Jonas.
"You want to?"
How could he say no to a romantic ride on the beach? If he timed it right, they'd be able to watch the sunset out there. And after that, who knew? That was what you called a perfect first date. "Absolutely. I'll just change into something dry real quick." He hopped out of the pool and jogged into the house to change back into his borrowed shorts. He stripped off his wet trunks and wrestled his dry clothes on. Who had time to towel off? Lily was waiting. Lily was stroking one of the horse's long foreheads when he got back outside. Her white bohemian skirt blew in the breeze, its long length trailing out behind her. She tucked her hair behind an ear and bit back her laughter as the horse nuzzled her bare shoulder, exposed by the wide-necked tunic she wore.
"Cut it out. That tickles."
She took the horse's head in her hands and nuzzled its muzzle with the tip of her nose. She was oblivious to Jonas's presence and oh so stunning. "Ready to mount up?" Andy said as Jonas approached.
"That might be a little tricky for Lily."
Alice's brows drew together.
"Back at the stables, we had a mountain stool."
Jonas slipped in behind Lily. "That's all right. She doesn't need a stool when she's got me." He rested his hands on the creamy skin of her upper arms. Excitement surged through his veins. This was it. The moment he'd been waiting for since he'd read her resignation letter. She was no longer an employee. Lily O'Connor was a free agent, one he was free to pursue. It was go time.
"We'll leave you 2 lovebirds to it then," Alice said. "Come on, Andy. 2's company, 4's a crowd."
She winked and looped her arm through her husband's, pulling him off in the direction of their bungalow. The sweet scent of Lily's hair filled Jonas's senses as he waited for their friends to disappear around the corner of the house. She turned to face him with flushed cheeks. "So how do we do this? Did you say you're going to be my stepping stool?" "Not exactly." Tingles shot up his arm when he placed a hand on her waist and guided her to the side of the horse. Turning her around to face him once again, he wrapped both hands around her midsection and lifted her onto the horse's back with one smooth motion. Their closeness stoked the embers of passion that smoldered deep inside him. It felt good to let them burn this time. He wouldn't be stomping these flames out any more. "That's how we do it," he said, and handed her the reins. Lily's eyes were wide.
"I didn't expect that. Thank you."
She swung a leg over the horse and adjusted her skirt. "It's a good thing I'm wearing this gypsy-style skirt. It's huge and just right for riding." Jonas led his horse to a tall, decorative rock formation. "It looks just right for any occasion to me," he said, mounting up. The sea breeze kicked up again, this time catching the shirt he'd left unbuttoned in his haste, exposing his chest. "Sorry about that," he said, fighting against the breeze to match the buttons to their proper holes.
"It doesn't bother me,"
Lily said, her ears turning an adorable shade of pink. Was she enjoying the view? Things definitely seemed to be moving in the right direction. "We'd better figure out how to get these horses to start walking," Jonas said. Lily shifted her weight on the horse's bare back and tapped its side with her heels. She drew her shoulders up and scrunched her face into an excited grin when it took its first steps toward the ocean.
"I'm totally squealing on the inside right now."
"I thought you hadn't ridden a horse since you were 8, Jonas said, urging his horse to follow Lily's.
I haven't.
What were you, some sort of professional rider? You look like a pro.
No, I've just got away with animals, said Lily. Most of us creative types do. We're sensitive souls, I suppose. Soft laughter tumbled from her lips and was carried on the light breeze. Her laughter always came so free and easy. That was one of the things he'd admired about her back at the office, but had positively come to adore here on the island.
Tell me more about what it's like to be a creative type.
Jonas watched her every move as Lily's body swayed with the motion of her horse. With hooves hardly making a sound in the dry sand, she gazed skyward, chewing on the inside of her cheek. For me, it means walking the tightrope between reality and fantasy, feeling things deeply but quietly, pondering and stewing on vague ideas until they come together in my mind's eye.
What do you do then?
She looked at him with eyes sparkling in the golden light of the lowering sun. I create. Inspiration rushes in, but it's up to me to give in and do something about it.
And what happens if you don't give in to your moment of inspiration?
It's a horrible feeling. I can always tell when I haven't allowed my creativity to flow like I should. My insides twist into knots, and I feel so frustrated.
I didn't really understand why you wanted to move to Paris when you told me your plans the other day. But now I see why you want to get out of the corporate world. There isn't much room for creativity like you're talking about in an office.
That's part of it.
Lily became pensive. What's the other part?
It has to do with a promise I made.
To yourself?
To my dad. We're not really all that different, you and me.
Lily sighed as she reached forward and patted her horse's neck.
You built an entire business to keep a promise you made to your mother. I'm walking away from the best job I ever landed to keep a promise I made to my dad.
And what promise was that?
I promised I'd chase after the dream I had as a little girl.
To become an artist?
Yeah, I owe it to him. He sacrificed so much for me, worked his tail off doing jobs he hated so he could put me in all the best schools and art programs. Then he died before he ever had a chance to retire and enjoy his life.
I'm so sorry, Lily. I should have known you lost your father.
Reality was back, and it was slapping him in the face again. Hard this time. All these years he'd thought of himself as the world's greatest employer, a boss who cared, yet he didn't even know that his own personal assistant was going through life without her father. It's all right. He passed away a year before I came to work for you. I've been putting this transition off for way too long now.
What's been holding you back?
Jonas's chest tightened when Lily looked over at him, a hint of tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Tiny lines formed between her brows as the worries she'd been carrying made themselves evident in her expression. For the first time, all of her fronts were down. She wasn't the office assistant who had everything well in hand. She wasn't the Amazonian woman who brushed off a serious sting as if it had been no more serious than a mosquito bite. This Lily was vulnerable and unsure. All he wanted to do was wrap her in his arms and vow to make everything right. I'm scared.
If you're not sure you'll get the job in Paris, I can help you out. I'll make sure you land on your feet.
He didn't know how he'd manage until business was better, but he'd do it even if it meant he'd have to sell every last thing he owned. If there was one thing he understood, it was the importance of keeping a promise to a cherished parent. Even if it meant Lily would be living on the other side of the world for a while, he'd do whatever it took to help her keep her promise. A soft smile lit up her face. Thanks, but that's not what I'm scared of. I can always get another job at an office somewhere if money gets tight.
What is it then?
Jonas chided himself inside. Had he really gotten so used to being a billionaire that his first thought when confronted with a problem was to throw money at it? What if I'm not good enough? She whispered. If I fail him now, there's no way for me to make it up to him. He's gone. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. He couldn't begin to count how many times those same thoughts had crossed his mind.
Maybe you don't have to make anything up to him. I think all he'd want is for you to be happy." He was sure Killian had spoken those very words to him about his own mother several times before, but somehow tonight they meant a whole lot more. The words of comfort meant to ease Lily's mind had a healing effect on him as well. They rode on in silence for a few minutes more. Lily bit her lip and ran her hand along her thigh. "How are you doing over there?" Jonas's protective instincts kicked into gear. As much as he wanted to enjoy the sunset on the beach with her, making sure she was comfortable was his top priority. "Pretty good. I'm just starting to feel a little achy." "Do you want to head back?" "No, maybe just a short break?" "Yes." He couldn't be sure if it was the horses or his charming personality that had done the trick, but either way he was relieved that Lily didn't want their unofficial first date to be cut short either. They reined in the horses, and Jonas hopped onto the warm sand. "Let's head to those rocks over there. We can watch the sunset, then take the horses back." He came to Lily's side and reached up for her. She rested her hands on his shoulders and prepared to dismount. He scooped her into his arms, but instead of setting her down, he slid an arm beneath her legs and carried her toward the rocky outcropping at the end of a thick stand of palms and jungle fauna. "What are you doing?" Lily laughed. "You said your leg needed a break. Walking is not a break." "I think I can manage, unless you just enjoy carrying women around on the beach." The playful tone of Lily's voice sent a fiery rush through his veins. He captured her gaze with his, stopping where he stood. Her light hair took on the flaming colors of the sky behind her as the sun began to slip beneath the horizon. "Just one. I only enjoy carrying one woman around on the beach." Lily moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue, her eyes riveted to his. Her lips parted slightly as if she were about to speak, but instead she basked in the heated silence that existed between them. A look of such warmth rested in her eyes that he never wanted the moment to end. His chest expanded with a sharp breath when Lily slipped her other arm around his neck. His pulse throbbed in his ears as Lily's lips inched ever closer to his. In a moment, he'd know exactly what those soft lips felt like when pressed against his. Never in his life had he anticipated a kiss with such desire. The heat of Lily's breath awoke something that had been locked up deep inside him. He closed his eyes a moment before their lips touched. "Dolphins!" The sound of a familiar voice came from the other side of the stand of trees. They looked over in time to see Gentry racing to the water's edge with Tom to get a closer look at a pod of dolphins who were playing in the shallow waters near shore. Lily looked back at him, cheeks blazing red. "I guess we should go and join them." Every ounce of him wanted to protest and ask for a do-over, but their moment was gone. "Absolutely." He cleared his throat. "Dolphins are great." That simple sentence belonged on the top 10 list of dumbest things to say after coming achingly close to kissing the woman of your dreams. "I really am okay. You can put me down now." Lily slipped out of his arms and made her way to the shore, offering him a timid look over her shoulder. If only he could have read her expression. It wasn't regret, but what was it? Uncertainty? Chapter 19. Lily sat on the small walkout patio attached to her bedroom. The double doors stood wide open behind her, white gauze curtains waving in the fresh air. She leaned back in the chair and poked at her breakfast with a fork. The freshly picked fruit delivered that morning didn't seem as sweet as usual, or maybe it was her appetite that was the problem. Pushing her bowl away, she stood and headed inside. Her bare feet slapped the cool, polished wood floor on the way back to bed. She threw the sheets back and flopped onto the cloud-like mattress. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with images from the night before on the beach with Jonas. Warmth bubbled up from deep inside and coursed throughout her body along with delicious tingles of excitement. Her stomach fluttered at the memory of the hungry look in his eyes as she'd gazed into them with her pulse thundering in her ears. Last night had been the embodiment of every secret desire she'd ever harbored in her heart. She'd been fighting to suppress her attraction to Jonas since the first time they'd met, even more so after he'd become engaged. But he was a free man now, so what was the problem? Why were all of her warning bells and whistles going off? Because she and Jonas were never meant to be, that's why. They were from two very different worlds. It was easy to forget that here in Fiji, isolated from the realities of life. For so long, she'd imagined that she and Jonas could have had something special, if only their situation were different. But now that things had actually changed, she saw everything in a whole new light. Even though he was just a regular guy beneath all that money, she would never belong in the circles he traveled. She'd always be the Cinderella who'd come to the ball in a pumpkin. Lily draped her arm across her face, willing the rhythm of her heart to slow. She couldn't allow this scheme of theirs to mess with her head any longer. As badly as she wanted to give in to what seemed to be stirring between them, she had to be strong enough to say no for the both of them. That night was New Year's Eve. They were halfway there. She only had to keep her head in the game for a few more days, and then it would all be over. He'd go back to his life, and she'd return to hers. She wasn't exactly sure what her life would look like, but that was a different worry for a different day. A text rang through on her phone. She sighed. It was probably Gentry with more elaborate plans and a page-long itinerary for the day. She had to give credit where credit was due. Gentry was great at facilitating fun, but today Lily didn't feel like having fun. She felt more like sulking in a bubble bath and licking wounds she'd sworn up and down she wouldn't allow herself to get. Seriously, how silly was it to have to fight back tears because a fake relationship would soon be over? A second text followed the first. Yep, it was bound to be a long to-do list of fun. Lily moaned as she rolled over and reached for her phone. It was time to put on her happy face and go to work. She swiped her thumb across the phone to see what was on the agenda and nearly choked when she read the name on the text. Amélie Beaumont. She hadn't heard from Amélie since her interview more than a week ago. Lily's fingers trembled as she entered her phone's passcode so she could read the entire message. She squeezed her eyes shut and forced herself to take a deep, steadying breath. No matter what this text said, she was moving to Paris. She would get her feet wet in the art scene over there one way or another. With brows drawn together, she peeked at the text through squinted eyes. You got the job. Congratulations. You start February 1st. Lily hugged the phone to her chest and squealed. It wasn't really in her nature to squeal like a schoolgirl, but this was big. She'd never received a job offer via text message before, but then again, this was Amélie Beaumont. The woman didn't do anything according to convention, which was probably one of the reasons she was on the cutting edge of her industry. One hurdle down, 12 million to go. Right now, she didn't even care about the other obstacles in her way. She was going to celebrate the fact that she just landed a job with the it person of the Paris art scene. She sat up tall and scrolled to the second message that had come through, eager to see what else her new boss had to say. Just remember, you're not here to start your own career. You're here to help with mine. Too many assistants come to work for me thinking they're going to be the next Van Gogh or something. That's not going to fly. See you next month. That took some of the wind out of her sail, but she didn't let it deflate her entirely. Just the fact that she now had a way to support herself in Europe was a huge part of the battle. Lily wouldn't have any trouble at all working on her projects while managing the finer details of Amélie's career. That's exactly what she'd been doing with Jonas for the past year, and it hadn't caused any issue in all that time. This was going to be a good thing. A very good thing. Hey, you in there? Lily's heart leapt at the sound of Jonas's voice. She couldn't wait to tell him her news. If she didn't tell someone soon, she was likely to burst a blood vessel any moment. She sprung to her feet, trotted to the door, and found him standing in the garden, leaning on her patio railing. "Morning," she said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "Gentry wants to go for a hike to see the falls today. I told her I didn't know if you'd be up to it or not. What do you say?" "I'm feeling good this morning. Very good." She couldn't hold back her exuberance. Waving her phone at Jonas, she said, "I got it. I got the job." Jonas stepped up onto the patio and hopped over the railing with a broad smile on his face. "That's fantastic news, Lily. I'm so happy for you." "She sounds tough, but I think I can make it work with her." "When do you start?" "February." Jonas's eyes danced as his smile deepened. "That's great. It gives us a whole month before you have to leave." Lily's internal brakes screeched to a halt. "Us?" Jonas dropped his gaze to the stone pavers at his feet. His cheeks reddened like a schoolboy asking a girl to his first dance. Well, I guess I'd hoped we could spend some time together, figuring out what's happening between us." Lily's chest tightened. If she was ever going to put things on the right track, now was the time. She walked to the other side of the patio, putting the table and chairs between them. "I already know what's happening." Her voice was low and measured as she worked to keep her emotions in check. His hopeful gaze pierced her heart. He'd been fooled into believing that this island reality was real as well. He took a step nearer and clutched the back of the chair in front of him. "What's happening?" "We've been caught up in our own web of lies. We've pretended to be in love too well. Now we're starting to believe it ourselves." Jonas's chest expanded with a sudden breath. "You love me?" Lily backed up until she bumped into the railing, holding her hands up in defense. No, I didn't say that. What I meant to say is that we feel like we're falling in love." "But isn't that what falling in love is? Feeling it?" Jonas inched his way around the dining set, his every step quickening the pace of Lily's heart. "Yes, no, not this time. Everything is a jumble. There's no way to tell what's real anymore." Jonas reached her side of the table and stood in front of her, gripping the railing on either side of her. His masculine scent filled her senses with a dizzying mixture of musk and coconut oil. He took her hand in his and placed it on his firm chest. "I'm real." He cupped her cheek with his other hand. "You're real." Lily's eyes fluttered closed as she leaned into his touch. "Problem solved?" he asked, his lips drawing closer to hers. Was it? It sure felt solved. Everything felt right when he was this close to her. With the breeze blowing in from the ocean and jungle birds calling in the trees around them, things didn't just feel right. They felt perfect. Lily's eyes snapped open. It was this place. Fiji was playing tricks on them again. No! Saying the word was like pulling a bad tooth without anesthetic. It had to be done, but it hurt worse than anything she'd ever had to say before. The problem isn't solved. She didn't dare look into his eyes. If she allowed herself to get lost in them one more time, she'd never come back. We live in two different worlds, Jonas. It doesn't feel like it here, but we do. When we get back to Chicago, this will all just seem like a dream. Then let's never leave. The desire in his voice tore at her heart. That's not practical. You know that. We have to go back. And when we do, you'll be a billionaire and I'll be an office jockey working out my notice. Have we really spent this much time together and you still don't know me? Lily, I'm not a billionaire. Not anymore. Even if I were, it's only money. It's never been who I am. We have more things in common than separating us. Jonas, think about it. Everything we think we're feeling now is because of this game we're playing here. Were you ever attracted to me back at the office? Lily didn't know what to think of the long pause that followed her question. He shifted his weight, biting the inside of his cheek. Most days, you were the only reason I came into work when everything started going wrong. I didn't think it was love at the time, but I knew that once I saw you, I'd be able to face the day, and all of the bad news it was sure to bring. It's just the kind of person you are, Lily. You make everything better, and I think you make me better too.
Jonas.
Hear me out, please. He hooked her chin with a curved index finger and brought her gaze to meet his. Please. Lily wrapped her arms around her torso, forming a shield around her heart, and nodded. Hearing your story made me realize how alike we really are. It's like we've lived each other's lives. You lost a dad, I lost a mom, both amazing, hardworking, loving people. We both made promises to them that nobody else will ever understand. I get you, Lily, and you get me, probably better than anyone else ever will. He ran his hand down the length of her arm, ending at her hand. He took it and lifted it to his lips. The thrill that raced through her body when his lips touched her skin sapped the strength from her knees. She grasped the railing with her other hand to steady herself.
That may be true, she whispered, but there's still Paris. Maybe we're not from such different worlds after all, but we're about to be living on different continents.
What's an ocean when you're in love?
I'd imagine an ocean would seem even bigger when you're in love. Long distance never works. It's better not to even go there.
She slipped her hand out of his. I may have lost all my money when the Asian markets crashed this year, but I've still got connections. What makes you think we'd have to have a long-distance relationship? For the first time since their conversation started, Lily allowed a seed of hope to take root in her heart.
What do you mean?
I mean there are ways for us to test the waters and see where our hearts lead us, but only if we don't slam the door closed here and now. Every worthwhile thing in life takes a leap of faith. His words resonated deep inside. It sounded exactly like something her dad would have said to her. If you're not ready to take that leap yourself, just hold my hand, and I'll do all the leaping for the two of us, Jonas said. Lily gazed at the hand he held out. Could it really be as easy as that? Take his hand? Live happily ever after?
Chapter 20. Excitement churned deep inside Jonas's stomach, his gaze fixed on Lily, waiting for her to make her move. Her eyes were focused on his outstretched hand. He held his breath, certain she was about to take it. She stood tall and moved the tiniest bit closer to him, no longer leaning on the banister behind her. A giddiness came over him as he considered what it would mean for her to take his hand. Emotion rushed in, filling his heart. Was this what it really felt like to fall in love? He'd had it all wrong for so long. Falling in love was about waking up one day to find your heart completely filled with everything beautiful you never knew existed, yet stretching it beyond capacity to fit in as much more as you possibly could. But the reason for the stretching wasn't to hoard all the good feelings up for yourself, but to store them up to be showered on the person who brought such joy in the first place. He continued gazing at Lily, his heart hammering in his chest, as the golden rays of the morning sun brought out all of the best colors of her strawberry blonde hair. He may have been engaged to another woman the last few months, but Lily was truly his first love. She was the only one for him. She took a deep breath and looked up into his face once again, her hazel eyes drawing him in like a magnet. Her full lips parted as if she were about to speak, just as the sound of laughter fell on their ears. Crushing disappointment sucked the wind out of him. They turned their attention to the shoreline. Gentry and Tom walked hand in hand in ankle-deep water, splashing each other as they went. This place may have given off vibes of being a deserted island paradise, but it was almost impossible to have more than a few fleeting moments of alone time. Jonas forced a smile in spite of himself. Those two were in love. As much as his heart ached to have a little while longer to enjoy the solitude with Lily,
He couldn't begrudge them their moment of happiness. Not now that he actually knew what it meant to be in love. Gentry noticed them standing on the patio and called out to them. "I'd hoped we could all hike up to the falls today, but it looks like you two have better things to do. Tom and I won't disturb you. Carry on." She laughed, interlacing her fingers with Tom's as they continued their stroll down the beach. Lily cleared her throat and slipped away from Jonas, his chest tightening as she put the table between them again. His hand grew cold. He stuffed it into his pocket since it served no purpose other than to remind him that Lily hadn't taken hold of it. "Wait up, you two. We'll join you," Lily said. Turning back to Jonas, she tucked her hair behind an ear, her cheeks flushing with a soft shade of pink. "We should go." She offered a timid smile. "It might be fun." Jonas ran his fingers through his hair, questions filling his mind. Was this a distraction to avoid having to finish their conversation, or did she genuinely want to spend the morning hiking? Either way, she hadn't shut him out entirely. If that was all she had to offer right now, he'd take it. "Let's do it," he said. Jonas waited with the others on the beach while Lily changed. A few minutes later, she joined them, wearing a pair of shorts and a snug navy t-shirt that hugged her curves just right. He offered his hand as Gentry and Tom started toward the head of the trail. Hesitation flashed in Lily's eyes. She glanced at their hiking companions, still holding hands, swinging them back and forth as they tromped through the sand. She swallowed hard when her eyes came to rest on Jonas's hand. She took his arm instead and nodded toward the trail. "We should probably try to keep up." It was obvious she was still thinking about the offer he'd made on the patio. She wasn't ready to take the leap with him just yet. Jonas's heart sank a little, but he refused to give up hope. She looked up at him out of the corner of her eye when he laid his hand on top of hers. He smiled down on her. "You know what they say. Good things come to those who wait." "And what are you waiting for?" Lily asked. His eyes locked onto hers as they stood motionless for an extra beat. "You, Lily." A deep shade of crimson rushed up her neck, coloring the tips of her ears. She looked away with a hint of a smile curving her lips. She squeezed his arm in reply. That simple act sent an electric shockwave racing through his body. There had been nothing fake about that small display of affection. No one was around to see it. It had been meant for him alone. Hope surged in his heart. "Are you two coming or not?" Gentry called from the trail ahead. "On our way," Jonas said, his eyes never leaving Lily. "Don't wait on us. We'll catch up." Following a winding trail, Jonas and Lily walked deep into the interior of the jungle. It traced a path back and forth up the side of the volcanic mountain at the heart of the island. "Are you sure you're up for this? It's a lot farther up this mountain than I expected. Not your average tourist trap type of activity. I feel like I should have brought a backpack full of survival supplies or something." Jonas laughed, but his concern for Lily was real. "No, this is exactly the type of thing I wanted to do before going home. I mean, look at this place." She stretched her arms wide as a smile lit up her face. "We're in the middle of a real jungle. Can you believe it? It's so different from those fake jungles at the zoo. Those things seemed so real before I came here." Lily stopped in her tracks and clapped a hand over her mouth to dampen her own excitement. She pointed to a low-hanging branch along the trail. A bright green gecko zipped along the limb beside her. "Have you ever seen anything so amazing?" Jonas suppressed a grin and nodded, pointing at a low-lying boulder just off the beaten trail. Lily's round eyes at least doubled in size when she looked and saw a 2-foot iguana resting its armor-plated body on the cool surface of the rock to beat the rising temperatures. "Do you think I could touch it?" she whispered. "I don't see why not." She doubled both fists, clapped them together just beneath her chin, and held them there. Every inch of her body looked as if it were poised to spring into action. Whether that action was going to be to jump and run, or actually touch the reptile beside her, he could only guess. Lily squeezed her eyes closed and scrunched her nose.
I want to do it. But maybe I shouldn't.
The brochure only said to leave the endangered ones alone. I don't think you're going to hurt this guy.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
She squatted low, ducking beneath the gecko's branch, and slowly reached her index finger toward the tip of the iguana's long tail. She lightly caressed the last half-inch of the tail before withdrawing her hand and backing away. Once she was clear of the tree limb, 3 long bouncing strides took her a fair distance away. There she half-stomped, half-ran in place, whisper-screaming to herself, I did it! Jonas couldn't hold back the tidal wave of laughter building in his gut. Was that all? I don't think he even knew he was petted. He wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. He's still sitting there waiting for you if you'd like a do-over.
Nope. I touched a wild iguana. In the wild. And that makes me awesome, she said. No need to push it.
Whatever you say. I guess my other question was answered, though.
What question?
I was wondering how your leg was doing, but after that little stompy dance, I'd say you look like you're doing all right.
Better than all right. Listen to this place. Have you ever heard so many birds singing at once? Lily asked.
Jonas shared the wonder he heard in her voice. It really is amazing. I think Tom and Gentry must have disturbed every bird in the jungle as they went along. Well, them and your impromptu rain dance. Jonas laughed.
I'm glad we did. Look at that one.
Lily pointed to a small dove with a fiery orange body and olive green head.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Jonas gazed at Lily's peaches and cream complexion, admiring the light smattering of freckles that dotted the apples of her cheeks. Longing took hold of his heart. You can say that again. Lily cast a curious look in his direction, her cheeks blushing when she caught on to the subtle meaning of his words.
We've really fallen behind, she said.
Jonas strode toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. She sucked in a deep breath, the color in her cheeks deepening to a rich shade of crimson when he advanced to within a few inches of her body.
We should probably catch up, she whispered.
Should we?
I think so.
She sidestepped out of his reach, but not before running her eyes up and down the full length of his frame and shooting him a smile inviting him to follow. They walked the path together in silence, basking in the soft green light, filtering down through the canopy. Lily had been convinced that Fiji was playing tricks on their minds, but Jonas knew better. There was definitely something magical about this place, but not all magic was deceptive, especially not the kind that was conjured by the beating of 2 hearts intended for one another. He didn't know if it was the sunlight or the sea air, but here in the jungle, anything could grow. Even a love that had seemed impossible only days ago. The sound of rushing water cut through his thoughts, capturing his full attention.
We're almost there,
Lily said, tugging Jonas along at a quickened pace. They rounded the final bend in the trail and came face to face with the waterfall. White water raced down the side of the mountain, where the jungle opened up enough for them to catch a glimpse of a cloudless blue sky. It pooled in 3-tiered sections, each one higher up the cliff than the one before it. Its deafening roar finally turned into a million tiny swirling bubbles in a crystal-clear lagoon when it reached the water's surface, a good 20 feet below the final ledge. Tom and Gentry were already swimming in the lagoon.
Y'all have to come in,
Gentry called. Jonas sat on a rocky ledge near the water's edge to take his shoes off. Lily joined him, but when she stuck her toes into the water, Gentry called out,
"No!"
and pointed to the falls.
"You dive in from up there. The locals say it's bad luck if you don't jump in through the falls."
Lily jerked her foot out of the water and wrapped her arms around her torso, a deep crease forming between her brows. "What's wrong?" Jonas asked.
"Remember the chopper ride over? Me and high places don't get along anymore."
"Any more?" Lily shrugged, seeming to retreat into herself. Jonas gave the falls a long, hard look before nodding toward the jungle. Let's put a little distance between us and that water." They walked a little way down the path while still keeping the falls in view. "Do you want to talk about it?" Jonas asked.
"I don't know. It's just stupid." Her whole demeanor had shifted from one of excitement and awe to one of total defeat.
"If it bothers you, it's not stupid."
Lily took a deep breath. "It's just, I'm not the same anymore, not since my dad died." She lifted glistening eyes to meet his, the grief he saw in them hitting like a punch in the gut. He believed in me so much that I didn't have any choice but to believe in myself too. Now that he's gone, it's like my confidence...
"Like your confidence was taken away with him."
Jonas finished her sentence. "Yeah, I've become this unsure person that I don't even recognize anymore. If my dad were here right now, he'd grab me by the hand and walk me up that rock face, telling me I could do it. You know what? I'd believe him, and I'd do it." She dropped her gaze to the dirt at her feet. "Without him, I don't know if I have it in me to succeed anymore. It's like I've become this gutless wonder that puts off all the big decisions till later because I'm afraid I'm going to fall flat on my face if I step out."
"Are we still talking about the waterfall?" Jonas asked.
She buried her face in her hands. "Good question."
"I wish I could have met your father. He sounds like he was an amazing man. He believed in you because he saw how incredibly strong you are. When I look at you, I see the same thing. A talented woman who is capable of so much more than she gives herself credit for."
Jonas rested his hands on her forearms with a gentle touch that coaxed her hands away from her face. He cupped her cheek with his hand, caressing the soft curve of the apple of her cheek.
"Your dad held up the mirror that showed you just how awesome you really are. When he was taken away, so was that mirror. It's no wonder your confidence was shaken. You've lost sight of who you are."
Lily stood a little taller, taking in his every word like a sponge as the spark of life flickered deep in the recesses of her eyes.
"If you need another person in your corner holding that mirror, telling you that you can do anything you set your mind to, I'll be that person for you. As long as it takes for you to find your faith in yourself again, I'll be that person."
Lily blinked back her tears. She nodded, the sadness in her eyes replaced by sheer determination and grit. She reached out and took hold of Jonas's hand and interlaced her fingers with his, her penetrating gaze driving every coherent thought from his mind. "Let's go jump off a cliff," she said, with a fire in her voice he'd never heard before. A rush of adrenaline surged through his veins at her words. He tightened his grip on her hand and brought her fingers to his lips. "Let's do this thing." They ran in step back to the base of the cliff, the rushing water drowning out every other sound but the hammering of his heart. Hand in hand, they climbed the natural rock stairs until they reached a ledge leading behind the falls near the lowest tier of the falls. They slipped in behind the falling water. The mist hanging in the air dampened Lily's hair and left tiny droplets tracing their way down her cheeks. She'd never looked more radiant as determination gleamed in her eyes. "Now we jump blind?" she asked. "Through the falling water and into the lagoon," Jonas said, still holding her hand. "But not blind. Faith isn't blind, and I've got faith in you." She clamped her fingers down on his and flashed him a wild and carefree smile. "On 3, Lily shouted, then began the count. When she reached 3, they leapt through the water with a yelp, kicking their legs in the air on the way to the water below. Their voices were silenced when their bodies splashed into the cool water, only to bob back to the surface moments later. They swam together to a shallow area near the edge of the lagoon. Lily turned in the water to face him, still holding tight to his hand. "Thank you, Jonas. You were right. Nobody's appearance changes just because they don't have a mirror." She threw her head back and laughed. "You certainly wouldn't look your best, but you wouldn't stop being who you really are. I needed to hear that." She let out another whoop and slapped the water with her free hand. "If I can climb a cliff face with you and jump off it, there's nothing I can't do." The look of exhilaration on Lily's face said it all.
Something powerful inside had been unlocked. He gazed into the water at their hands, fingers still entwined. The very hand he'd tucked into his pocket earlier that day, the hand she'd avoided like the Black Plague up until now, held so tightly to hers, he could feel his own heartbeat in the pads of his fingertips. Did this mean what he hoped it did? Chapter 21. Heat licked her cheeks as Lily leaned forward in her seat, entranced by the troupe of fire dancers who'd taken center stage. The sun had set a long time ago on the small outdoor theater, and the New Year's Eve celebration was well underway. Local drummers with colorful fabric wrapped around their waists played fast native rhythms that awoke every cell in Lily's body, inviting her to bob in time with the beat. Lines of dancers moved with precision, the grass bands around their legs swishing with every bold step they took, as if daring the fire to singe them. With the rhythm and choreography intensifying by the second, the men spun flaming staffs lit on both ends, while women twirled balls of fire at the ends of long cords. They plied their craft so close to one another that Lily didn't dare breathe, for fear of distracting the performers. It was terrifying and thrilling at the same time. In the dancer's eyes, she saw something she recognized in herself: passion. It was the same whether your art was telling a story with fire or with paint. Her passion for art and life itself that she'd feared had been snuffed out with the passing of her father, had been rekindled earlier that day. Just as the dancers on stage wrestled the fire and bent it to their will, she too felt a fire raging deep inside and ached to dance with it to set it free. This evening she was a lioness, ready to take on the world, and she had Jonas to thank for her newfound confidence. The simple act of facing one of her worst fears head-on had put every other insecurity into perspective. That and the fact that he believed in her, and he'd reminded her to believe in herself. Gazing at her in the middle of an old dirt trail, he'd seen right through all of her mess and insecurities. He'd seen her, the real her, and all of the potential she possessed. Only one other person in her life had ever been able to do that so completely: her father. She'd be forever grateful to Jonas for helping her remember the person her father had always seen in her. She snuck a glance at him out of the corner of her eye. The light of the flames illuminated his face and highlighted the tousled blonde hair swept to the side of his forehead. Searching his face in that single stolen moment, she was struck by the fullness of his lips. How had she never noticed their perfection before? There was a secret place in her heart that thrilled at the thought of pressing her lips to his and exploring the limitless possibilities. When the dancers finished their portion of the show, a more subdued group of musicians walked out. They serenaded the small audience as the last of the dancers made their way off stage, and a cool ocean breeze blew in from the west. "That was intense," Jonas said. "The best show I've seen in a long time." "The best show I've seen ever," Lily said, inching closer to him on the wooden bench they shared. He leaned over and spoke in her ear, his warm breath sending a tidal wave of goosebumps rushing over her body. "I know what's coming next. Are you ready for it?" "No." Lily searched his eyes, but only found an unreadable expression in them. "What's next?" Jonas pointed to a large clock hanging from a post beside the stage. "It's almost midnight. Look around. Everyone on the island who wasn't already with someone is pairing up." "Pairing up?" It took a moment for the meaning of his words to register. Then it dawned on her. Oh, pairing up. The midnight kiss to bring in the new year. How could she have missed his meaning? Kissing him had been the only thing on her mind for the last few minutes. "Are we going to be okay?" Jonas asked. Worried lines formed between his brows when the voices around them began counting down, the stroke of midnight only moments away. Electricity pulsated through Lily's body with every second that passed. She gazed into his eyes and nodded,
wishing there were something she could say to ease his fears, but words failed. All she could think about were his soft, warm lips, surrounded by just the right amount of scruff to make her heart race that much faster. 3. Lily inhaled sharply, taking in the spicy musk of his cologne. 2. Her lips parted just enough to moisten them with the tip of her tongue. He slid his arm around her waist and leaned in, bringing his lips to within striking range. 1. She closed her eyes and leaned into him. Fire erupted from somewhere deep in her core when their lips touched. It couldn't have been any hotter the day the Fijian islands rose up out of the ocean. Born of molten rock from the center of the earth, heat spread like wildfire over every inch of her body as she savored the closeness they shared. When their friends and other partygoers began shouting, "Happy New Year!" she reached up and placed a hand on his neck, holding him close. Anything to keep him near her a little longer, even if only for a fraction of a second. When they finally parted, she was keenly aware of her flushed cheeks as she searched Jonas's eyes. His pupils were dilated to such an extreme, they were little more than pools of black, rimmed with blue as pure as a cloudless sky. A wide grin spread across his face. "Happy New Year." The husky sound of his voice beckoned her, tempting her to come back for another round. "I was wrong before," he said as she leaned in. Lily's heart jolted. Had she done something wrong? Now that she'd taken the leap, had he changed his mind? Wrong about what? "When I said those fire dancers were intense. Nah, that was just kid stuff. This?" He gestured between them. "What happened right there? That was intense." Tilting his head back, he laughed. He had the best laugh, rich as chocolate and smooth as velvet. It was a sound she could listen to every day for the rest of her life and never tire of. She rested her head on his shoulder, relief rushing into every corner of her heart. His arm still clung to her waist as she allowed the beautiful sound of his laughter to wash over her. Questions lurked in the back of her mind, trying to distract her. What was next? Paris was a long way from Chicago. Could they make this work? She tuned it all out. The only thing that mattered in that moment was the man seated next to her. Life would take care of itself. She was done worrying. Chapter 22. The sweet scent of honey and jasmine filled Jonas's senses when he tilted his head to rest his cheek against Lily's silky hair. Her head lay on his shoulder as he sat, replaying their brief kiss in his mind, fire still running through his veins. If there were a way to stop time and live out the rest of one's existence in a single moment, this would be the moment he'd choose. Small cannons lining the stage shot confetti and streamers above the small audience. Tiny pieces of paper wafted to the ground like colorful snowflakes, reminding him that his time on the island with Lily was limited. Soon they'd be on their way back to snowy Chicago, but this time everything would be different. He couldn't hold back the wide grin the thought brought to his face. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves," Andy said, strolling up with a teasing smile tugging on his lips. Jonas tightened his hold on Lily's waist. This was the best New Year's Eve party ever. He placed a light kiss on the top of her head. His stomach dipped as Lily melted into him further. "I have a little present for you that just might be the icing on the cake," Andy said. Lily sat up and shot Jonas an excited look when Andy pulled a leather portfolio from the canvas beach bag he carried. Jonas's heart raced with anticipation, certain he knew what was in the protective case. "Breathe," he reminded himself. Lily shifted in her seat and chewed her bottom lip. The thrill dancing in her eyes did nothing to ease the pace of his heart. He released his hold on her waist, and they stood to face Andy. "What's this?" Jonas asked, the smoothness of his tone surprising him. "It's a signed contract, son. You two are good people,
Alice and I wouldn't dream of letting either of you slip away before making our partnership official."
The weight of the world lifted from Jonas's shoulders at Andy's words. He took the portfolio and ran his palm across its smooth, padded surface. They had done it. He and Lily had saved the factory and all of the families who depended on it. Jonas jutted his hand out to shake Andy's, stammering to find the right words of gratitude.
I can't tell you how much this means to me, to us,"
he said, glancing in Lily's direction. Andy took Jonas by the hand and shook it.
"There's just one more string attached."
He had a familiar twinkle in his eye. So far, Jonas and Lily had traveled to Texas, attended a family barbecue, and spent the New Year's holiday with a family he'd come to love. Surely, nothing else Andy could come up with would top that.
"Name it,"
Jonas said. It didn't matter what Andy threw their way now. This time, he and Lily wouldn't have to fake their relationship. They would be 100% legit.
"You kids have come to feel like a part of the family in the short time we've known you. Alice, the kids, and I would be pleased as anything if you'd come to the wedding next week."
A twinge of guilt pricked at Jonas's heart. He'd come to Texas expecting a quick business transaction, in and out. Instead, he'd met a man he admired and a family he'd have been proud to be able to call his own. His insides scratched at him, reminding him that Andy and his family believed a lie he'd told them. He'd find a way to make things right. Andy deserved it. Lily clasped her hands over her heart and bounced on the balls of her feet. "We'd love to come down for the wedding." A warm smile spread over Andy's face.
"I'm glad to hear it, but you don't have to do that. Tom's family's from Milwaukee, and the kids decided to have the wedding up north. Gentry fell in love with a venue in Chicago, so that's where we're all headed tomorrow night."
"Tomorrow?" Jonas asked, his brows shooting up.
"Yeah, my baby girl has the pre-wedding jitters. It's hard for her to relax half a world away from where all the action is taking place. Truth be told, I think it's wearing on Alice too. We decided to cut our trip a little short to give them more time to see to all the last-minute details."
"That's a smart idea," Lily said.
"Don't worry, though," Andy said. "We invited you to enjoy a full week of paradise. You don't have to cut your trip short just because we're being a bunch of party poopers. I'll send the jet back for you when you're ready to come home."
Jonas raised a hand in protest.
"We couldn't ask you to do that."
"Yes, that's too much trouble to put you and the flight crew through," Lily added. "If there's room, we'll come along on the flight tomorrow night."
"There's plenty of room," Andy said. "I bought the jet with long family trips in mind. But don't be too hasty. You kids talk it over tonight. You're more than welcome to do whatever suits you best."
With that, Andy nodded in farewell and left them with the contract in hand. As soon as Andy was out of earshot, Lily grabbed Jonas's wrist. The bright smile on her lips sent a dizzying rush of energy coursing through his body. "You did it," she whispered, holding on tightly.
"No, we did it."
He gazed into her sparkling hazel eyes. The connection that had developed between them had never been stronger.
"It's too noisy here to talk. You want to take a walk?"
Lily smoothed her palm over her hair as her eyes cut from one end of the party to the other. "I don't think anyone will notice if we slip away." Jonas couldn't help but feel like a couple of kids sneaking out of the house past midnight as they ducked out of a celebration that was still going on strong. But something powerful between them had been interrupted during all of the commotion, and a deserted beach was the perfect place to sort things out. Once they'd put some distance between them and the outdoor theater, they stopped at the edge of the beach to remove their sandals. Jonas couldn't help but open the portfolio to have a look at the contract. "Can you read that thing in this light?" Lily asked, laying her sandals on a broad, flat boulder beside them.
"Not really." Jonas flipped to the last page. "But I can see this."
He pointed to Andy's signature on the final line. Lily stepped up beside him and ran her fingers across the signature. "It almost feels like a lifetime ago that you asked me to step in for Sophie." Jonas cringed at the mention of that name.
Sophie was definitely not the person he wanted on his mind as he stood in the moonlight with Lily. He quickly refocused the conversation for fear of the ground opening up beneath his feet and swallowing the beauty beginning to blossom between them. "You've been amazing, Lily. I couldn't have asked for a better partner or a better—" Words failed. There were none worthy to describe Lily and what she'd come to mean to him. She took a few steps toward the shore, glancing at him with a coy smile on her lips. Jonas made sure the portfolio was secured shut and placed it next to her shoes on the boulder. "It's so cool," she said, wiggling her toes into the wet sand. Jonas stood frozen, his breath ragged in his chest as he took in the image before him. The white sand shimmered in the silver light of the moon and illuminated each of the perfect curves of Lily's body. There was something alluring and otherworldly about her as she waded into the surf, her long wrap skirt waving in the water behind her like the train of a goddess of the sea. She looked at him over her shoulder and reached a hand out. "Are you coming?" His pulse reacted the instant her eyes locked onto his. Tracing her steps, he followed her as if he were a sailor who'd lost his soul to a maiden of the water. Salt water surged past his legs toward shore and back out to sea again, performing its eternal dance with the pull of the full moon. Standing knee-deep in water, Jonas took Lily's hand, allowing the rhythm of the waves to calm his racing heart. A sudden gust of wind raced ashore, whipping Lily's hair out behind her. She closed her eyes and took the salty air deep into her lungs. "There's something magical about the ocean at night," she said, a faraway sound in her voice. "I was just thinking the same thing. Listen to that," Jonas said. Lily listened for a moment. "I don't hear anything but the water." "Exactly. It's like we're the only two people alive." Jonas moved to step in front of her. He ran his hands down the length of her arms, unable to resist her pull any more than the ocean could resist the moon's. She tilted her head to meet his gaze. The confidence he saw etched in her features drew him in even more. The unsure Lily from earlier that day had been the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. But the confident Lily sharing the surf with him tonight was a force of nature, a force he couldn't escape. "Was there anything else you wanted to talk to me about?" she asked, moving the tiniest bit closer. Jonas swallowed hard, searching his mind for something to say. We... Lily rested her hand on his bicep. He inhaled sharply at the sparks accompanying her touch. "I think I'm done talking about contracts for now," he said, barely putting voice to the words. Despite the cool water washing past their knees, the heat from her body soaked into him. Was that an invitation smoldering in her eyes? It hadn't gotten past him that her gaze had flicked down to his lips more than once during their brief conversation. His hand moved of its own accord to her hip and slowly found its way to the small of her back, drawing her closer. Every ounce of his being wanted more of her. "It would be a shame," he whispered, lowering his mouth to her ear, "to waste our last night on the beach talking shop." As he breathed the words, a shiver ran through her body, releasing a thrill that traveled the length of his body. With a feather-light softness, he placed a single kiss on her neck. Encouraged by her faint gasp, he wove the fingers of his free hand into her hair, coaxing her to gaze into his eyes once again. "I've fallen for you, Lily O'Connor." Lily closed what little gap remained between their bodies, pressing her soft curves against the solid plane of his body. Wrapping her in the tight circle of his arms, he lowered his lips to meet hers, pausing when he was only a breath away. "I've fallen hard," he muttered against her lips, his heart thrumming wildly against his ribs. Time ceased to matter when their lips met full on. The soft caress of her lips against his grew in strength as she demanded more from him. She slid her arms around his torso and splayed her palms on his back. Was this really happening? He wanted her, she wanted him, and neither of them wanted the sweetness of this moment to end. They moved in harmony with one another, each giving as much passion as they received. Their moonlit kiss ebbed and flowed like the tide itself until it came to a satisfied end. Jonas pulled back, his chest still heaving, and gazed into Lily's eyes. Never before had he experienced such a powerful moment. He hadn't known it was possible to feel this way about another human being. Not only had Lily saved his company, she'd saved him. Without her, he'd been doomed to live a bland and colorless life devoid of all passion. Loveless. He could spend the rest of his life trying to repay her for the precious gift she'd given him, and still owe a debt he could never hope to pay off. The past year may have been a rough one, but the stars were beginning to align. The factory was saved. With Lily on his side, he knew he'd be able to get the rest of his company back on track. Sure, she'd be living in Paris, but just knowing that she was a part of his life, a part of his future, made everything seem possible. He leaned down and rested his forehead against hers. This might be the end of our time in Fiji, but it's only the beginning for us. Chapter 23. A cloud of hairspray filled the bathroom as Lily emptied the contents of her aerosol can to secure her updo. It wasn't every day your new boyfriend took you to the swanky wedding of a billionaire's daughter. She waved a hand in front of her face to try and catch a breath of fresh air and stared at herself in the mirror, inspecting her makeup. Warm air blasting from a vent in the ceiling was yet another reminder that she was no longer in Fiji. She'd left that beautiful dream world behind a week ago and had returned to what felt like the land of eternal winter. A bolt of excitement shot through her body when her phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a new text. Jonas. The mere thought of his name was enough to send waves of goosebumps racing up and down her arms. She picked up the phone and swiped a finger across the screen to reveal the text. Be there soon. Can't believe I'm excited to go to a wedding. Any excuse to spend an evening with you is a good one, even if it means sharing a table with complete strangers and sitting through boring toasts. Who knew a single message could disrupt every butterfly in one's stomach, causing them to flutter wildly in every direction? She pressed her phone to her heart and sighed. The minutes couldn't tick by fast enough for her. She shot him a quick reply. We'll have to make some fun of our own during those boring toasts, LOL. Ready and waiting for you. Running her hands down the sides of her ruched dress, she did one final spin check. She turned this way and that, craning her neck to see what she looked like from every possible angle. Satisfied she was presentable, she flipped the light off and headed to her bedroom to grab her shoes. A thrill raced through her body when the doorbell sounded. She sucked in a sharp breath and adjusted the neckline of her emerald dress and headed to the door. He wasn't kidding when he said he'd be there soon. Her cheeks flushed when the doorbell rang again. From the sound of it, he was just as anxious to see her as she was to see him. Coming, she called, scrambling down the hall and into the living room. Her heels clicked on the hardwood floor, their hollow echo bouncing off the walls of the recently emptied room. She wasn't flying to Paris for another week, but the moving sale she'd held the day before had been more successful than she'd anticipated, leaving her with barely a stick of furniture in the entire place. Ironically enough, the first items to sell had been her precious paintings. When she was trying to make a go of her art career in Chicago, she couldn't pay anyone to take her work off her hands. But some artsy-looking 20-something with a man bun and a full beard had waltzed in and purchased every one of her paintings, except the one she'd made in Fiji. That one would be coming to Paris with her. She'd never experienced a rush quite like it. Where had he been all her life? If only she'd met him and a few more people like him a couple of months ago, she wouldn't be preparing to move. And she certainly wouldn't be wondering how she and Jonas were going to cope with a transatlantic relationship. An irrepressible smile spread across her lips as the doorbell sounded for a third time. Placing her hand on the knob, she paused a moment to release a deep breath, willing her heart rate to slow to its normal tempo. She flung the door open. Her chest constricted when she saw the person standing on the other side. The melodic love song that had played on repeat in the back of her mind all day changed to fingernails on a chalkboard as her smile faded. "Sophie?" Lily stood frozen in place with her hand still on the knob and her jaw hanging slack. A shiver ran down her spine as she stood helplessly while her uninvited guest's icy gaze raked over her body. "Surprised to see me?" Sophie said, tossing her long blonde hair over her shoulder. She took Lily's wrist between her thumb and index finger as if it were contaminated with poor people cooties and lifted it from the doorknob. "Thanks for inviting me in," she said, stepping into Lily's home as if she owned the place. Lily's stomach soured and her shoulders sagged beneath the weight of a ton of bricks, each one bearing Sophie's name. One look at her in her form-fitting designer dress and diamond-studded heels reminded Lily of the last time she'd seen her at the hangar, an angry, raving lunatic. She couldn't shake the nerves coming alive inside her. "From what I hear through the grapevine, you did a good enough job impersonating me in Fiji to land us that contract." She looked Lily up and down with a critical eye. "I guess I should probably thank you for that." "You're welcome?" Lily's unsteady voice cracked. She would have kicked herself for sounding so weak if only she could have gotten her heel high enough. Sophie crossed the living room and sat in the only chair left in the entire apartment. "I wasn't thanking you. I said I should probably thank you. There's a big difference." She sat quietly for a moment, drumming her fingers on the worn fabric of the arm of the chair. "So, about all these rumors I've been hearing." "I haven't heard any rumors," Lily said. "Well, of course you haven't. You're the one the rumors are about." Sophie rolled her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly annoyed by Lily's apparent lack of understanding about how rumor mills operated. "It's pretty standard stuff," she said. "You know how it goes. Rich boss, loser secretary, boom. They're in love and going to the biggest wedding of the social season together. But you and I know better. Everything about you and Jonas is a sham." "Loser secretary?" Lily pressed her lips into a hard line and cocked a hip. She bit the inside of her cheek, using every ounce of her self-control to remain calm. "Who have you been talking to?" "A lady never reveals her sources," Sophie said with a smirk. Losing her patience with this conversation, Lily blurted, "Is there a reason for this visit?" "Of course there is. You don't think I'd come slumming on this side of town for no reason, do you?" Lily sighed and held her tongue. The sooner Sophie finished insulting her, the sooner she'd be gone. "So here's the deal, office girl. I couldn't go to Fiji with my fiancé because the high rollers thought you were me, but we're going to set everything straight tonight." Lily shook her head, unable to believe what she was hearing. "We can't do that. It would destroy everything Jonas has worked so hard to build." Lily's cheeks flushed as anger churned in her stomach. "Dramatic much? Do you really think I want my fiancé's business to tank? Of course, we're not going to tell the whole story. You're going to make things right by breaking up with Loverboy in front of everyone. Once you've called off your engagement, the door will be wide open for me to step in and get my man." Sophie's nerve was enough to send Lily's head into a spin as a storm of emotions whirled around inside her. The fact that she thought she could waltz into Lily's apartment and tell her what to do with her life sent a wave of angry tears surging into Lily's eyes. No way. Of all the things Lily could have said to put Sophie in her place, only 4 words managed to come out of her mouth. "He's not your fiancé." Sophie stalked across the room like a jungle cat on the prowl for its next meal, eyes as hard as granite and locked onto Lily's. She stopped only a few inches away from the end of Lily's nose. The same nasty smirk from before came over her face as a puff of haughty laughter escaped her lips.
I see what's happening here. You think you love him.
She snorted and turned toward the kitchen, her body dripping with disdain.
And let me guess, you think he loves you too?
She strode up to the counter and opened a box of Belgian chocolates.
These are from Jonas, I assume.
Lily stared at her with narrowed eyes. Sophie took a bite of a heart-shaped chocolate morsel. She grimaced and tossed the half-eaten candy back into the tray.
Stale chocolate is the worst,
she said, licking her fingertips.
This was obviously not overnighted. If he doesn't even care enough about you to give you a decent box of chocolates, how much do you think you actually mean to him?
I don't need an overnighted box of chocolate to know that Jonas and I found something special in Fiji.
Don't kid yourself, sweetheart, Sophie said. Whatever you think happened in Fiji means nothing. Can you say fling? I had one of my own in the Caribbean over New Year's. While you two were getting cozy in the South Pacific, my ex was keeping me company on his yacht. The idiot's parked in the street waiting for me now. He's my ticket to the wedding tonight, and he doesn't even realize he's driving me back to my fiancé's waiting arms.
Heated blood rushed into Lily's cheeks as she stood with clenched fists and flaring nostrils. She threw her shoulders back and stood tall. If you've got another man waiting on you, why are you so interested in Jonas?
What kind of a question is that? You want me to justify why I'm interested in my fiancé? Really?
You said you were done with him the night we left for Fiji. Sophie's eyes flashed.
I did my time. I put in the work it took to catch my billionaire, and I'm not about to let some secretary with dollar signs in her eyes snipe him out from under me. I'll never be done with him as long as there's a chance his company will bounce back.
What about your ex?
What about him? His $400 million net worth is chump change compared to what Jonas will be worth when he gets his act together.
You don't even love him. Do you think I'm going to help you sink your hooks into him for a second time? You can't actually expect me to just walk away because you say so.
Oh, there's a much better reason for you to walk away than just because I say so. What was it you mentioned earlier? Something about what would happen to all of Jonas's hard work if Andrew Rowland were to find out about your dirty little secret?
Lily's breath caught in her throat. The cold, calculating look on Sophie's face trumped any amount of bluster Lily could drum up. There was no intimidating that woman. What are you talking about?
If you don't get out of my way, I'll go straight to Rowland and introduce myself. I'll tell him everything.
A smile, soaked in pure evil, spread across her surgically plumped lips.
How do you think their new partnership will hold up if that Texas bumpkin finds out that his new best friend has been doing nothing but lying to him since day one?
You wouldn't. You know what Jonas's work means to him.
Yeah, he made a promise to his mommy or something like that. What about it?
Lily's pulse raced as a hot flush coursed throughout her body. You don't know him at all. It wasn't some silly promise. It was a vow to stop the awful business practices that ended up cutting his mother's life short. Would you really be willing to jeopardize something like that? Lily asked. Sophie walked to the door where the ugliness warping her features morphed into a sickeningly sweet smile.
I think the real question you need to ask yourself is if you'd be willing to jeopardize something like that. You're the villain in this story, not me. You're the liar, the cheat, and the homewrecker.
She opened the door but stopped mid-stride on her way out and pinned Lily with a glare.
Just in case Jonas thinks he's got a thing for you, Let's keep this bit of girl talk between the two of us, shall we?"
Lily didn't utter a word as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Sophie lowered her voice and spoke as a threat raged in the back of her eyes.
"If you so much as breathe a word of any of this to Jonas, I'll go to Roland and spill it all, every last detail. If you hurt my chance of getting back together with Jonas, I'll hurt him."
Those last words were like a kick to Lily's stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Things were getting out of hand. She'd spent the New Year's holiday keeping secrets from people she liked to think of friends. Now she was supposed to keep a secret from Jonas, too? Sophie looked at Lily with contempt written all over her face.
"Just make sure he knows you're done with him. Make sure they all know. Promise me you can handle that?"
Lily watched Sophie strut down the long hallway toward the elevators as a black cloud rolled in, blocking out every ray of hope that she'd allowed into her heart. Promise. Her life, Jonas's life, they were both wrapped up in nothing but promises. Hers was to her father, his was to his mother. The reason behind every choice they made was based on those sacred oaths. She was leaving the country to fulfill hers. Could she really risk standing in the way of his ability to fulfill his? There was no way he could continue his work if his company went under. A sickening mixture of bile and dread stirred in her stomach at the awful choice Sophie had laid out for her. She couldn't tell him about Sophie. He'd be sure to confront her. Then what? If his deal with Andy didn't go through, there was a very real possibility that his entire company would implode. There was another person in Lily's life who had sacrificed his dreams for her, her father. He'd given up everything for her and died before he had a chance to really enjoy life. She couldn't bear the thought of Jonas doing the same thing. So much for love conquering all. Surely this was some sort of punishment for lying their way into a business deal with Andy? She closed her door without a sound and stepped out of her heels. In a daze, she wandered to the center of the room and stood there as the walls seemed to close in on her. She dropped to her knees and clapped a hand over her mouth to stem the tide of rising emotions within her. Lily dabbed at the tears, threatening to spill onto her cheeks, and massaged her aching throat. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to fall into a heap in the middle of the floor and dissolve into a puddle of tears, but there was no time for that. She had a decision to make: stay or walk away. Chapter 24. "There's got to be 500 people at this reception," said Jonas, leaning close enough to Lily to speak into her ear. The scent of her hair reminded him of the kiss they'd shared on the beach during their last night in Fiji. But even as he sat enjoying their closeness and replaying the vivid memory in his mind, Lily shifted in her seat and fidgeted with her dress as if she were uncomfortable in her own skin. "You seem tense," he said. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Lily clamped her lips tight and shook her head. At a loss, Jonas glanced around the immense penthouse ballroom they sat in. Maybe it was the venue. Lily had faced her fear of heights on the island, but that didn't mean she enjoyed a front row seat to every rooftop in the city. As much as he tried to convince himself that Lily's fear of heights was the source of their troubles, deep down he knew there was more to the story than that. She'd spent the last year working with him in a high-rise, and it had never seemed to bother her then. Things had been off ever since he'd picked her up. This may have been what society columnists were calling the wedding of the decade, but it was shaping up to be a very long night. All he wanted to do was get Lily out of there and ask her what was going on. Determined to keep trying to draw her out, Jonas pointed to the sheer ceiling drapery above them. It was tethered to the rafters in strategic locations and mimicked the look of a luxurious outdoor canopy. The illusion was further brought to life by twinkling lights dangling above it. With rich purple and blue spotlights bathing the shimmering fabric in a wash of color, the entire place looked like a magical starlight fantasy land. It was obvious Andy had spared no expense to make his daughter's fairy tale wedding a reality. Does this remind you of anything? A special night under the stars back on Fiji? Jonas said, trying to catch Lily's eye. She pushed a piece of braised lamb around on her plate with her fork, a faraway look in her eyes. Lily? She blinked a few times like someone disturbed from deep thought.
What? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I was just saying that this nighttime setting reminds me of our last night in Fiji.
Oh.
She nodded slowly, avoiding Jonas's gaze yet again as she became lost in her thoughts for a second time. This evening was not going at all how Jonas had imagined. She refused to admit anything was wrong, but stiffened every time he touched her and wouldn't hold his gaze for more than a few seconds at a time. He didn't need a couples therapist to tell him that something was going on, but he wouldn't have minded having one tell him what to do about it. Lily was a complete mystery to him. He picked up a crystal toasting flute cut with intricate geometric patterns and engraved with the bride and groom's initials. I know I complained earlier about toasts, but what do you say we have one of our own? Holding his flute toward her, he said, "To us." Lily's fork clanked on her porcelain dinnerware. She brought her napkin to her lips and furrowed her brow, shaking her head. "Jonas." She turned to face him, but refused to look him in the eye. "I can't. We shouldn't." "What's wrong? It's only a toast." "It's not our wedding." Jonas hooked her chin with his index finger, coaxing her to look at him. "This isn't our wedding, but you never know. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a little practice for the future." He wagged his brows, doing his best to put a smile on her face. Lily tilted her head, freeing herself from his touch. "Please don't talk about the future." Jonas's heart pounded a little harder against his ribs. He didn't like the direction this conversation was heading. "Why not?" He slid his chair a few inches closer to hers. Grateful that the couple sharing their table with them were off hobnobbing with the who's who list of the upper 1% club, he decided to go all in and speak his heart. "I know exactly what I want my future to hold. Or rather, I know who I want to hold in the future." He reached out to take Lily's hand, but she slipped out of his reach and picked up a goblet of water instead. That simple act crushed him. Something was seriously wrong. "Lily."
"We can't toast to ourselves at someone else's wedding. It's just not done."
Even in the low light of the ballroom, Jonas saw tears shining in her eyes as the familiar faraway look settled into them. "What's going on, Lily?" Every ounce of his body wanted to reach out and touch her, but he held back, afraid he might push her further away.
"It's nothing," she said.
"It's not nothing. You've barely said a word all evening. Every time I start to get a little close, you shy away. What did I do?" He'd never been so desperate to be close to someone before. Every time she inched away from him, the knot in his stomach twisted and grew a little bigger. Lily's eyes shot up to meet his, regret and sadness pooling in their depths.
"You didn't do anything. Please don't go away thinking that."
"What? Go away? What are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere."
"Forget it. I guess it's just this wedding."
Hiding behind her glass once again, she took a slow drink. Her eyes were focused straight ahead, fixed on the food she'd hardly touched. "I don't understand. You were thrilled when Andy invited us to come. What's changed since then?"
"I don't know. Nothing. Everything. It's complicated."
"Are you worried about the move to Paris?" Lily offered a weak smile.
"That's probably it."
He was about to offer a few words of encouragement, but they died on his lips when he spied a familiar face in the crowd. Every muscle in his body went rigid as he did a wide-eyed double take. He wasn't seeing things. Sophie was there, and what was worse, she seemed to be making her way to their table. What is she doing here? Lily followed his gaze. Her nostrils flared as a fresh wave of color rushed into her cheeks. She slid her chair back from the table and crossed her arms, chewing on the inside of her cheek. Jonas ran his index finger along the inside of his collar. The room felt as if it had just gotten 20 degrees hotter. "Don't worry, Lily. I'll handle Sophie. She's my problem." Making a scene at Gentry's wedding was the last thing on earth he wanted to do. It wasn't about the contract anymore. The Rowlands were amazing people, and he didn't want to spoil this night for their family. "Why is she coming over here?" Lily harumphed. "I wonder," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Sophie twirled the end of a long, loose curl between her fingers as she approached Jonas and Lily's table. If he could convince her to keep her voice down, they just might be able to get out of this debacle in one piece. Jonas gulped and steeled himself for what was ahead. No matter what Sophie said, he couldn't take her bait. This moment was about peace at all costs. Sophie's satin gown hugged her swaying hips and shimmered when she walked beneath one of the baby spotlights lighting the room. Only a few more paces and she'd be there, at their table, with no referee in sight. Jonas scanned her face for any telltale signs she was about to blow, but found none. With slumped shoulders and a lowered chin, she didn't even make eye contact. He'd never seen her look so uncertain of herself. Compassion rose up in Jonas's heart. Her outward appearance was just as spot on as ever, but everything else about her said that she'd been through the ringer. She took hold of an empty chair on the opposite side of the table and leaned on it for support. "I saw you two from the other side of the room and figured you'd seen me too. I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room?" That was actually the last thing Jonas wanted to do. "That's not necessary, Sophie." "I really think it is. I'd like to apologize for the way things ended for us, Jonas." Tears shone in her eyes when her gaze finally met his. He'd seen her tears before, but something about these seemed different. He couldn't help but feel bad for her. "There's no need. I'm not holding any grudges." "You are too good for me, Jonas Wiseman," Sophie said with a long face. Lily choked on her drink. Without missing a beat, Sophie continued. "I completely lost my head, and I wasn't thinking of anyone but myself. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, that's not the first time it's happened." "We've all got our faults," Jonas said. Sophie lowered her eyes and sniffed. "You're one of the best. I've become a better person because of you. You know that? I'm grateful for what time we had. I just wish—" Jonas furrowed his brow and shook his head, uncomfortable with being put on the pedestal Sophie had created for him. "Well—" "Don't even bother trying to deny it, Jonas." She turned her attention to Lily. "He's one in a billion, isn't he? A girl would have to be a fool to let him get away." Lily inhaled deeply, the muscles of her jaw twitching. She nodded with a tight-lipped smile on her face. "You're not a fool, Sophie," Jonas said. She played with the satin ribbon decorating the chair she stood next to, staring intently at it. "I hope not. It's good to hear you say it at least. But what about the two of you? I heard that you both really hit it off. You're a real couple now?" Jonas reached over and snatched Lily's hand before she could sneak it away. "Yes, we are." "I'm happy for you both." She fixed her gaze on Lily once again. "If you'd like a little advice from one woman to another, treat every moment together like it might be your last. You never know how many more you have left." Lily pressed her lips together, the corners of her mouth drawn downward as she nodded in response. "I guess we never really know what life's going to bring to our doorstep, do we? Sometimes it's a wonderful gift. Other times it's, well, just plain old trash." Sophie chuckled. "Well, you know what they say. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I'd better get back to my table." Sophie gestured over her shoulder. "I'm here with my ex. Well, I guess he's not my ex anymore." A sadness came over her as quickly as if someone had flipped a switch. She offered the hint of a forced smile and returned to her table, dabbing at her eyes along the way. Can you believe that? Jonas asked.
No, I can't, Lily said, her voice flat and strained. She pulled her hand free from his grasp and shifted in her seat.
I knew it. I always knew she was a good person deep down. She just needed someone to help bring it out of her. If only Killian could have heard that. He'd be eating an extra helping of crow right now. I'd see to that.
Well, he's usually a good judge of character, isn't he?
Usually, but he had it all wrong this time.
I wouldn't discount everything he has to say. He's never steered you wrong before, has he?
No, but he never understood Sophie like I did. I think I might have judged her too harshly these past couple of weeks. We definitely got an up-close and personal look at her uglier side, but what happened just now was amazing. Redemption is a very real thing.
Lily chewed on the inside of her cheek and said nothing, the color in her cheeks deepening.
Don't get me wrong, Lily. I'm not interested in getting back together with her. I'm just happy to see her turning such a big corner and becoming a better person.
A bolt of electricity shot up his arm when Lily came alive for the first time that night and grabbed his arm. Holding it with a vice-like grip, she captured his gaze. Just be careful when it comes to Sophie. Promise me you will be. He laid his hand on top of hers and savored the smoothness of her ivory skin.
You're the only one for me, Lily.
Promise me. The urgency of her voice demanded an answer.
I promise.
Lily's shoulders rounded when she loosened her grip on his arm, as if she'd exhausted all of her energy on that single burst of intensity. She placed her hands back in her lap and drifted off into her own world again. The pumping music from the dance floor made it difficult for Jonas to process what had just happened.
That was all right, though, because this moment wasn't made for contemplation. Now was the time for action. He had no idea what was going on with him and Lily, but he wasn't going to let it continue unchallenged. He shot to his feet and pulled Lily's chair out. Come on, we're going.
With concern written all over her face, Lily stood. Where are we going? We can't leave yet.
We're not leaving. He took hold of her arm and started power walking toward the dance floor. We need to get out of our own heads and have a good time.
Lily followed along with quick steps, but put the brakes on at the edge of the dance floor. I can't dance. He moved in front of her and placed a hand on either shoulder, looking into her eyes.
Let's make some memories. Memories we can hold on to until we're old and gray. Do this for me, please.
Lily dropped her head and nodded. She reached up and laid her hand on his. Let's make some memories, she whispered. Chapter 25. Lily went through the motions on the dance floor, but her heart wasn't in it. Looking at all the smiling people moving to the music made her heart all the heavier, none more so than Jonas. Knowing that Sophie wanted her to strip him of the smile he wore tore at her heart. Her eyes burned with unshed tears as her throat constricted at the thought of what was ahead. Determined to hold it together, she danced to the driving rhythm of the bass, blaring through the sound system. She channeled her emotions into her moves and infused them with a wild cocktail of anger, sadness, and frustration. The release allowed her to breathe again. Disappointed when the music ended, she stood in front of Jonas, chest heaving and skin tingling. All she wanted to do was wrap her arms around his neck and kiss him soundly on the lips. But she couldn't. He wasn't hers to kiss anymore. Her heart ached to tell Jonas what was going on, but she couldn't risk it. Sophie had been clear that she was to walk away smelling like roses. Or else. Lily couldn't bring herself to call Sophie's bluff. If Sophie made good on her threats, that would be the end of Jonas's life as he knew it. They may have gotten Andy to sign the contract, but it was under false pretenses. There was no doubt in Lily's mind that with his unlimited resources, Andy would be able to get out of the contract without even breaking a sweat, and Jonas's company wouldn't survive without it. Walking away would drive a dagger through her own heart, but she was willing to suffer the pain if it meant protecting Jonas's dreams. The touch of a warm, masculine hand on her arm distracted her from thought.
Lightning shot across her skin in the wake of Jonas's fingers as they trailed down its length. A new song began playing, one she knew well. The smooth sound of a saxophone eased the tension she carried in her neck, while Jonas brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. He placed it on his shoulder and stepped closer, resting his hand on her hip. "May I have this dance?" His eyes flashed with hunger as his gaze roved over her face and came to rest on her lips. She nodded and closed the final gap between them, resting her cheek on his broad chest. She couldn't keep her walls up any longer. The strain was too much. If these were to be their last hours together, this was the best way she could think of to say goodbye. His warm hand nestled into the hollow of her lower back. She closed her eyes as a thrill raced up her spine. The raspy voice of a jazz artist sang a chorus that freed a single tear from Lily's eyes. Hold me, and don't let go. Can we stay like this always? All the time we have, and any we can borrow." Lily squeezed her eyes shut and slipped her arms around Jonas, clinging to him as if it were for the last time, because it was. Though he stood only a heartbeat away, he might as well have been 1,000,000 miles away. Her heart cried out, desperately wanting to tell him everything that had happened, but too much was at stake to risk it. She was all alone in this. Her chest constricted when the song ended, and it was time to let go. She stepped back, a sudden chill racking her body. An empty feeling settled into the pit of her stomach as she wrapped her arms around her torso, trying to do her best to hold on to some of Jonas's warmth. She didn't dare look into his eyes. "You came!" Gentry squealed, the frilly layers of ruffles on her organza and tulle gown rustling as she rushed to their sides. Lily put her best version of a happy face on for her friend. "We wouldn't have missed it for the world. Congratulations. It was a beautiful ceremony." Gentry threw an arm around each of their necks and drew them into a bouncing group hug. "Thank you. And Lily, I just have to say, your work is amazing." "What?" Lily asked. "I sent a guy to your moving sale to buy all of your paintings. Literally every one of them are hanging in our condo here in the city right now." "You sent him?" Lily asked. So the buyer hadn't been some random art lover after all. Lily tried hard to hide her disappointment, but the quirk of Jonas's brow told her that he'd seen through her mask yet again. "Of course. I wasn't going to let some stranger snatch them up. When you told me you'd be selling everything before moving, I knew you'd have some fantastic art up for grabs. I told my guy to buy everything. I didn't even need to look at it first. I knew it was all going to be amazing, and boy, was I ever right. I can't wait to show them off." "Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Oh, there's Tom's aunt. I've got to go and say hello real quick. Weddings are exhausting. Catch you later." As quickly as Gentry had rushed in, she'd rushed out again. Lily let out a deep sigh. "That was nice of her," Jonas said. "Yeah, it was." Lily couldn't muster any more perkiness. Her voice betrayed all of the disappointment she felt inside. "You seemed so excited about your paintings selling last night, but I get the distinct impression that you're not all that excited anymore," Jonas said. "I don't really feel like dancing. Mind if we go back to the table?" Lily led the way to their seats and plopped into her chair. Jonas slid in next to her. "I've heard a lot about buyer's remorse. Is this a little bit of seller's remorse, or is it something deeper?" "I was so excited to make those sales," Lily said. "For the first time in ever, I felt validated, like my art was something that people valued enough to spend money on." "But someone did spend money on it," Jonas said, a puzzled look on his face. "Yeah, a friend. That's about as validating as having your dad tell you you're beautiful. Dads kind of have to say stuff like that. And good friends only say nice things about your art." Jonas tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear, releasing an explosion of goosebumps cascading down her neck. "Dads don't have to say that. Many of them don't. You were blessed with a great one, and you are beautiful, by the way." Lily blushed at his words, but didn't allow herself the pleasure of enjoying the compliment.
You're right about my dad. He was the best. But what I'm trying to say is that it would be nice to achieve some level of success outside of my circle of friends, you know?
That's coming. It's why you're heading to Paris, right? The reassuring tone of his rich baritone voice immediately put her at ease, taking the edge off the disappointment she felt. He always knew the right thing to say. She was going to miss that, and a lot of other things.
I guess you're right, she said.
She reached for her goblet of water, but spilled it when she spotted Andy walking their way.
Not yet. She wasn't ready.
Her heart raced in her chest, pounding so hard that every beat felt like a kick from a mule. Struggling to catch her breath, she tossed a napkin over the spilled water and clenched her fists in her lap. "Are you okay?" asked Jonas, his brows pinched together with concern.
"I'm fine. It's just that Andy's coming."
"I don't think he's coming over to kick us out, so I think you can relax." Jonas winked and shot her that adorable half grin of his. He stood and held his hand out to shake Andy's in greeting. "Andy, congratulations. This has been a beautiful night, one I'm sure Gentry will remember forever." "I hope so." Andy leaned in to speak in a conspiratorial tone. "I know I sure will. This wedding set me back so much I'll still be paying for it when I'm old and gray." He ran a hand over his already gray hair with an impish grin playing on his lips. "I'm only kidding. I'd do anything for that baby girl. Once you've been around the block as many times as I have, you come to see that family really is the only thing that matters." "That's so true," Jonas said. "When can I expect an invitation to y'all's wedding?" Andy asked. Andy lurched forward, knocked off balance by a tall blonde. Lily's blood pressure shot through the roof. Sophie. It wasn't enough that she demanded Lily break up with Jonas in front of Andy. She had to have a front row seat to the whole thing, too?
"Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm so clumsy. Are you all right?"
Sophie said, a phony expression of concern contorting her features. "That's all right, ma'am," Andy said, straightening his tux and adjusting his bolo. Sophie gasped and laid a hand over her heart.
"You're Andrew Rowland. I'd recognize you anywhere."
She glanced at Jonas and Lily.
"I hope I didn't interrupt anything important."
Her eyes locked onto Lily's and flashed with a threat. "You didn't interrupt anything. We were just saying hello," Jonas said. The tension in his voice spoke volumes to Lily. He may not have known all of the dynamics of this powder keg of a conversation, but he knew enough to understand it was a recipe for disaster.
"Well, I should say hello too," Sophie said, her gaze still lingering on Lily.
She turned to Andy.
"It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Lily shot out of her chair with such force it toppled over behind her, crushing the satin and tulle bow attached to the back. Her audience was assembled. It was time to perform one more feat of theatrics.
"This isn't working."
She said the words loud enough to be heard at the surrounding tables. Jonas looked up at her with wide eyes, shock etched in his features. "What's not working?" The lump in her throat grew at an exponential rate. She had to get this over with quickly while she could still talk. She worked the engagement ring off her finger and looked at Jonas through the tears filling her eyes.
"Us," she whispered. "It was never going to work. What we had, it was only a dream."
She held the ring out to him, but he sat frozen in his seat with such pain on his face, Lily could hardly bear to look at him. "Lily, don't talk like this." His voice quivered with pent-up emotion. "Whatever the problem is, we can work it out." Taking his hand in hers for the last time, she placed the ring in his palm before closing his fingers around it. She held onto his fist for an extra beat while she squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to gain control of her emotions.
"No," she said. "It was all a dream. Now it's time to wake up."
Every syllable was agony to speak, pain stabbing into her heart with every strangled sound that passed through her lips. She grabbed her clutch and backed away from the table.
"Please don't follow me,"
Choking back a sob, she hurried through the crowded room toward the door. Her pulse throbbed in her ears as she heard Jonas's voice calling after her. "Lily, wait! Don't go! Let's talk about this, Lily." Chapter 26. It had been 4 days since Lily left Jonas at the wedding. 4 days with no texts. 4 days since he'd heard the sound of her voice. 4 days since he'd been able to breathe. He was beginning to hate the number 4. Now he stood in the broad hallway of the very hotel where his world had come crashing down. Only one thing stood between him and the Rowlands in their suite, a pair of glossy mahogany doors. Jonas scrubbed his hand over his face, trying to gather the courage to knock. He looked at the leather portfolio in his hand as his stomach turned. The very thing he'd been so anxious to get a hold of back in Fiji now disgusted him. He'd had a lot of time to evaluate himself over the past several days, and he wasn't happy with what he'd found. Where once stood a young, idealistic man of sterling character, only a scared businessman remained. One who was willing to compromise his morals to keep himself afloat. He didn't recognize that guy, didn't even like him. It was time to end this and find himself again before he went any further down this dark tunnel. He flexed his right hand several times, preparing to knock. The dampness of his palm was yet another reminder of the nerves bouncing around in his gut. A similar sensation had danced in his stomach the first time he'd met Andy, but for very different reasons. Then he'd been nervous about landing a contract. Now his main concern was not wanting to hurt the Rowlands, a family that had opened their home and hearts to him. They'd never been anything but genuine and kind, and all he'd ever done was lie to them. Today was the day to come clean. Giving Andy the opportunity to back out of the contract was the only decent thing to do. He'd lost Lily. He'd probably lose his company, but at least he'd be able to look at himself in the mirror again. He raised his arm and rapped on the door. His knock was swallowed up by the solid door and barely seemed loud enough to be heard. Just as he was about to pound on the door a second time, it flung open, and Alice stepped through with her arms spread wide.
"How are you? I've been so worried about you and that sweet girl."
Sadness drew Alice's features downward. She wrapped him in a motherly embrace and pulled him inside the suite.
"Andy told me everything. Have you talked to her?"
Jonas shuffled inside, not sure of what he felt. He didn't deserve her pity, but it was nice to have someone like Alice to talk to. No, she's not answering her phone or replying to texts. Andy, who had been seated in a plush leather chair in the far corner of the room, strolled over and spoke up. "Phones are no good at a time like this. You should be knocking on Lily's door right now, not ours, son." "I've tried. She won't open the door. I'm completely shut out and I have no idea what I did." Lily's words replayed in his mind.
"You didn't do anything. Please don't go away thinking that."
The words had made no sense to him the night she'd spoken them, but now, well, they still didn't make much sense, but they had him wondering. Jonas cleared his throat and took the seat Alice offered. "I didn't really come here to talk about my problems." He laid the portfolio containing the contract on his lap and ran his hand over the cover. Andy's brow furrowed. "Did we miss something when we put that contract together?" "No, the contract is perfect." Jonas paused and filled his lungs with a deep breath. He gazed at the Rowlands, trying to memorize the friendly look on their faces before it disappeared forever. "I'm here because of how it came about."
"We never should have pushed them to come to Fiji, Andy."
Turning her attention to Jonas, Alice said,
"I'm sorry we twisted your arm like that. We just saw so much of us in the two of you."
"It would have saved our family a lot of pain if I had learned to take time away from work early on," Andy said. "If I'd have had someone to show me the importance of it, it would have made all the difference in our lives. That's all we were trying to do, son. I'm sorry if it put too much of a strain on you kids."
"It was never what we intended."
Tears shone in Alice's eyes.
"We're so sorry."
Jonas bowed his head and shook it. "Please, don't apologize. I'm the one who needs to ask for forgiveness. It's why I came."
What on earth for? Alice asked.
Lily and we were never engaged. I lied to you. Hurt flashed in Andy's eyes for a moment before he composed himself and sat in a chair opposite of Jonas. He rested his elbows on his knees and regarded Jonas, disappointment deepening the creases on his face. Lying is serious business. I think you'd better keep explaining. Using all of his courage, Jonas forced himself to look Andy in the eyes. There's no excuse for what I did. I was so wrapped up in saving the factory workers' jobs that I compromised my morals. My real fiancée refused to come to Texas, so I asked my assistant, Lily, to stand in for her. I thought it was only going to be one meeting. I never expected things to go as far as they did. Lies have a way of taking on a life of their own and getting away from us, Andy said, a serious expression coloring his features.
I don't understand any of this, Alice said. You and Lily are so in love. There's not an actor on the planet who could act as in love as you two kids.
We are. At least we were. I still am. Everything is a mess. Jonas raked his fingers through his hair. Lily and I fell in love after my fiancé broke things off with me. I think I've loved her all along, but never admitted it to myself. Now everything is different. Things are over with my ex-fiancé, Lily is gone, and I brought this for you. He handed Andy the leather portfolio. Please feel free to tear up the contract. You have every right to. Andy pulled the contract out of the protective case and thumbed through the pages without a word. He leaned back in his chair and propped his elbow on one of the arms. What will it mean to your company if I tear this up? He waved the contract in the air. Be honest. Jonas swallowed hard. The foreign markets were particularly brutal to me last year. I lost nearly everything when the Asian market crashed. Our deal only encompasses one factory, but it's shaping up to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Without this contract, I'll probably go under, sir. And you were still willing to come here and fess up to the truth? Andy said, exchanging glances with Alice. It takes a big man to own up to his mistakes. Jonas lowered his gaze to the rug beneath his feet. Mistakes that I knew better than to make. I know we can't do business together, but I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me on a personal level someday. You're special people, and I hate that I've ruined everything between us. Jonas stood to leave, but Andy raised his hand in protest. I wasn't done talking, son. Have a seat. An uncomfortable tingle raced down the length of Jonas's spine and settled in his tailbone, pricking him in the seat of his pants. He'd done wrong, and now it was time to take his lumps. My daddy always said that life isn't about the mistakes we make. It's about what we do after we've made them. The good Lord himself is the only one who ever got through life without tripping up and doing wrong. The soft, reconciliatory tone of Andy's voice made Jonas's eyes mist over. I can't excuse lying, but it took real courage to come here and own up to it like a man. Andy slid the contract back into place and zipped the portfolio shut. Jonas's jaw dropped when Andy held the contract out to him. He took it in his hand like a man in a daze, shocked and a little bit confused. Alice strolled over and laid a hand on Jonas's shoulder. We all get a little lost now and again, but you found your way back, and that's what's important. Andy stood tall and stretched his hand out to shake Jonas's. You may have been dishonest in the beginning, but you're not a liar by nature. A real liar would never come on his own and out himself. I'd be proud to call you my partner in business and my friend in life. You're a good man, Jonas. Jonas shot to his feet, at a loss for words, and took Andy's hand, shaking it heartily. Andy froze and pulled Jonas close, pinning him with a serious look. If you'll take a word of advice from me, don't let her go. Lily? Jonas asked. Go after her. Win her back, Andy said. Yes, sir. Jonas walked out of the Roland suite with a pounding heart and a revived mission. Win her back. That's what he was going to do. It's what he had to do. But how? Later that afternoon, Jonas reclined in front of the floor-to-ceiling wall of windows in his high-rise apartment, trying to figure out how to reconnect with Lily. Over the past several days, he'd called, texted, and shown up at her door, all without success. But Andy had lit a new fire beneath him at the hotel. He only had a few days before her flight was going to take off for Paris. If he was going to win her back before then, he had to take things up a notch. He furrowed his brow and tossed a pillow to the other end of the couch, disgusted that after 2 hours of brainstorming, the only idea he could dream up was camping out in the lobby of her apartment. Everything else he'd thought of was out of his budget at the moment. Camping in the lobby might end with the police being called on him, but if it meant even a slim chance of seeing Lily again, it was worth a try. Jonas's stomach jolted when the doorbell rang. The rational part of him knew there was no way Lily was standing on his threshold. The rest of him tumbled over furniture and slid on the polished surface of the floor on the way to answer the door, hoping to see her face on the other side. He threw the door open and stiffened in his tracks, clenching his jaw at the sight of a leggy blonde. She wore a low V-neck sweater that was at least 2 sizes too small and pants that looked like they'd been painted on. "Sophie, what are you doing here?"
After seeing what happened at the wedding on Saturday, I had to stop by and see how you were doing.
The pained look on her face reminded him of the reformed Sophie he'd met last time he'd seen her. "I'm all right," he choked out, stifled by the oppressive scent of her perfume. She laid a hand on his arm.
"I'd like to be the judge of that, if you don't mind."
Cupping his cheek with her hand, she clucked her tongue as she scanned his face with a disapproving scowl.
"You look like you haven't eaten in a week. Come on."
She took Jonas by the hand and pulled him to the couch.
"You need to rest. You're as white as a ghost."
Jonas followed reluctantly behind. "I appreciate what you're trying to do, but now really isn't a good time." Sophie gave his chest a gentle shove, encouraging him to sit down before taking a seat next to him. Sitting with one leg tucked beneath her, she faced him, concern drawing her brows together.
"I get it. You're hurting and want to be alone, but sometimes that's not the healthiest thing to do."
Sophie spoke with a softness in her voice he'd never heard her use before. She offered a smile laced with pity.
"What seems to be the trouble between you two?"
Sophie's kindness had disarmed him completely. "That's what I've been racking my brain trying to figure out. Maybe it was all of the lies. She didn't think that what we had was real." Sophie's flawlessly penciled brows drew together in a pensive expression.
"Give her some time. If she loves you, she'll come to her senses about leaving you."
She captured Jonas's gaze with her own.
"I know I did."
A creepy, crawly sensation tickled Jonas's stomach in all the wrong ways as Sophie shifted in her seat, bringing her several inches closer.
"Or..."
Sophie moistened her lower lip with the tip of her tongue. Jonas grabbed an armful of pillows and deposited them in the small space between him and Sophie. Things were clearly heating up on her end, and he wanted no part of it. He cleared his throat and said, "Or what?" in his most nonchalant voice.
"Maybe Lily just realized how right we are for each other and didn't want to stand in the way of something that's as inevitable as we are."
She rested her arm on the back of the couch behind Jonas and entwined her fingers in his hair. That was as far as this conversation was going to go. Jonas stood and smoothed his hair down. "Sophie? Jonas?" Killian's voice called from the main entryway. The tension in Jonas's shoulders melted away. Backup had arrived, and he hadn't even called for an assist. Killian bounded into the room, his piercing green eyes flashing with excitement. "Have you seen the news?" He froze in his tracks when his eyes landed on Sophie. "What are you doing here? I thought you were ancient history." Jonas didn't miss the flash of old Sophie rise to the surface as she fixed Killian with a withering glare. "What's going on, man?" Jonas asked, putting a few extra steps between him and Sophie. Killian grabbed the remote control and flipped the television on. "Hang on, let me find it," he said, flipping through the channels. A slender hand snaked around Jonas's elbow as Sophie pressed herself up against him. Standing on her tiptoes, she whispered in his ear,
"Can't you send him away? I really felt like we were connecting."
Jonas slid his arm away. No, Sophie, we weren't connecting. I'm heading over to Lily's as soon as Killian finishes up whatever it is he's doing.
Don't go now.
Sophie wrinkled her nose as if some rancid stench had just reached her nostrils.
It's all the way across town. Let's stay here and talk. You could use some cheering up, and I'm just the girl for the job, she said, inching closer.
She reached out to place her hand on his chest, but he caught it and pushed it away. He pinned her with a look from his narrowed eyes. How do you know where she lives? Sophie's face turned as white as a sheet. Her jaw worked up and down as she searched in vain for a good excuse.
I assumed. You wouldn't expect an office girl to be able to afford a place on this side of town.
It was you, wasn't it? Jonas growled the words from beneath clenched teeth. You got to her somehow. You were behind this whole thing. Sophie threw her shoulders back, an icy indignation replacing the sweet look she'd forced onto her face since her arrival.
Yeah, it was me, and I'd do it again, too. Even if it meant that I had to look at those same dumb puppy dog eyes of yours when she walked away for the second time.
How? How did you convince her to leave me? Something fierce and ugly flashed in her eyes.
The same way I'm going to convince you to stay with me. I know your secrets, and I'm not afraid to spill them. This business deal with Andrew Rowland is going to breathe new life into that company of yours. If you think I'm going to walk away from all that money, you're crazy.
Killian whistled long and low, still holding the remote control. I hate to be an I told you so, Jonas, but...
Stay out of this, Killian. This doesn't concern you.
Sophie hissed the words from behind her bleached white teeth. Leave him alone, Jonas said. Are you seriously trying to blackmail me into loving you? A single peal of wicked laughter rang out.
I couldn't care less if you loved me or not. I've had to sit back and watch you throw money away trying to help other people, money you could have spent on me. Now it's my turn. It's payday, and I'm here to collect.
Bile rose up in Jonas's throat. Everything Lily said the night she left him made sense now. He wasn't the reason she'd walked away. Sophie was. Lily had even done her best to warn him about Sophie when she'd made him promise to be careful. It's time for you to go, Jonas said.
But I'll tell!
Sophie shrieked the words at the top of her lungs. You're a few hours too late for that, Jonas said, crossing his arms over his chest.
What are you talking about?
I went to see Andy this morning. I told him everything. Your threats have no teeth, Sophie. A look of horror washed over her features. She'd just played her ace in the hole, and it wasn't enough to get the job done. I hate to interrupt this little love fest, Killian said, his voice thick with sarcasm, but this is why I came. The business news channel was on, and Killian pointed at the scrolling marquee at the bottom of the screen. The Asian markets have not only recovered, they're soaring. Jonas brushed past Sophie and walked up to where Killian stood, his eyes roving over the stock ticker, banners, and headlines. Do you know what this means? Killian laughed. Yeah, buddy. It means that you're worth more today than you were before the crash. Dude, you're the richest one of all of us now. Mitch, Raul, Danny, me. You're the king of cash, my friend. Sophie let out a sob as she collapsed onto the couch in a puddle of tears. Don't take it so hard, Sophie, said Killian. If you work real hard, you might be able to become an office girl one day yourself. Sophie glared at Killian through streaks of black mascara, one end of her false eyelashes stuck to her cheek. Jonas took her by the arm and showed her to the door, a strange mixture of anger and sadness churning inside. It's a shame, Sophie. I really thought you'd turned a corner. A wise man once told me that life isn't about the mistakes we make. It's what we do afterward that counts. I hope you can take that to heart. Goodbye. Without another word, Jonas closed the door on Sophie. Every bit of pent-up tension and frustration fell away as he took in a deep breath of fresh air, never to be manipulated by her again. So, are you going over to Lily's? Killian asked. No way. A wide, irrepressible smile spread across Jonas's face. He rubbed his hands together, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Excitement built inside him as a new plan began to take form in his mind. Now that I'm loaded again, I've got a much better idea. You know what they say, there's nothing like a reunion in Paris. I don't think I've ever heard that saying, Killian laughed. Jonas grabbed his friend by the shoulders and gave him a good-natured shake, a thrill racing through his body. You will by the time I'm done. Chapter 27. Lily rushed down a Parisian street paved with ancient bricks, a coffee in each hand. The demands of her new job left her with little time for leisurely strolls down the quaint European streets around her. She'd scarcely had time to breathe since her arrival the week before, much less time to work on her own art. Emily Beaumont had made it clear early on that Lily was to put her entire focus on the job. It was no wonder her new boss had earned a reputation for going through assistants as quickly as babies go through diapers. Sometimes that's exactly what Lily felt like, a convenient catch-all for Emily's messes. Already, Lily had had to apologize for her boss's temperamental outburst at a local gallery that hadn't hung one of her paintings in a prime location, take her coffee back to the cafe on the corner 3 times before it measured up to her high standards, and reschedule brunch with Amelie's ailing grandmother twice. This was shaping up to be a 24-hour-a-day job. What good were all of the connections she was supposed to make in the art world if she had no time to express herself on canvas? The first raindrops of a gray January morning began to fall, soaking into the felt beanie she'd purchased when she'd first arrived in Paris. She had to pick up the pace if there was any chance of finding Emily in a decent mood this morning. If there was one thing her boss wouldn't stand for, it was lukewarm coffee. Lily turned a corner and found herself hurrying down a narrow street, colorful building facades looming 3 and 4 stories above her. The final building in the row displayed several paintings by local artists in their wraparound windows. One in particular made Lily stop in her tracks, despite her tight schedule. It was a lonely beach bathed in moonlight. A man stood knee-deep in the waves, reaching out to her. Lily's heart pounded in her chest as tears flooded her eyes. The man had a shock of blonde hair on his head and looked just like Jonas, standing on their beach in Fiji. Only she wasn't by his side. He was calling out for her to join him, but she couldn't. Not now, not ever. She tore her eyes away and forced herself to keep walking. It seemed that everywhere she turned these days, there were reminders of him and what they could have had, if only they'd been left alone to live out their lives in peace. Why was he so hard to get over? They hadn't even been dating for a month. How had she managed to fall so completely in love with him in such a short time? A hollow sensation settled in the pit of her stomach. They may have only just begun to explore their romantic feelings for each other, but she'd always loved him. She knew that now. On some level, she'd always known, even if she hadn't allowed herself to admit it. And now she was never going to see him again. Her shoulders shook with silent tears as the dull ache in her chest came to life, threatening to never let her go. Maybe the busy life of waiting hand and foot on her new boss was exactly what she needed. Having time to herself would only mean more time to grieve the loss of something beautiful that she could never hope to find with another person. Lily scoffed to herself. She didn't want to find love with anyone else. She wanted Jonas. She arrived at Emily's place, dried her eyes, and climbed 4 flights of stairs, leading to a spacious loft overlooking a pedestrian mall at the city center. "Good morning," she called in a voice much perkier than she felt. "There you are." Emily stood off to the side in her skinny jeans, flats, and a shirt with broad black and white stripes. The crooked beret she wore on top of her wavy brunette hair completed the look. All she needed was white face paint, and no one would have been able to tell her from a street performer who was in danger of running into an invisible wall at any moment.
"Here's your coffee."
Lily walked up with a friendly smile and handed over the warm liquid. Amelie took a sip and tossed the rest in the trash.
"How do you expect me to think about coffee at a time like this?"
Lily's shoulders sagged at the loud thud. So much for all of her efforts to deliver hot coffee.
"What's wrong?" "What's wrong? There's an exhibit going on tonight and I wasn't asked to participate. Didn't even get an invitation. What's that supposed to mean?"
Amelie pinned Lily with an annoyed expression.
"I'm not sure."
"I'll tell you what it means. It's a slap in the face. I'm supposed to be the hottest thing going on in Paris right now, and some collector has the nerve to put together an exhibit without featuring my work? I need to see that exhibit. I want to get a good look at whose art is so amazing it displaced mine."
"It's by invitation only?"
Lily asked.
"Yes, weren't you listening? I need an invitation."
Amelie over-enunciated every syllable and punctuated the sentence with a massive eye roll.
"How are you going to get an invitation by tonight?"
"How should I know? That's your job. Make some calls. Get me in. Everybody who's anybody will be there. I have to be seen."
"I'll do my best,"
Lily said, sorting through a few days' worth of mail stacked on the table.
"Look at this."
She held up 2 square cream-colored envelopes.
"I bet these are the invitations you've been waiting for. You're in such high demand it looks like they've sent you 2.
Lily walked over and gave her the envelopes. Amelie's expression softened as she snatched the invitations. Turning them over in her hand, her brows furrowed again.
"One's for you."
"Me?" Lily hadn't noticed her name written on one of the invites.
"At least you won't have to wait in the street for me tonight,"
Amelie said, tearing the top of her envelope. Lily took the invitation addressed to her and opened it. Sure enough, it was to the evening's art exhibit. Even though she'd be stuck attending the event with her insecure boss, Lily couldn't help but feel a tingle of excitement at the prospect of going to her first Parisian art exhibition. Lily strolled down the romantic streets of Paris that evening on her way to the exhibit, the road lit by rows of ornate street lamps. She was careful not to allow her eyes to linger on the couples passing by, walking hand in hand. That life wasn't meant for her. The sooner she accepted that, the happier she would be. The latest in a long line of text messages from her boss rang through on her phone. "Where are you? This stuff is good. Too good. Some new artist on the scene. Never heard of him before. Lowe is a man's name, right?" Lily sighed. She hadn't been working for Amelie that long, but she knew her well enough to know that her ego was going to be in serious need of some stroking, or she'd make Lily's life miserable for the next several days. Another text sounded off. "Are you almost here? You have to help me find him. Meet me near the back of the exhibit when you arrive." Lily shoved her phone back into her pocket, questioning her decision to come to Paris in the first place. Amelie was certainly not making life easy for her. The wide streets she traveled took her past quiet cafes and inspiring architecture. She was only a few minutes' walk from the Louvre itself. The tall, arched windows of the stone buildings lining the street seemed to frown on her for ever assuming that she could waltz into their domain and take a seat next to the great artists who had gone before her. Powerful lights shot beams into the night sky near a building at the end of the block. Small spotlights washed its stone face in ever-changing shades of color as the full spectrum of light was explored. That must be the place. A decent-sized courtyard had been created just outside the front double doors of what looked to be a sprawling gallery. Strands of white lights woven into a roof of sorts were suspended above a string ensemble, playing orchestrated versions of contemporary songs. A large crowd milled about, enjoying the music, and a steady stream of people flowed in and out of the building. This was definitely the place to be. For the first time that evening, Lily second-guessed her choice of wardrobe. She didn't feel quite stylish enough for the ultra-modern and cool vibes coming from the party. Lily tugged on her denim skirt and adjusted her flouncy pink floral patterned shirt, her ballet flats not making a sound as she entered the gallery. At least she had her chunky scarf and mini trench coat to hide behind. A grand cathedral ceiling stretched overhead, complete with arched beams and worn plaster that looked to be more than 100 years old. Stark white walls contrasted the historic nature of the building as she looked around at the works on display from various local artists. It wasn't such an intimidating place once she was inside and soaking up the atmosphere. She could stay here all night long and never tire of it. She gave herself a few minutes to enjoy the first few paintings before going to look for her boss near the back of the gallery, where the mystery painter's work was supposedly on display. It didn't take long for her to find Amelie. She was marching toward the exit when her eyes met Lily's from across the room. With a bright red face and flaring nostrils, she power-walked up to Lily. "Lo, really? Did you think I wouldn't figure it out?" She threw a program at Lily. "Don't bother coming in tomorrow. You're fired." Blindsided by Amelie's anger, Lily stood blinking with her mouth hanging open. What had just happened? She took a look at the piece of cardstock in her hand, and her jaw came further unhinged. She sped to the back of the room, muttering her disbelief beneath her breath. After only a few more paces, she found herself face to face with a familiar body of work, all signed L.O. for Lily O'Connor. Her mind whirled at a dizzying speed, trying to figure out what was going on. She remembered the brief conversation she'd had with Gentry at the wedding. When Gentry had said she couldn't wait to show off Lily's artwork, she had assumed she was referring to having friends over to her apartment, not this. As amazing as it was to see her work on display, she was now an unemployed artist with a dwindling bank account. All she had left in the world was part of the bonus Jonas had paid her for standing in as his fiancée. But that wasn't going to last much longer. Paris wasn't a cheap place to live by any stretch of the imagination. Lily massaged her temples. "Gentry, what have you done?" she said to herself. A familiar, deep voice spoke from behind her. Electricity shot through her veins, warmth spreading through her body in its wake. "It wasn't Gentry," the voice said. Lily spun around and gasped when her gaze fell on a handsome man. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a trim waist. Her favorite pair of sky blue eyes took in her every feature, as if she were the greatest work of art in the place. "Jonas?" His name came out of her mouth somewhere between a whisper and a squeak. He quickly closed the distance between them. "Hi," he said. His husky voice sent a wave of desire rushing through her. "Did you do all of this? How?" "Gentry lent me her collection. Then Killian and I called in a few favors. Do you like it?" What could she say? Of course she liked it, even though it had gotten her fired. But that wasn't what she wanted to talk about right now. "It's amazing, but how is all of this possible? It must have taken a small fortune to put this together. And what about Sophie? Does she know you're here?" "It's a good thing I have a big fortune now." The sound of his kind-hearted laughter melted her insides. His was a laugh she thought she'd never hear again. Yet here he was, smiling down on her. It was all too much to take in. Her eyes welled up as she reached out to touch his arm. She had to feel him, to make sure he wasn't an apparition. He was solid. She wasn't dreaming. "I never thought I'd see you again." She choked out the words through an unsteady voice. "I was so afraid Sophie would get her hooks back into you." Jonas placed his hands on her upper arms, his quiet strength steadying her. She definitely tried, but she's completely out of the picture now. Lily wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest, too relieved to speak. She breathed in his scent, savoring the feeling of his strong arms encircling her. I'm so sorry, Jonas. I wanted to tell you everything, but I just couldn't. He tightened his hold on her and rested his chin on top of her head. I never want you to be afraid to tell me anything, Lily. I was so scared you'd confront her if I told you what was going on. She'd made all kinds of threats, and I didn't want to be the reason you couldn't continue your work. I couldn't take that away from you. Jonas pulled back and hooked Lily's chin with his index finger, drawing her gaze up to his own. I'd rather lose my business 1,000 times over than lose you. Heat rushed into her cheeks as she searched his eyes, seeing the truth of his words echoed in them. She'd been right. He would have chosen her. Where she'd been wrong was in her assumption that he'd somehow grow to resent her for being forced to make the choice. He could never resent her. She could see that now. And the contract with Andy? I went to him and Alice and told them everything before Sophie ever had a chance to mess things up. I couldn't keep lying to them. It's not who I am, not who I want to be. I love to hear you say that, Lily said. I gave Andy the chance to back out, but he and Alice forgave me. They told me to come after you. Not that I needed someone to tell me that. He ran his hands down the length of her arms, a hungry smile playing on his lips. I've missed you, Lily. A loud series of booms momentarily distracted her from a primal urge to leap into his arms and press her lips against his. Jonas's eyes danced with excitement. He took her by the hand and pulled her toward the front of the gallery. We're late. Let's get out of here, he said, pushing through the doors. They stood beneath the canopy of small white lights, still holding hands and gazing skyward. Fireworks lit up the night sky, delighting Lily and the crowd around them, while the ensemble played a selection of music that coordinated with the pyrotechnics display. Did you arrange this too? A flash of hesitation crossed Jonas's face as he moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. He clenched and unclenched his fists like a man battling a severe case of nerves. I seem to remember you mentioning that billionaires were supposed to wow their special someone with violins and fireworks. Lily threw a hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle. I did say that, didn't I? Jonas fumbled with something in his right pocket, while the lights overhead illuminated his perspiring brow. Lily, he said, lifting her hand to his lips and placing a feather-soft kiss on her knuckles. I've spent the last 10 years of my life trying to fulfill a promise. It was a good promise, but it left me empty inside. He pulled a small velvet box from his pocket. We can only live the life we've been given, do our best with it, and try not to put so much pressure on ourselves to be perfect. We've both been obsessing about promises we made in the past, but I want to make a new promise tonight, one for the future. Lily's heart beat furiously against her ribs, her eyes widening as Jonas dropped to one knee. I know we haven't been officially dating for very long at all, but I realize that I've loved you all along. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that I never want to let go of you. Jonas opened the small hinged box, revealing a sparkling diamond, in a setting designed to look like a lily in bloom, each open petal covered in tiny gems. Lily's eyes welled up when he held the ring out to her. A nervous smile spread across his lips. Lily O'Connor, would you be my fiancée? For real this time? I promise to never ever let you go. Fireworks continued to go off overhead, but they were no louder than the pounding of Lily's heart as she realized that her deepest desire had just come true. With the music filling Lily's ears reaching a crescendo, she dropped to her knees and took Jonas's face in her hands. She gazed into eyes filled with hope and desire. His lips were like magnets to hers, their irresistible pull drawing her ever closer with every breath she took. She nuzzled the tip of his nose with hers, fire erupting deep in her stomach. Yes, she declared against his lips.
1,000 times yes. She closed her eyes and gave herself over to the moment, letting go of every ounce of insecurity that had ever plagued her. They belonged to each other now, and they'd never let anything come between them again. The end. This has been a spoken for Billionaire's Fake Fiancé, Sweet Billionaire Romance Book 3. Written by Kristen Eiton. Copyright 2019. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2020.